I lost the Don in public to my sister. I smiled through it like it didn't crack my ribs. That moment did something to me. This is my story. Let's begin. I didn't come here to be saved. I came here to be dangerous. And I woke up too late to stop him from making me his. The sheets were expensive. That was the first thing my fingers understood before my mind caught up. Slick fabric, cool as arrogance, smelling like clean money and something sharper underneath. Not cologne, not sweat. Control. The room was wrong. The ceiling was too high, the light was too soft, the silence had the kind of thickness that only exists in places where people don't shout because they don't need to. I sat up too fast and the world tilted, just slightly, like my body was still paying for last night's champagne and rage. My throat burned, my lips felt sore. I swallowed and my stomach rolled. Memory came in pieces, not a timeline, chandeliers, flashbulbs. Luciano Greco's mouth on Lena's knuckles. The way the crowd gasped when he said yes. The way my name became a joke in a room full of people who'd always begged to be seen near me. Then the sickest part. The moment I realized the cameras had turned and I was no longer the bride-to-be. I was the discarded one. My fingers tightened on the sheet. I tried to stand, but my legs protested. Heavy, slow, like they'd been used for something I couldn't name without admitting I didn't remember it. No, not couldn't, wouldn't. Because a woman like me doesn't lose control, she doesn't black out, she doesn't wake up in another man's bed and have to check her own body like it's evidence. I slid my hand under the sheet, quick and clinical, thigh, hip, waist, then stopped. Nothing hurt, nothing screamed. That didn't comfort me, that terrified me more. Because if nothing hurt, then whatever happened cleanly, like it was supposed to. I turned my head, that's when I saw my phone. It sat on the nightstand like a threat, screen lit, open to the camera roll. A photo of me asleep. My hair spilled across the pillow like a dark halo. My mouth parted slightly. The sheet pulled high over my chest like someone had tucked me in. Like I was a child, like I was owned. A text sat above the photo, bright and unreadable at first because my hands had started to shake. Then my eyes focused. Smile, Sophia. You're mine now. The sender wasn't a number. It was a single initial, A. My throat closed. I stared at the message until it stopped looking like letters and started looking like a knife pressed against the softest part of my life. A hard laugh scraped out of me. No. I grabbed the phone, scrolling frantically. Calls, messages, anything that told me I'd chosen this. Anything that proved I hadn't been handled. My last outgoing call was to my mother, unanswered. My last text thread was with a society friend, hours ago, full of my own poison. He humiliated me. He didn't pick me. He picked her. Then nothing. A gap. A clean cut in time. I swung my legs off the bed and stood unsteady. My bare feet sank into thick carpet. The room was a suite, massive, curated, full of soft edges meant to disguise hard intent. A sitting area with a glass table, a decanter, a dress draped over a chair. My white gown, the one I'd worn to the gala like a dare. Now it looked like a ghost. I spotted my heels near the door, my clutch, my jewelry. Everything placed neatly, as if whoever had undressed me wanted to prove they weren't crude. That didn't make it better. That made it worse. Because crude men were predictable. Polished ones were dangerous. I marched to the door and tried the handle. Locked. Of course. I exhaled slowly through my nose the way my mother taught me to do when I wanted to scream but needed to smile instead. Then I banged once. Hard. Controlled. No answer. I banged again. Footsteps approached. Soft. Measured. The lock clicked, the door opened, and the man in the doorway didn't look like staff. He looked like the kind of guard who didn't need to announce himself because his presence already did. Black suit, earpiece, blank eyes. He glanced at my bare legs, my bare feet, then kept his gaze above my face as if I was not a woman but a package. Signorina, he said neutrally. Where am I? My voice came out too sharp. He paused. The Vescovi penthouse. Vescovi. The name landed like a drop of blood in a glass of water. Adriano Vescovi, the rival king, the man society called a sponsor and the underworld called a threat. My stomach twisted. I'm leaving, I said. The guard didn't move. Now, I added, because I didn't know how to say please without hating myself. He finally spoke. Don Adriano will see you first. My laugh was bright and ugly. I don't care what he wants. The guard's expression didn't change. He does. I stepped closer, forcing my voice down into something calm. Open the door all the way. He didn't. I considered shoving him, considered screaming. considered making enough noise that the neighbors would call security. Then I remembered who Adriano Vescovi was and realized how naive that was. Men like him owned security. They owned neighbors. They owned silence. I lifted my chin. Fine. Where is he? The guard stepped aside. This way. I followed because I wasn't going to stand in a locked bedroom like a captive while my mind ate itself alive. The penthouse hallway was quiet, lit with warm gold and art that looked expensive in the way it looked like it didn't care if you understood it. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed San Celeste waking up in the distance. Coastal haze, sun bleeding over the skyline. It should have been beautiful. It looked like a city made of knives. The guard led me into a living room that could have been on the cover of a magazine. Cream sectional, black marble, a wall of glass, a bar set up like a confession booth. And there, by the windows, stood Adriano Vescovi. He was turned slightly away, pouring coffee, as if this was his kitchen and I was his guest. Shirt open at the collar. Sleeves rolled. Hair perfect in that casual way that took work. He didn't rush. He didn't turn quickly. He allowed me to see him at my pace, like he was giving me the illusion of control. When he finally looked over his shoulder, his eyes settled on me like a hand closing. "Good morning," he said, voice smooth. I stood still. "Don Adriano?" He smiled faintly. "You can call me Adriano." I didn't move. "Where's the exit?" He lifted his cup. Not the first question most women ask after waking in my bed. My skin prickled. I'm not most women. "No," Adriano agreed, and the way he said it made my stomach twist. "You're famous today." I looked at him, refusing to blink first. "You sent that message." Adriano's smile widened as if he'd been waiting for me to say it out loud. "Did you like it?" I wanted to throw my phone at his head. I wanted to tear his penthouse apart. Instead, I did what I always did when I was cornered. I sharpened. "I didn't agree to anything," I said. Adriano sipped his coffee. "You did." My pulse jumped. "I don't remember." Adriano's gaze flicked over me. Bare feet, rumpled hair, the slight tremor in my hand. Then his eyes met mine again with something that looked like amusement and wasn't. "That," he murmured, "is your problem, not mine." Cold crawled up my spine. "Tell me what happened," I demanded. Adriano set his cup down. "Last night?" "Yes." He tilted his head, as if considering whether to be generous. "You came here." "I don't remember coming here." "You were angry?" He continued anyway. "Beautifully angry. You were tired of being polite." My jaw clenched. "Stop talking like you know me." Adriano stepped closer, slow. "I know what you are." My stomach tightened. "And what am I?" He stopped in front of me, close enough that I could smell him. Clean, expensive, a hint of spice. Not Luciano's smoke and steel scent. Adriano smelled like luxury that hid claws. "You're a woman who was taught that love is being chosen," he said softly. "And last night you weren't." The words hit with ugly accuracy. For a second, the room tilted again. Adriano watched my reaction like he'd expected it, like he'd aimed and hit exactly where he wanted. "I didn't come here for therapy," I snapped. Adriano laughed quietly. "No, you came here because you wanted someone to look at you like you still mattered." My throat burned. I wanted to deny it. But the truth was, after the gala, after Luciano's claim, after the cameras, I had felt like I was dissolving, like the world had decided I was a villain and I didn't even get a good ending. I'd wanted someone to touch my hand and tell me I wasn't finished. Adriano's voice lowered. "Luciano threw you away." I flinched. Adriano watched it and smiled. "He embarrassed you in public for your sister." I swallowed hard. "Don't say her name." Adriano's eyes glittered. "Why? Because it hurts?" I took a step closer, fury rising. "Because you don't get to use my humiliation like it's a toy." Adriano's smile sharpened. "Everything is a toy if you know how to play." He gestured to the couch. "Sit." I didn't. Adriano didn't care. He turned toward the bar and picked up a small remote. A screen on the wall came alive, showing a paused frame of security footage. My blood went cold. It was me. My white gown, my hair pinned perfectly, my mouth smiling, too wide, too bright, too practiced. Standing in this penthouse hallway, Adriano's arm around my waist, my body leaned into him. I couldn't breathe. "That's edited," I whispered, though I didn't even know if it was. Adriano didn't deny it. He simply looked at me, calm. "Does it matter?" "Yes," I snapped. Adriano's voice stayed soft. "To you, not to the city." The screen flickered to another paused frame, me in his bedroom doorway, head tilted back, laughing, his hand at my throat, light, possessive. My stomach rolled. Heat flushed my skin, not desire, shame. Adriano walked closer and held the remote loosely, like a man holding a leash. You see, he murmured, you don't have to remember for this to be real. My hands curled into fists. What do you want? Adriano's expression softened into something almost kind, almost. I want you, he said. I laughed once, ugly. You want to use me? Adriano didn't deny it. Yes. My breath caught. Honesty like that was more dangerous than lies because it left you nowhere to hide. Adriano stepped in closer. I want what you can do. And what can I do? I whispered. Adriano's gaze dropped to my mouth, then lifted to my eyes. You can embarrass Greco. My stomach tightened. I already did. Adriano smiled. No, Greco embarrassed you. There's a difference. He leaned in, voice low. Do you want to hurt him back? The question slid under my ribs, sharp and tempting. Because yes, I did. Not because I loved Luciano, because he had made me small in front of a city that used to bow to my name. Adriano watched my hesitation and moved the blade. You can have your crown back, he murmured. You can be the woman they regret mocking. You can be the story again. My throat burned. By being your pet, I said. Adriano smiled. By being my partner. The word sounded like honey. It tasted like poison. I forced my voice steady. If you want a partner, unlock the doors and let me leave. Adriano's smile didn't change. No. A chill crept over my skin. You're not leaving, he said, almost gently. Not yet. My jaw clenched. Then this is kidnapping. Adriano's eyes softened into amusement. No, Sophia, this is leverage. He lifted the remote slightly. You have two paths now. I stared at him. I didn't choose any path. Adriano's gaze sharpened. You chose last night when you came here. I opened my mouth to argue. A soft chime interrupted, like the penthouse itself clearing its throat. The guard appeared at the edge of the living room. Don Adriano. Adriano didn't look away from me. Yes? A visitor, the guard said carefully. Adriano finally turned his head, mildly annoyed. Busy. The guard's jaw tightened. He insists. Adriano exhaled slowly, like he was humoring an insect. Who? The guard hesitated. Marco Greco. My blood went ice cold. Marco. The name didn't belong in this penthouse. Marco belonged in shadows, in boardrooms, behind Luciano's shoulder when knives were being passed under the table. My stomach twisted. He's here? Adriano's smile returned, slow, delighted. Ah. He looked back at me like he'd just been handed a better weapon. See? Adriano murmured. Even Greco noticed you're missing. I swallowed hard. Or he's here to kill me. Adriano's eyes glittered. No. His gaze dropped, briefly, to the screen showing me in his hallway. He's here because he knows what you became last night, Adriano whispered, and he's here to decide what to do with you. A tremor ran through me. Adriano stepped closer, voice turning soft as velvet. Smile, he repeated, almost teasing. You're mine now. I snapped. No. Adriano only smiled. We'll see. He turned to the guard. Let him in. The guard disappeared. I stood frozen, heartbeat loud enough to feel in my teeth. Adriano moved to the bar and poured a second cup of coffee as if this was a polite morning meeting, not a collision of empires. And then Marco walked in. He didn't hurry. He didn't announce himself. He simply entered the room, like consequence made flesh. Black suit, no tie, hair neat. Face unreadable in that terrifying way that meant he wasn't feeling nothing. He was feeling it so deeply he refused to let it show. His eyes landed on Adriano first, flat, assessing. Then they slid to me. And everything in me tightened because his gaze didn't hold surprise. It held certainty. Like he'd known exactly where I'd wake up. Marco's voice was calm. Signorina DeSantis. He didn't call me Sophia. He called me my last name, like distance, like discipline. He acted like I wasn't allowed intimacy. Adriano smiled. Consigliere. Marco's eyes never changed. Don Vescovi. Adriano sipped his coffee. Early for a visit. Marco's gaze flicked brief and sharp to the paused footage on the wall. Then back to Adriano. Not early, Marco said. Necessary. Adriano's smile widened. Because she's with me? Marco's eyes shifted to me again. My throat closed. I hated that my body wanted to step toward him. I hated that I felt safer and more threatened at the same time. Marco spoke, calm as ice. Because you're using her. Adriano laughed. Of course I am. That's what she came for. I snapped. I didn't. Marco didn't look away from Adriano, but his voice cut me anyway. You don't remember? I froze. Marco's gaze finally moved fully to me. It wasn't cruel. It was worse. It was clinical. Tell me what you remember, he said. My mouth went dry. Why? Marco's eyes didn't soften, because I already know what happened. My stomach dropped. You? Marco took one slow step closer, and the air in the room tightened around him like a noose. I know when you left the gala, he said quietly. I know which elevator you took. I know which car you entered. My pulse pounded. Adriano's smile stayed bright, satisfied. Impressive. Marco ignored him, gaze locked on me. I know how long you were out of sight. My voice came out thin. Are you stalking me? Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm monitoring a liability. The words hit like a slap. Liability. That's what I was to Greco now. Not bride, not ally, not even enemy. A risk. Adriano leaned back against the bar, amused. Tell her what Luciano sent you to do. Marco's eyes flicked to Adriano, cold. Luciano didn't send me. Adriano raised a brow. Then you came on your own. Marco didn't answer, but his silence was an answer. My heart slammed. Marco, why are you here? Marco looked at me like he was deciding whether I deserved the truth. Then he spoke, calm, lethal, and quiet enough that it felt like a private sentence. Because you woke up in his bed, Marco said, and now he thinks he owns your future. Adriano smiled wider. Marco's gaze didn't waver. And because, Marco added, voice turning colder, I'm here to decide whether you live with that. The room went still. My breath caught in my throat. Adriano's eyes glittered with satisfaction. And I, Sophia DeSantis, once the center of every room, realized I had just become the prize in a war I didn't control. I wanted to be chosen. I didn't realize being chosen could feel like a cage. Marco Greco looked at me like I was a document he'd already signed. Not disgust, not pity. Worse, certainty. The kind that doesn't ask what you meant, the kind that only asks what you did. Adriano Vescovi's penthouse was warm with morning light, all soft gold and expensive silence, but Marco brought winter with him. He stood in the middle of the room like a verdict, black suit immaculate, eyes flat and clear as glass. I'd been the center of rooms my entire life. And in 1 second, Marco made me feel like I was standing in the corner of my own story. Adriano sipped his coffee like he'd won. You heard him, Adriano said lightly, turning his cup in his hand. He's here to decide whether you live with it. I forced air into my lungs. I'm standing right here. Marco's gaze didn't leave mine. Good. One word. It shouldn't have felt like a collar tightening, but it did. I lifted my phone, the blackmail text still glowing like a bruise. You want facts? Start with this. He sent it. Adriano's smile widened. I sent it because you looked like you needed something to wake you up. Marco's eyes cut to the phone for half a heartbeat, enough to confirm what he already knew, then returned to my face. You're shaking, he said. I clenched my jaw. I'm angry. Marco's expression didn't change. Anger doesn't make your hands tremble like that. Adriano laughed softly. He's observant. Marco didn't acknowledge him. He spoke to me, calm and unhurried, like the room wasn't an enemy penthouse and I wasn't a woman who'd just become leverage. Tell me, Marco said, what do you remember? I swallowed. My throat was dry. My mouth tasted like last night's champagne and humiliation. I tried to call up the night like it was a file in my brain, chandeliers, flashbulbs, Luciano's hand on Lena's waist. My own laughter too loud, too sharp, because if I didn't laugh, I would have screamed. Then air outside the ballroom. Cold. Someone offering me a drink, someone's hand at my elbow, a car door opening. A male voice, not Luciano's, not Marco's, and then nothing. A clean cut. I met Marco's eyes. I remember the gala. Marco waited. I remember leaving. Marco waited. I remember being angry, I said, voice tightening. And then it's gone. Adriano's smile softened into something pleased, a confession. Marco's gaze flicked to Adriano. It wasn't a glare. It was a calculation. Then back to me. Gone, Marco repeated, as in blacked out. I hated the way the word sounded out loud. Weak, messy. I lifted my chin anyway. Yes! Marco's face stayed unreadable. Did you drink here? Adriano answered for me. She drank everywhere. I snapped. Don't. Marco's eyes cut to Adriano, sharp as a blade. Quiet. Adriano blinked, amused. Consigliere, I'm in my own home. Marco didn't raise his voice, and yet you'll be quiet. Adriano's smile widened, but he did it. He shut his mouth and leaned back, enjoying the show like a man watching two predators circle. My pulse hammered. Marco stepped closer to me, not rushing, not threatening, just closing space with the kind of calm that made my skin prickle. Did you consent, he asked, to being here? The question hit hard. My pride screamed at me to spit something venomous back. How dare you ask me that? My fear told me the wrong answer could get me killed, so I chose the only thing I could live with. I don't know, I whispered. Marco's gaze sharpened. That's not an answer. It's the truth, I snapped, and my voice cracked. I don't remember. I don't know what I agreed to. That's the point. Silence. Marco held my gaze for a long beat. Then his eyes dropped, just briefly, to my lips, and something cold settled in my stomach. Not desire, not yet. Recognition, like he'd noticed the soreness I'd tried not to think about. He looked back up, expression still flat. Show me your wrist, he said. I blinked. What, your wrist? I stared at him. No. Marco didn't move. Sophia? My name finally out of his mouth. Not gentle, precise, like he'd put it in a box and labeled it. I hated that hearing it made my pulse jump. I held my wrist out because I wanted control, and this was the only way to get any, by choosing compliance before it was taken. Marco's fingers closed around my wrist, warm, firm, clinical. He turned it slightly, examining the skin. There was a faint mark, not a bruise, not an injury, a light pressure imprint, as if someone had held me there long enough to direct me. Marco's thumb brushed it once, almost absent. Adriano's voice drifted over, smug. I told you she came willingly. Marco didn't look at him. You drugged her. The words slammed into the room like a gunshot. My heart stopped. What? Adriano laughed, low. That's a bold accusation? Marco's gaze finally shifted to Adriano, cold. It's not an accusation. It's a conclusion. My skin went cold. I jerked my wrist back. Marco, what are you saying? Marco turned to me again. You don't lose time like that from champagne alone. Adriano lifted his cup in mock salute. You've never been a social drinker, consigliere. Some women can't handle it. Marco's eyes narrowed a fraction. Some men don't deserve oxygen. The air tightened. Adriano's smile held, but something flickered behind it, annoyance. Marco stepped even closer to me, lowering his voice so it felt private, even though Adriano was right there. Do you feel sick? Marco asked. Beyond a hangover? I swallowed hard. My head hurts. Anything else? I hesitated. My stomach rolled. My throat burns, I admitted, hating myself for it. And I searched for the word. Heavy. Marco's jaw flexed. He didn't touch me again. He didn't comfort. He simply turned his head slightly and spoke, low and lethal, to Adriano. Where's the footage? Adriano's smile sharpened. Which footage? Marco's gaze didn't blink. Don't play games. Adriano set his cup down with exaggerated care. No, I'm not playing games. I'm enjoying the consequences of yours. Marco took one step toward Adriano. The room changed. Even the guard at the hall looked like he stopped breathing. Marco's voice stayed quiet. You will hand it over. Adriano laughed. Or what? You'll kill me in my own penthouse with my security outside? Marco's smile was the smallest thing in the world. Thin, cold, not amused. No, Marco said. I'll ruin you without touching you. Adriano's eyes glittered. I'd like to see you try. Marco didn't rise to the bait. He turned back to me as if Adriano didn't matter. Get dressed, Marco said. I blinked. Excuse me? You're leaving. Adriano's brows lifted. She's not. Marco's gaze didn't shift. She is. Adriano stepped forward, finally irritated. You don't walk into my home and take what's mine. I flinched at the word. Mine. Marco's eyes snapped to Adriano, voice turning to ice. You don't call her that. Adriano smirked. Why? You do. Marco went very still. Then, carefully, he said, no. The denial sounded like restraint, like a lie he didn't want to tell too loudly. I looked between them, suddenly aware I wasn't just standing in a power struggle. I was standing in a trap. Adriano's voice softened, dangerously persuasive. Sophia, tell him you're staying. I opened my mouth. No sound came out. Because if I said I was staying, it meant I chose Adriano. If I said I was leaving, it meant I chose Greco. And either way, I lost the only thing I'd spent my life protecting, the illusion that I chose myself. Marco's gaze held mine. Sophia, my throat tightened. Why do you care? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Marco's eyes didn't soften. Because you're a liability. The words hit like a slap. Adriano laughed. Oh, that's cold. I swallowed hard, forcing my chin up. At least you're honest. Marco's gaze dropped to my phone, still in my hand. You want honesty? Here it is. He stepped closer again, voice low enough that it felt like he was speaking to the ugliest part of me. Luciano doesn't care if you embarrass yourself, Marco said. He cares if you become a door someone uses to get inside Greco. My stomach twisted. Marco continued, calm. Adriano Vescovi doesn't want you. He wants the headline of you. Adriano's smile sharpened. You're insulting her. Marco didn't look away from me. I'm warning her. I snapped. You think I don't know I'm being used? Marco's gaze flickered. Just once, something like surprise. Then it flattened again. Then why are you still standing here? Because I didn't want to go home and face my mother's eyes. Because I didn't want to be the woman everyone pitied. Because I didn't want Lena to win so cleanly. Because if I could turn my humiliation into a weapon, I could breathe again. But I didn't say any of that. I said the only thing I could defend. Because I don't take orders from Greco men. Marco's mouth barely moved. You will today. Adriano laughed softly. This is beautiful. Marco's gaze cut to Adriano. Tell your men to open the door. Adriano's smile didn't move. No. Marco paused. Then he did something that made my skin go colder than fear. He pulled out his phone and dialed, one ring, then answered. He didn't say hello. He said, Dr. Santoro. I need you. I blinked. What? Adriano's smile faltered for half a heartbeat. Ah. Marco's eyes stayed on Adriano as he spoke into the phone. Possible sedation, memory gap, I want a talk screen. I stared at him. You're calling a doctor? Marco's gaze slid to me. Yes. Adriano scoffed. You're dramatic. Marco ended the call. No, I'm thorough. Then he looked at Adriano and said calmly, if the screen shows anything you put in her system, I will bury you. Adriano's smile returned. Tighter now. Threats. Marco's voice stayed flat. Facts. My stomach rolled hard enough that I swayed. Marco's hand shot out, not to grab me, but to steady my elbow. Firm, warm, precise. The contact made my skin flare. I jerked away on instinct. Marco didn't react. Sit, I didn't. Marco's gaze sharpened. Sophia. That name again, like a leash pulled tight, I hissed. Stop. Marco leaned in slightly. Then stop falling apart. The words hit harder than any insult because they were exactly what I'd been forcing myself not to do. Adriano stepped closer, voice silk. Let her stay. Let her breathe. You Grecos suffocate everything you touch. Marco's gaze went icy. Says the man holding blackmail in his hand. Adriano's smile sharpened. Blackmail is just truth with a price tag. Marco turned his head slightly, speaking over his shoulder to the guard. Bring my car to the private elevator. The guard paused, waiting for Adriano's permission. Adriano's eyes narrowed. No one moves without me. Marco's gaze stayed on Adriano. Move. Something in Marco's voice changed, not louder, just heavier. The guard hesitated 1 second longer, then he left. Adriano's smile thinned. You're making yourself comfortable. Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm making myself inevitable. I swallowed hard, because if Adriano couldn't keep Marco out of his own penthouse, then Adriano wasn't as untouchable as he pretended. Or Marco was more dangerous than anyone in society realized. My phone buzzed in my hand. A new text. From A again. You look pretty when you panic. My stomach dropped. Marco's gaze flicked down, sharp. Give me the phone. I tightened my grip. No. Marco's eyes lifted. Sophia. I snapped. Stop saying my name like you own it. Marco stepped closer, voice low. I don't own it. Then... But I can take it away, he finished quietly. The words made my blood run cold. Adriano laughed softly. He's not threatening you, Sophia. He's flirting. Marco's gaze cut to Adriano like a blade. No. Adriano's smile widened. Yes. Marco's expression didn't change, but the muscle in his jaw jumped. That tiny tell, so small, was the first real crack in his control, and it made my pulse spike in a way I hated, because it meant Adriano wasn't wrong. Marco wanted something here. Maybe not me. Maybe the truth. Maybe the fight. But his attention, it landed on my skin like weight. I shoved the phone toward him. Fine. Marco took it, thumbs moving fast. He read the message. His eyes went colder. Then he typed one line and hit send. I lunged. What did you send? Marco held the phone up for me to see. Touch her again, and I'll cut your empire into pieces you can't glue back together. Marco. My breath caught. Adriano's smile turned delighted. Oh, now we're having fun. Marco slid the phone into his pocket like he'd confiscated a weapon. You don't get to answer for me, I snapped. Marco's gaze locked on mine. You don't get to negotiate with a man who drugged you. Adriano's eyes flashed. Still accusing. Marco didn't look away from me. Still concluding. My throat tightened. You can't prove it. Marco's voice stayed calm. I don't need to prove it to move you. That sentence was the worst part of being in the Greco orbit. They didn't wait for courts. They didn't wait for permission. They moved first. They justified later. I should have hated him. Instead, a sick, traitorous part of me felt relief, because Marco was doing what my father never did, taking action when I was in danger. I hated that I wanted that. A soft chime sounded from the hallway. The guard returned. Car is ready. Adriano's smile sharpened. If she walks out with you, Marco, she becomes Greco property in the city's eyes. Marco's gaze didn't flinch. She became a headline the moment she entered your car. Adriano shrugged. Then let her choose. Marco's eyes slid to me. It felt like the entire city narrowed into that one look. Choose, Adriano repeated softly. Stay with me, Sophia. I'll give you your crown back. Marco didn't speak. He didn't plead. He simply waited, still, cold, like he already knew what I would do. And that made my pride revolt. I lifted my chin. I'm not choosing either of you. Adriano's smile widened. That's cute. Marco's mouth barely moved. That's impossible. I snapped. Watch me. I took one step toward the door. Adriano didn't move to stop me. Marco did. Not with hands, with his body. He angled himself between me and the exit, close enough that I felt the heat of him. You're not walking out alone, he said. I glared up at him. Move. Marco's eyes were unreadable. No. My pulse hammered. What are you going to do? Carry me. Marco leaned in slightly, voice dropping into something only I could hear. If you make me, he murmured, I will. My breath caught, heat crawled up my throat, anger and something sharper. I whispered, you'd like that. Marco's gaze flicked to my mouth. You don't know what I like. I smiled, small and vicious. I know you like control. Marco's expression didn't change. Yes. The honesty shocked me more than denial would have. He straightened and spoke louder for the room. You're coming with me, he said. Adriano's voice drifted, amused. And if she refuses? Marco's eyes stayed on mine. Then she learns what consequences feel like. My stomach twisted. Because consequences weren't new to me. I'd lived under them my entire life. But Marco's consequences were different. They weren't shame and gossip. They were locks, guards, containment. And the worst part was, some part of me believed he'd be right to do it. I inhaled slowly. Then I made my choice. Not between men, but between survival and pride. I'll come, I said, on one condition. Marco waited. Adriano watched like a man enjoying theater. I held Marco's gaze. You tell me the truth. Marco's eyes narrowed. Which truth? The truth about why you're really here, I said quietly. Not Luciano, not liability, you. Silence. Marco's jaw flexed. For the first time he looked annoyed. Not at me, at the fact that I'd landed the blade where it mattered. Adriano laughed softly. Oh, this is delicious. Marco ignored him. He looked at me like he was deciding whether honesty was a weakness he could afford. Then he said, voice low, controlled. Because if Vescovi gets to keep you, Marco murmured, he gets to aim you at Greco. I stared. That's still not you. Marco's gaze didn't blink. That is me, he said. The weight of it landed. Because Marco wasn't just a man. He was the hinge on which Luciano's world swung. If Adriano controlled me, he controlled a door into Greco. And Marco would rather burn doors down than let enemies walk through them. I nodded once, sharp. Fine. Marco turned toward the door. Adriano's voice followed, velvet and poison. Sophia, you're making the wrong choice. I glanced back at him. He was smiling like he already had a win pocketed. Like letting me leave was part of his plan. That made my stomach turn again. Adriano lifted his cup. I'll see you soon. Marco's hand touched the small of my back, firm, guiding, not intimate, a directive. I stiffened. Marco's voice went low. Don't look at him. I snapped. Don't tell me what to do. Marco didn't argue. He simply guided me out of any because he'd already decided. As we stepped into the hallway, the penthouse felt colder. The guard closed the door behind us, and the moment it latched, I realized something that made my pulse spike. Leaving didn't feel like escape. It felt like the next cage. Marco led me to a private elevator. Inside, mirrored walls threw my reflection back at me, hair messy, eyes too bright, mouth set too hard, a woman who'd lost her crown and woken up in enemy sheets. Marco stood beside me like a shadow. I finally whispered, Are you going to tell Luciano? Marco's gaze stayed forward. He already knows. My blood went cold. How? Marco glanced at me, expression still unreadable. Because I told him you were missing the moment you left the gala. I stared. You were watching me. Marco's voice was calm. Yes. The elevator moved. Down. Like a descent into something I couldn't undo. I swallowed hard. Why were you watching me at all? Marco's jaw flexed. He didn't answer immediately. Then he said quietly, Because your sister taught the city you're dangerous. I laughed once, bitter. Lena. Marco's gaze flicked to me. Yes. The elevator doors opened into a private garage. A black car waited. Driver, guards. All Greco. Marco opened the back door and gestured. Get in. I hesitated just long enough to feel my pride scream. Then I got in. Marco slid in beside me immediately, close enough that his presence filled the air. The door shut. And in the sealed darkness of the car, with the city waiting outside like a mouth, Marco finally spoke in a voice low enough to feel like a confession. "Sophia," he said. I turned to him. His eyes were dark, flat, controlled. Still Marco, but something else lived underneath it now. A blade of possession. "You are not going back to DeSantis' house," he said. "Not tonight. Not alone." My throat tightened. "Where am I going then?" Marco's mouth barely moved. "To Greco," he said. "Not a safe house. Not somewhere secure. To Greco. Like a place. Like a sentence. Like a name you didn't come back from unchanged." I thought waking in a rival's bed was the worst thing that could happen to me. Then Marco Greco decided I was his problem. The car smelled like leather and restraint. Not Adriano's polished luxury. Not the champagne-soaked air of the Belladonna Gala. This was Greco air. Clean, controlled, and designed to make you forget you ever belonged to yourself. Marco sat beside me like a shadow that had decided to become solid. Close enough that my shoulder almost brushed his, not touching. But the space between us felt occupied anyway. His presence was quiet pressure, a hand on the back of your neck made of nothing but certainty. I stared out the tinted window at San Celeste sliding by in glossy fragments. Wet streets, gold-lit storefronts, pedestrians who had no idea what kind of war happened behind clean glass. My pulse wouldn't slow, not because I was afraid of the city, because I was trapped in a car with the one man who didn't care if I was beautiful. Marco Greco cared about facts, outcomes, consequences, and I was all three in one messy package. He didn't speak for the first 5 minutes. He let the silence do what it was built to do, make me feel it. I didn't. I sat with my spine straight and my jaw clenched, and I let the anger in my blood keep me warm. Finally, Marco spoke without looking at me. "Do you feel sick?" I blinked once, slow. "I feel kidnapped." Marco's voice stayed calm. "Answer the question." I turned my head toward him, sharp. "Why?" "Planning to write it in your report." His gaze flicked to mine, flat, unamused. "Planning to keep you alive," I scoffed. "You Grecos love that line." Marco's mouth barely moved. "Because it's true." I hated that my body responded to his confidence with a tiny, traitorous ease, like some part of me believed him. I looked away again. "My head hurts. Anything else?" I swallowed. My throat still burned. My mouth still felt sore in a way I didn't want to describe. "Heavy," I said finally. "Like I'm dragging." Marco's jaw tightened once, a tell so small most people wouldn't catch it. I caught everything. "That's what I thought," he murmured. My stomach twisted. "So you're sure Adriano drugged me?" Marco didn't answer directly. He said, "If the talk screen confirms it, Vescovi loses the right to pretend he's civilized." The words made my skin prickle. "And what happens then?" I asked, forcing steadiness into my voice. Marco looked at me fully now. His eyes were dark, controlled, and empty of comfort. "Then," he said quietly, "we remove him." A shiver crawled up my spine. I forced a laugh I didn't feel. "We." Marco's gaze didn't change. "Yes." I leaned back, folding my arms. "You can't just kill a rival boss because I got too drunk." Marco's eyes stayed on me, too calm. "You didn't get too drunk. I hated the certainty. I hated how it made me feel exposed. You don't know that." Marco's voice dropped. "I do." I turned my head to the window again, jaw clenched so hard it ached. Outside, the city blurred. Inside, Marco's presence sharpened. The car took a turn. My shoulder bumped the seat. The pendant at my throat, DeSantis gold, felt suddenly heavier, like it was announcing to the world that I was still the same Sophia. But I wasn't. Not after the gala. Not after waking up in enemy sheets. Not after the text that told me I was owned. My voice came out quieter than I intended. "Where are you taking me?" Marco didn't hesitate. "A Greco safe house." I swallowed. "So I'm a prisoner." He looked at me like he was tired of the word. "You're protected." I laughed, sharp. "Same thing." Marco's mouth barely moved. "Not for me." The echo of Luciano's line from Lena's ending hit me. Not for me. Like Greco men all shared a handbook titled How to Trap a Woman and Call It Love. I turned toward Marco, eyes hard. "Do you know what the city is saying about me right now?" Marco's gaze stayed steady. "Yes." "You don't care." "I care," he said. The word startled me. I narrowed my eyes. "Since when?" Marco's voice didn't soften. "Since you walked into Vescovi's car." My stomach twisted. "You were watching me at the gala." "Yes, and you let me leave." Marco's gaze sharpened. You're not a child, I scoffed. Convenient. Marco leaned slightly closer, not touching, just closing space enough to make my breath hitch. Do not confuse respect for negligence. I stared at him. Respect? You just called me a liability. Marco's eyes didn't blink. Those can coexist. God, I hated him. Because he wasn't wrong. Because he said ugly truths like they were clean. I forced my voice into something calm and poisonous. Luciano sent you to babysit me. Marco's gaze flicked, a fraction colder. Luciano didn't send me. You said that. I watched him carefully. So this is personal. Silence. The car hummed beneath us, tires cutting through wet pavement. Marco finally said, this is strategic. I leaned in, too. Strategic for who? Marco's voice went low. For Greco. Not for Luciano. Not for you. For Greco. A machine. A kingdom. I swallowed the bitter taste that rose in my throat. So I'm a piece on your board. Marco's eyes held mine. You've always been a piece. DeSantis just didn't tell you. The words hit harder than I expected, because my father had always told me I was special. My mother had always told me I was chosen. But when it mattered, when Luciano Greco looked through me, my family hadn't protected me. They'd watched the humiliation like it was weather. I turned away quickly, refusing to let Marco see the crack. He saw it anyway. Of course he did. His voice came low, not gentle, but controlled in a different way. Did Vescovi touch you? I went still. My blood turned to ice. What? Marco's gaze stayed forward now, like he couldn't bear to watch my face while he asked. Did he touch you? I clenched my jaw. I don't remember. Marco's jaw flexed. That's not acceptable, I snapped. It's the truth. Marco's eyes cut to mine again, darker now. Then we find out. The word sounded like a promise or a threat. My stomach rolled. I forced myself to breathe slowly. And if he did? Marco's voice went flat. Then he dies. I stared at him. Don't say that like it's nothing, I whispered. Marco finally looked at me fully, and something sharp lived in his gaze now. Not anger, ownership of responsibility. It's not nothing, he said. That's why he dies. My pulse stumbled. I hated the part of me that felt protected by that sentence. I hated it because it meant I was still hungry for someone to choose me hard enough to burn the world. I lifted my chin. You're dramatic. Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm thorough. We rode in silence for another stretch. Then my stomach lurched again. Slow nausea, not violent but persistent. I pressed 2 fingers to my throat. Marco noticed immediately. Breathe through it, I glared. Stop treating me like a patient. Marco's gaze didn't shift. Stop acting like one. I made a sharp sound, almost a laugh, almost a growl. You are insufferable. Marco's mouth curved faintly, not a smile, a recognition. Yes, he said. The car turned through a gate I didn't recognize. High wall. No sign. No lights. Cameras tucked into corners like silent eyes. We were entering a place built to disappear people. My pulse spiked. The car rolled down a private drive lined with dark trees and trimmed hedges. Too perfect, too controlled, too Greco. A low building appeared ahead. Not a mansion. A fortress pretending to be a residence. We pulled up under a covered entry. 2 guards stepped forward immediately, scanning the perimeter. The driver killed the engine. Marco didn't move right away. He looked at me. Listen, he said. I forced my voice steady. I'm listening. You will not leave this property without my permission, Marco said. You will not contact Vescovi. You will not contact your family. You will not contact the press. I laughed. Sharp. So I'm imprisoned. Marco's eyes went cold. You're contained. The word hit different. Contained was what you did to a virus, or a threat. I swallowed hard. What if I refuse? Marco leaned in slightly, voice low enough to feel like it belonged under my skin. Then I make the choice for you. My breath caught. I hated that my body reacted to his voice the way it did, skin tightening, heartbeat shifting, like my nervous system understood his authority before my pride did. I whispered, You don't get to make choices for me. Marco's gaze held mine. You already gave that up when you got in the wrong car. Rage flared. I didn't choose, Marco cut in, calm and lethal. I know. I froze. He knew what I was about to say. He knew I didn't choose it. The fact that he acknowledged it without sympathy, without softness, made my throat tighten. Marco opened his door and got out. He came around to my side and opened mine. Cold air rushed in. He offered his hand. Not romantic. A directive disguised as help. I stared at it. Then I got out without taking it, stepping onto the pavement in bare feet because I refused to be guided like a child. Marco's gaze flicked down to my feet. He didn't comment. He only said, come. A woman stepped out from inside the building. Mid-40s, dark hair pulled back, dressed in black slacks and a fitted jacket. Not staff, a gatekeeper. Her eyes swept over me in a single efficient scan, face, posture, throat, wrists, then moved to Marco. Consigliere, she said with a small nod. Teresa, Marco replied. So this was Teresa Bellini, the house authority, the woman who ran Greco spaces like law. Teresa's gaze returned to me, not warm, not cruel, just measuring. Signorina, she said. I lifted my chin. Teresa. Her eyes sharpened a fraction at the fact that I used her name like an equal. Then she simply said, this way. We walked inside. The interior was clean, modern, warm-lit. It tried to look like a home, but nothing about it felt lived in. No photos, no personal clutter, no softness that wasn't strategically placed. A sitting room, a kitchen, a hallway with doors that looked like they locked from the outside. I stopped in the hallway. Is Luciano here? Marco answered without slowing. No. My stomach twisted. So you're doing this without him? Marco looked back at me, expression flat. Yes. Something in my chest tightened, because if Luciano wasn't here, there was no buffer. There was only Marco, cold, relentless, and watching me like a problem he intended to solve. Teresa opened a door. This suite is prepared. I stepped inside. It was large, bed, sitting area, bathroom, luxurious enough to make anyone else grateful. But I noticed what mattered. The windows didn't open. The door had a keypad. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic. My stomach dropped. There's a doctor coming. Marco's voice behind me. Yes. I turned, anger snapping. You're drug testing me like you were compromised, Marco cut in. I laughed, bitter. Compromised. That's a nice way to say violated. Marco's jaw flexed. Teresa's gaze flicked between us, sharp. Marco's voice went quieter. If it was a violation, we name it, we punish it, we end it. My throat tightened because I wanted to scream that I didn't want punishment. I wanted my life back, but my life was a headline now. I swallowed hard. And if it wasn't? Marco's gaze held mine. Then you stop pretending Vescovi is a safe option. I snapped. He offered me power. Marco's voice stayed calm. He offered you a leash. I turned away, furious at the truth. Teresa spoke softly, efficient. Rosa is on her way. Rosa? I asked. Marco answered. Nurse. My stomach lurched. Great, a nurse and a cage. Marco's gaze narrowed. You're not amusing. I shot back. You're not human. Marco's eyes went darker. Careful. I laughed, sharp. Or what? Marco stepped closer, slow, controlled, until he was close enough that I could smell him. Clean smoke. Leather. Something steady underneath. He didn't touch me. He didn't need to. His voice dropped low enough to turn the air into a weapon. Or you forget who you're talking to. My pulse speaked. I forced myself not to step back. Instead, I tilted, my head defiant. Who am I talking to, Marco? Luciano's shadow? Or the man who's been watching me all night? Silence hit. Teresa didn't move, but I saw her attention sharpen. Marco's jaw flexed once. His gaze dropped to my mouth, brief, dangerous, then lifted to my eyes. You're talking to the person keeping you alive, he said quietly. I whispered, alive for what? Marco's voice stayed calm. For whatever you become after this. The words lodged under my ribs. Because that was the real fear. Not the drug. Not the footage. Not Adriano. The fear of becoming someone I didn't recognize. A knock sounded. Teresa opened the door. Rosa entered with a small medical bag and eyes that scanned corners like she'd seen danger up close. She nodded to Marco. Consigliere. Marco nodded back. Check her. I bristled. I have a name. Rosa's gaze flicked to me. I know. Teresa stepped out, leaving the door slightly ajar. 2 guards stood in the hall. Of course they did. Rosa set her bag down. Sit. I sat on the edge of the couch, spine straight. Marco didn't leave. He remained in the room like a shadow that refused to give me privacy. Rosa wrapped a cuff around my arm, took my blood pressure, made notes. Her face stayed professional, neutral. Elevated, she said. Marco's voice was flat. Why? Rosa glanced at him like he'd asked why the sky was blue. Stress. Marco's gaze cut to me. Stop. I barked a laugh. Stop being stressed? Brilliant. Marco didn't smile. Stop fighting everything that's keeping you alive. My mouth opened to snap back. Rosa lifted a small vial and needle. Blood draw. I froze. The needle wasn't the problem. The problem was what it represented. Proof. Confirmation. Consequence. I swallowed. Do we have to do this now? Rosa's voice stayed calm. Yes. Marco's eyes didn't move. Now. I closed my eyes for half a second, then held my arm out. Fine. Rosa swabbed, inserted the needle cleanly, had the vial filled with my blood, dark, real, undeniable. I watched it like it was evidence of a crime. Rosa sealed the vial, labeled it, talk screen and standard panel. Marco nodded once. Rosa added, professional but careful. If she was given something, it should show. My stomach tightened. And if it was alcohol? Rosa's gaze softened slightly, the closest thing to empathy. Alcohol doesn't erase time like a clean cut unless there was a lot. And your symptoms, Marco cut in. Enough. Rosa closed her bag. Results within hours. I'll return. She left as quietly as she arrived. The room went still again. It was just me and Marco now. I stared at the small dot of blood on my arm where the needle had been, then looked up. Marco was watching me like he was reading what I refused to say. My voice came out quieter than I intended. If the test says I was drugged, what happens to me? Marco's gaze didn't soften. Nothing happens to you, he said. Things happen to him. My throat tightened. And if the test says I wasn't? Marco's voice stayed calm. Then we deal with your choices. I laughed, bitter. My choices? Like I'm the villain. Marco's gaze held mine. You can be. The bluntness hit. I sat up straighter. You came here to punish me. Marco's mouth barely moved. No, then what? I snapped. To humiliate me? To make sure the whole city sees me escorted like a criminal? Marco stepped closer. Not fast, not angry, just close enough that the air tightened. His voice dropped. To keep you from making a second mistake, I whispered. And what was the first? Marco's eyes went darker. Thinking being chosen was the same as being valued. The words punched the breath out of me, because he'd named it. The ugly truth. The thing I'd built my entire life around. I forced my chin up to hide the tremor in my mouth. You don't know anything about me. Marco's gaze didn't blink. I know you were raised to perform. My throat tightened. Marco's voice went quieter. I know you don't know who you are without an audience. Rage flared, but underneath it something worse, recognition. I stood abruptly, needing to move, to breathe. I'm going to take a shower. Marco's gaze sharpened. No. I froze. Excuse me? Marco's voice stayed flat. Not until the door is secured and the guards confirm the perimeter. My hands clenched. This is insane. Marco stepped closer and his voice lowered into something that sounded like a warning whispered at the edge of a knife. This is reality, he said. Vescovi put you on a hook. The city is watching, and the moment you disappear, someone decides whether you're worth saving or worth selling. My stomach rolled. I whispered, You think I'm worth saving? Marco's gaze held mine. For one beat too long, something flickered in his eyes. So quick it could have been imagined. Then it was gone. I think you're worth containing, he said. I laughed, broken. Same thing. Marco didn't argue. His phone buzzed. He checked the screen. Something shifted in his posture, tight focus. What? I demanded. Marco didn't answer immediately. He typed once, then looked at me. Vescovi posted, he said. My blood turned cold. Posted what? Marco held up his phone. A clip. Blurry. Security footage quality. Me in Adriano's penthouse hallway, white gown, hair perfect, leaning into him, his hand at my waist, my head tipped back in laughter, a caption beneath it spreading like disease. DeSantis falls into Vescovi arms. Greco rejection hits hard. My stomach dropped. I whispered. He released it. Marco's voice was calm, lethal. Yes. My throat tightened. He's making me look complicit. Marco finished. I swallowed hard. He's going to ruin me. Marco's gaze stayed steady. He's going to try. I looked up at Marco, rage and fear mixing into something sharp. And what are you going to do? Marco stepped closer until he was in front of me. Not touching, but close enough that my breath caught anyway. His voice dropped into something absolute. I'm going to take your story away from him, Marco said. My heart hammered. How? Marco's eyes didn't blink. By owning the truth. A chill ran through me, because I understood what he meant. If Adriano controlled the narrative, he controlled me. If Marco owned the truth, he owned the weapon Adriano was using. And the worst part? My body didn't recoil from the idea the way it should have. It went still, like it recognized a new kind of safety. Marco's phone buzzed again. He glanced. Then his gaze lifted to mine, colder than before. The talk's results will be back soon, he said. And when they are, you're going to tell me everything you didn't say. My mouth went dry. Like what? Marco's voice was quiet. Why you left the gala? My throat tightened. You already know. Marco's eyes narrowed. I know where you went. He leaned in slightly, voice turning into a blade wrapped in velvet. I want to know why you chose to be seen by the enemy, he murmured, instead of disappearing with your pride. My pulse stumbled, because the answer was humiliating. Because the truth was, I didn't disappear because I wanted revenge. I didn't disappear because I wanted power. I disappeared because the moment Luciano chose Lena, I felt like I'd stopped existing. And Adriano offered me existence in exchange for my freedom. I swallowed hard. Marco watched me like he could hear the confession forming behind my teeth. Then he said, low and final, rest, he ordered. We move when the results come in. Move where? I whispered. Marco's gaze stayed locked on mine. Where Vescovi can't reach you, he said, even if it means you hate me for it. Adriano wanted my image. Marco wanted my truth. And I was starting to understand the scariest part of all. Truth is the thing that hurts the most, because it's the thing you can't charm your way out of. The worst thing about cages is that they don't look like cages. They look like comfort. They look like cream upholstery and warm lighting and a bed big enough to disappear in. They look like a suite that smells faintly of clean linen and antiseptic, like someone already planned for you to bleed quietly. Marco told me to rest, so of course I didn't. I sat on the edge of the couch, spine straight, watching the door like it might open and spit my life back out. I listened to footsteps outside, guards shifting, radios murmuring, the faint click of a lock being tested. And I hated how familiar it felt, because I'd lived my whole life in a different kind of cage. Silk rules. Smiling rules. Be good, Sophia. Don't embarrass us. Don't be loud. Don't be too much. Now it was honest. Contained. Monitored. Controlled. Marco Greco didn't dress it up. He made it real. I stared at the small bandage on my arm from the blood draw. A dot of red had seeped through like my body was trying to leave a note. Something happened to you. I swallowed hard, then stood and paced the room once, twice, until the walls felt like they were creeping closer. I went to the window out of reflex. It didn't open. Of course. I laughed once, sharp, humorless, then pressed my forehead to the glass anyway, looking out at the trees and the wall beyond them. High. Thick. Quiet. A place built for disappearing. Behind me, the door keypad beeped, soft, clinical, and the door opened. I didn't turn right away. I refused to give Marco the satisfaction of seeing me flinch, but my body betrayed me anyway. Every muscle went tight, heart jumping like it recognized him before my mind did. Marco stepped inside and shut the door. No rush, no apology, no softness, just presence. He held a phone in his hand. His face was unreadable the way it always was, like he'd trained every emotion into a weapon and then locked it away. Results are back, he said. My throat tightened. Already? Marco didn't answer the question. He never did when a question wasn't useful. He crossed the room and stopped in front of me, holding the phone out, but not handing it over. I stared at the screen. A lab report, clean fonts, cold language, benzodiazepines detected, blood alcohol level moderate. Conclusion: sedation consistent with administered anxiolytic hypnotic. My stomach dropped straight through the floor. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Not because I was surprised, because it made the gap real. Because it made the night not just humiliating, but criminal. I forced my voice to work. So he drugged me. Marco's jaw flexed. Yes. I looked up at him, eyes burning. You were sure? I don't guess, Marco said. The bluntness made my throat ache. I swallowed hard. So what now? Marco's gaze held mine. Now you stop pretending you can outplay this. I laughed, broken. Outplay? Marco, he has footage. He has leverage, Marco cut in. And now we have proof he compromised you. So my chest tightened. Proof doesn't matter to the city. The city believes what it wants. Marco's eyes went colder. It matters to me. Something in the way he said that, flat, absolute, made my pulse trip. Why? I whispered before I could stop myself. Marco stared at me like he was tired of being asked to explain what should already be obvious. Because you were drugged in a rival boss's penthouse, he said. And because the next step after sedation is ownership. My skin went cold, my mouth went dry. He already said he owns my future. Marco's gaze sharpened. Then we take it back. A beat. His eyes flicked down, brief and sharp, to my mouth, like he was measuring that soreness I'd been refusing to name. Then his gaze returned to mine, and his voice dropped. Did he touch you? I went still. I hated that my first instinct was to lie, to protect the image of Sophia DeSantis, the woman who never got handled, but the lab report had already ripped that image open. So I swallowed hard and whispered the only truth I had. I don't. No, Marco's jaw clenched. That's not acceptable, he said again, like the words were carved into him. I can't give you what I don't have, I snapped, anger flaring because fear had nowhere else to go. I don't remember. Marco stared at me for a long beat. Then, quietly, he said, We'll get it. My stomach turned. How? Marco's expression didn't change by making him show his hand. That sentence should have terrified me. It did. But it also did something else, something sickly comforting. Because Marco wasn't asking me to be brave alone. He was dragging me into his machine, and his machine didn't lose. He slid his phone back into his pocket and turned toward the door. Wait, I said, voice sharp. Marco paused, head turned slightly. I forced myself to step closer. So you're going to destroy him? Marco's gaze flicked to me, flat, patient, dangerous. I'm going to remove him, he corrected. And then what? My voice cracked. Then the city forgets this happened? Then I get my life back? Marco's eyes narrowed a fraction. No, he said simply. The honesty hit like a slap. My throat tightened. So I'm ruined. Marco's voice stayed calm. You're compromised. That's a nicer word for ruined, I hissed. Marco stepped closer, not touching, just close enough to make my lungs tighten. You're only ruined if you keep trying to survive with performance, he said. Performance doesn't protect you anymore. My eyes burned. I hated him for being right, and I hated myself for wanting what certainty offered. I whispered, So what protects me? Marco's gaze held mine. Truth, he said. I laughed, bitter. Truth is what got me here. Marco's mouth barely moved. No, lies did. I opened my mouth. A buzz cut through the room. Marco's phone. He glanced at it. His expression didn't change, but something in his posture sharpened. He tapped once, then held the screen toward me. A new post. Another clip. Cleaner this time, closer. Me in Adriano's penthouse living room, hair slightly undone, face flushed, laughing at something he'd said. His hand at my lower back. A caption, Sofia DeSantis finds a new king. My stomach dropped. Then beneath that, a message notification. Direct. Private. From A, you left too fast. Come back and I'll give you the rest of your memory. My blood turned to ice. Marco watched my face. Do you want to go back? He asked quietly. The question was a trap. If I said yes, I was a traitor. If I said no, I was admitting fear. So I tried to do what I always did. Turn the trap into a weapon. I lifted my chin. I want my power back. Marco's gaze didn't soften. That's not an answer. I stepped closer, voice low. You want truth? Fine. The truth is, he made me feel seen when the city made me a joke. Marco's eyes sharpened. I kept going because once I started, stopping would kill me. The truth is, I didn't go to Adriano because I wanted him. My throat tightened. I went because I couldn't stand being invisible. Silence snapped tight. Marco didn't react the way other men would. No softening, no sympathy. He simply absorbed it. Then he said, low and cutting, So you traded your safety for attention. Rage flared. Don't say it like that. How should I say it? He asked, voice flat. So it hurts less? My eyes stung. I hated that he could pull confession out of me without even raising his voice. I whispered, You've never needed an audience. Marco's gaze held mine. I've never been allowed one. The words landed quiet, heavy, and for one heartbeat, the room changed. It wasn't tender. It was human. Then the dawn mask slid back into place, seamless. Marco looked at the message again. He wants you to come back. I exhaled slowly, thinking fast. Then let's use it. Marco's gaze snapped to me. No, I smiled. Small, sharp, devious. Yes. Marco stepped closer, voice dropping. You don't get to make calls here. I didn't flinch. You just said we make him show his hand. Marco's eyes narrowed. Not by handing him yours. I leaned in, slightly, lowering my voice the way I used to lower it at the gala when I wanted someone to listen. You want the footage, I murmured. You want to know what happened. You want his leverage. Marco didn't blink. I continued, slow and poisonous. He wants me back. That's a door. We walk through it. Marco's jaw flexed. You're not bait. I laughed softly. Yes, I am. I've been bait my whole life. At least let me be bait with teeth. Marco's gaze went dangerous. You're not going. Then we lose, I whispered. Silence. Marco stared at me like he was weighing risk versus necessity. Then he said, If you do this, you do it my way. I lifted my chin. Fine. Marco's voice turned into command. You don't meet him alone. You don't drink anything. You don't step out of sight. You keep your phone on. I nodded once. Marco's gaze sharpened. And you don't flirt to survive. That hit something in my ribs. I opened my mouth to argue. Marco stepped closer until there was barely air between us. His voice dropped so low it felt like a knife pressed under my tongue. "You flirt," he murmured, "and men think you're offering yourself. You're not." My breath caught. I hated that the words felt like protection. I hated that protection felt like possession. I whispered, "Then what do I do?" Marco's gaze held mine, unblinking. "You tell the truth," he said, "just enough to keep him talking, not enough to feed him." I swallowed. "And what truth is that?" Marco's mouth barely moved. "That you're afraid." My stomach twisted. "I'm not," Marco cut in. "Yes, you are." The bluntness stole my breath. He stepped back, pulling out his phone and typing fast. "Marco," I said, sharp. "What are you doing?" He didn't look up. "Setting the trap." My pulse spiked. "You're making plans without me." Marco's gaze lifted to mine, cold. "You're not qualified to plan this." I laughed, bright and ugly. "Oh, I'm not qualified. I've survived society's knives since I was 16. Marco's voice stayed flat. "Those were butter knives." The insult hit. I stepped closer, furious. "You think I'm weak?" Marco's eyes didn't blink. "I think you're used to winning with Pretty." My throat tightened. Marco leaned in slightly, voice low. "Pretty won't save you now." The room went still. Because he was right. Pretty didn't save me at the gala. Pretty didn't stop Luciano from choosing Lena. Pretty didn't stop Adriano from drugging me. Pretty didn't stop the city from chewing my name. I swallowed hard and forced the words out through clenched teeth. "Then teach me," I whispered. Marco stared at me. A long beat. Then his phone buzzed again, another message. He looked. Then he showed it to me. From A again. "I can fix your reputation. All you have to do is give me one Greco weakness. Something small, something safe." My stomach rolled. Marco watched my face carefully. "He's testing you," I nodded slowly, mind racing. "A small weakness. A safe detail." That's how men like Adriano worked. He didn't ask for the throne on the first day. He asked for the key to the side door. And if you gave him the key, he didn't stop. I looked up at Marco. "Let me answer." Marco's eyes narrowed. "No." "Marco," I said, voice sharp, "if we don't answer, he escalates. He releases more footage." Marco's jaw tightened. He hated the logic, but he didn't deny it. "Fine," he said. "One message. I approve it." I held my hand out. "Give me my phone." Marco stared at me like I'd asked for a gun. Then he pulled my phone out of his pocket and held it, still not giving it to me. "Speak," he said. I glared. "You're insane." Marco's voice stayed calm. "Speak." I inhaled slowly. Then I said, "Tell him the Grecos are tightening security because of him, that it's making Luciano look paranoid, that the city is whispering Luciano is losing control." Marco's gaze sharpened. I leaned in, voice devious. "It's true enough to taste real, but it doesn't give him access." Marco studied me for a beat. Then he typed it exactly, clean and controlled, and hit send. The second it went through, my stomach dropped. Because I just participated. I just stepped into the game. Marco pocketed my phone again like the conversation was a weapon he didn't trust in my hands. "Now we wait," he said. I crossed my arms, forcing steel into my spine. "And if he asks for something more concrete?" Marco's gaze went cold. "He will." My breath caught. "Then what?" Marco's voice dropped. "Then you learn what it costs to be devious in a world that kills liars." A chill slid up my spine. Before I could reply, Marco's phone buzzed. He checked the screen, and for the first time since he walked into this suite, I saw something flicker in his eyes. Not anger, not fear. A sharp irritation that meant something unexpected had happened. He turned the phone toward me. A new post. A photo of a man I recognized, an older society donor, a clean-off businessman who'd always smiled at my father like they were equals. Now he was being escorted out of a courthouse in handcuffs. Caption: Belladonna board member arrested. Greco protection fee scandal? My stomach dropped. "What is that?" Marco's jaw tightened. "That man is a Greco ally." I stared. "Why is he being arrested?" Marco's voice was flat. "Because Vescovi pushed a rumor into the right hands." My throat tightened. "From what I said." Marco's eyes went colder. "From what you fed him." My blood turned to ice. I whispered, "It was harmless." Marco stepped closer. His voice stayed calm, too calm. "There are no harmless details," he said. "Not in this world." I swallowed hard, pulse hammering. "I didn't mean." Marco cut in. "Meaning doesn't matter." His gaze held mine, merciless. "Outcome matters," he said. The words hit like a slap. I felt my chest tighten, shame, rage, horror, because I hadn't just been used, I'd been effective. I'd handed Adriano a thread and he'd pulled until something bled. Marco turned toward the door. Teresa. The door opened immediately. Teresa had been outside, listening. Yes, she said. Lock down, Marco ordered. No calls, no visitors, no unsupervised movement. Teresa nodded once, already moving. My stomach dropped. Marco. He looked back at me, eyes cold. This is what you wanted, he said. Power. I stared, breath shaking. I didn't want someone arrested. Marco's voice stayed quiet. You wanted revenge. You wanted control. This is what control costs. My eyes burned. I whispered, so what now? Marco's gaze sharpened. Now you stop answering him. My throat tightened. He'll escalate. Marco's mouth barely moved. Let him. A buzz cut through the air. My phone, still in Marco's pocket, buzzed again. He pulled it out, glanced, then held it up so I could see. From A, good girl. See how easy it is? Tonight you come back to me, or I post the rest. My stomach went cold. The rest, the tape, the night my memory couldn't reach. I swallowed hard, voice barely working. He's going to ruin me. Marco's gaze didn't blink. He's going to try, he said. Then his voice dropped, lethal and absolute. And you're going to let me ruin him first. I thought being devious made me safe. But the first time I tried to play at their level, someone else paid in blood. I didn't sleep. Not because the bed wasn't soft enough, not because the safe house wasn't quiet enough, because every time I closed my eyes I saw the message like it had been carved into the inside of my skull. Good girl? See how easy it is? Tonight you come back to me, or I post the rest. The rest. The part of the night my mind refused to touch. The part my body remembered in ways I couldn't translate into language without breaking something in me. Marco's lockdown hit the house like a seal. No calls, no visitors, no wandering. 2 guards outside my suite, Teresa's footsteps moving with calm authority in the hall. Even the air felt supervised. And Marco? Marco went silent. Not absent, not distant, silent the way a blade goes silent before it cuts. He stood at the window with his phone in hand, speaking in low Italian to someone I couldn't hear. His profile was still and sharp, his jaw set like the world was a problem he intended to solve permanently. I watched him from the couch, arms wrapped around myself, trying not to shake. Finally, he ended the call and turned. His eyes landed on me and I felt the weight of them like hands. Tonight, he said. My stomach clenched. No. Marco didn't blink. Yes. I sat up straighter. Absolutely not. You just said stop answering him. I did, Marco replied. We're not answering him. My throat tightened. Then what does tonight mean? Marco stepped closer, calm and unhurried, and dropped his phone onto the glass table like it was a weapon he was done hiding. It means he's hosting an event, Marco said. And he's expecting you to appear. My pulse spiked. What event? Marco's voice stayed flat. Vescovi is opening his new lounge tonight. Media, society, underworld. My blood went cold. He wants cameras. Yes, Marco said. He wants to show the city you belong to him. My mouth went dry. And you're going to let him? Marco's gaze sharpened. No. I let out a harsh laugh. Then what's your plan, Marco? Because he's already leaking clips. He already got someone arrested. Marco's eyes went colder. Exactly. That made no sense, and I hated him for it. You're speaking in riddles, I snapped. Marco closed the distance until he was standing in front of me. He didn't lean. He didn't crowd. He just stood there with the kind of calm that didn't ask permission. Listen, he said. Vescovi thinks he's training you. I swallowed. He's testing, Marco continued. Small request. Small, safe, secret. Le civil. Then he pulls the thread and watches what bleeds. My stomach twisted hard. Marco's gaze didn't soften. Tonight is his next step. He wants you visible. He wants you photographed entering his world like you chose it. I forced my voice steady. So don't let me go. Marco's eyes flicked, just once, to my throat, to the faint tremor in my breathing. Then back to my face. He'll release the tape, Marco said. The word tape made my skin go cold. I don't care, I lied. Marco's voice stayed calm. You do. I clenched my jaw. Fine. I do. So what? Are you going to negotiate with him? Marco's mouth barely moved. No, then what? Marco's gaze went dark. We let him think he's winning. My stomach dropped. You want me to walk into his event like a trophy? Marco didn't deny it. Yes. The honesty hit like a slap. My eyes stung with rage. You're using me as bait, I whispered. Marco's gaze held mine. You offered. I flinched because I had demanded to be bait with teeth, but I hadn't meant it like this. Not with cameras. Not with my name already bleeding out online. Not with the city hungry for the next bite. I stood abruptly. No. Marco's eyes didn't move. Sit down. I said no. Marco took one slow step closer. His voice dropped, not louder, just heavier. You don't get to refuse the consequences you set in motion, he said. My throat tightened. I didn't set this in motion. He drugged me. Marco's jaw flexed. And then you fed him. The words hit hard. I swallowed, anger cracking into shame. Marco watched the crack and pressed, merciless. You want to survive this? He said quietly. Then you stop thinking like a socialite and start thinking like a target. I breathed in sharply. I am not a target. Marco's gaze dropped to my arm bandage. You were sedated in a rival Don's penthouse. You became a headline. You got a man arrested without even trying. He leaned in a fraction, voice like steel wrapped in velvet. You're not just a target, Marco murmured. You're a weapon, and tonight we decide who holds you. My pulse hammered so loud it felt like my ribs were shaking. I whispered, and who holds me? Marco's eyes locked on mine. Me, he said. The word didn't sound romantic. It sounded inevitable. Mid-story break one, Teresa returned with a garment bag and a face like a locked door. Signorina, she said, nodding once. Get ready, I stared. For what? Teresa's eyes flicked toward Marco, then back to me. For the world. Marco didn't move. He simply said, wear what's inside. I grabbed the garment bag and carried it into the bedroom like it weighed 100 pounds. Inside was a dress, not white, not innocent, black, sleek, cut to command attention without begging for it. The kind of dress you wore when you wanted to be seen as dangerous, not desirable. My stomach turned. Of course. Marco's voice came from the doorway, calm. It fits the narrative. I snapped. I'm not a narrative. Marco didn't blink. Tonight you are. I wanted to throw something. Instead I changed. Because anger doesn't stop a plan once a Greco man has decided. When I stepped out, Teresa adjusted my hair with brisk hands, pinned it back into something sharp. She fastened a simple gold chain at my throat. No pendant, no heart, no softness. Just gold. Armor. Marco watched the entire process without speaking. When Teresa stepped away, Marco's gaze swept over me. Slow, thorough, clinical. Then he said, good. I clenched my jaw. Don't. Marco's mouth barely moved. Don't what? Don't look at me like I'm... My voice caught. I hated it. Like I'm yours. Marco stepped closer, stopping just short of touching. His voice dropped. You're not mine, he said. You're protected by me. I laughed, bitter. Same lie, better branding. Marco's eyes darkened. This isn't a lie. Then what is it? Marco's gaze held mine for one heavy beat. A claim, he said quietly, until you decide what you are. My pulse stuttered. Teresa cleared her throat softly. Car is ready. Marco turned toward the door. I followed because the alternative was staying here, while Adriano released the rest of my memory to the city like a trophy. We moved through the safe house like a procession. Guards, radios, the soft click of doors locking behind us. No one asked me if I was okay. They didn't need to. In this world, okay wasn't relevant. Alive was. The car was waiting outside, glossy black, engine purring. Marco opened the door. I paused on the threshold, breath shallow, and looked up at him. If I go in there, I whispered, he'll try to touch me. Marco's gaze didn't soften. He won't. How do you know? Marco leaned in slightly, voice low enough to be private. Because I'll be watching, he murmured. And Vescovi isn't suicidal. I swallowed hard. You're going to be inside. Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes. Not outside like security? Marco's eyes held mine. No. My chest tightened. Why? Marco didn't answer right away. Then quietly, because I need to see his hands. The sentence made my blood run cold. I got in. The Vescovi lounge sat on the edge of Midtown like a jewel. Glass facade, gold signage, velvet rope, cameras flashing like lightning. Vescovi. The name alone made people straighten. We didn't pull up to the front. We pulled into a private entrance where the light was softer and the doors were guarded by men who smiled too politely. Consigliere, one said, his eyes flicking to Marco with respect that was real. Then his gaze slid to me and lingered. Marco's posture changed by half a degree. The guard's eyes moved away. Marco's hand touched the small of my back, firm, guiding, a warning disguised as contact. Head up, he murmured. I lifted my chin. The doors opened, and the air inside hit like perfume and heat and hunger. The lounge was breathtaking. Dark marble, gold accents, chandeliers that dripped light, a stage with live music, a crowd dressed like money. Society and underworld in the same room, smiling like they weren't measuring each other for weaknesses. I felt eyes swing toward me immediately. Whispers flared. DeSantis. Is that her? Vescovi. Greco consigliere. What is she doing here? Tightened. Marco stayed close, not holding me like a lover, but positioned like a shield. We moved through the crowd. People parted, not for me, for Marco, and I hated that it made me feel safer, because safety should have been mine. I shouldn't have needed a man's shadow to breathe. At the center of the room, near a bar made of black stone, Adriano Vescovi turned as if he'd been expecting us to arrive at that exact second. Of course he had. He smiled like a man greeting a gift. "Sophia," Adriano said warmly, "you came." His gaze swept over my dress, my hair, the gold at my throat. Approval flickered. He didn't look at me like he was happy to see me. He looked at me like his plan was progressing. Then his eyes slid to Marco. "Consigliere," Adriano said, voice smooth. "I didn't realize you'd escort her." Marco's expression didn't change. "You invited the city." Adriano laughed softly. "And you brought a storm." Marco didn't respond. Adriano leaned slightly closer to me, smile still in place. "You look beautiful." My skin prickled. I forced a small smile. Sharp, practiced. "Thank you," I said. Adriano's eyes glittered. "Come, let them see you." Marco's hand tightened at my back. I felt it like a chain. Adriano's gaze flicked to Marco's hand, then returned to my face. "Does he own you now?" Adriano murmured, soft. "Enough for only us." My stomach turned. Before I could answer, Marco spoke. Quiet, lethal. "She's not yours to speculate about." Adriano's smile widened. "Touchy." Marco didn't blink. "Accurate." Adriano laughed as if amused, then turned to the crowd and lifted his glass. The music softened. People leaned in. Cameras came up. Adriano's voice carried beautifully. "San Celeste, tonight we celebrate new beginnings, new power, new stories." My stomach clenched. New stories. That's what this was. "That's a narrative war," Adriano continued, smooth. "We've all watched the city's favorite tragedy unfold, the DeSantis family, the Greco family, love, scandal, betrayal." A ripple of laughter, sharp and hungry. My throat tightened. Adriano's gaze slid to me like a caress. "But tonight," he said, "we don't mourn what was lost." He stepped closer to me, and the cameras angled toward us as if pulled by magnet. "Tonight," Adriano murmured, "we claim what comes next." His hand lifted slowly toward my waist. Everything in me went rigid. Marco moved, not violently, not loudly. He simply shifted closer, his body blocking the angle, his hand still at my back, and Adriano's hand, midair, stopped. For one beat, Adriano's smile tightened. Then he recovered and let his hand drop like it was his choice. He leaned toward a microphone the host offered. "May I introduce," Adriano said, voice velvet, "the woman the city tried to bury." My stomach dropped. "Sophia DeSantis," he announced, smiling wide. The crowd reacted. Gasps, whispers, camera flashes. Adriano's hand gestured toward me like he was presenting art. "Tonight," Adriano said, "she begins again." My pulse hammered. Marco's voice came low near my ear. "Don't look down," he murmured. The same command Luciano had given Lena. It hit me like a cruel echo. I lifted my chin higher, and I smiled. Not because I wanted to, because I understood something in that moment. If I didn't smile, Adriano would own my fear. If I did smile, I could at least pretend I owned myself. Adriano's eyes glittered with satisfaction. Then he leaned closer, still smiling for cameras, and whispered so only I could hear. "Good girl." My stomach turned. Marco's hand at my back tightened. A warning. A promise. Adriano's voice rose again into the microphone. "And because I'm a generous man?" He paused. The room leaned in. Adriano smiled wider. "I'm giving Sophia her future," he said, "right here tonight." My breath caught. He turned slightly and snapped his fingers. A man approached with a small black case. My blood went cold. Adriano took the case and held it up for the cameras like a ring box. "This," Adriano said smoothly, "is the truth Sophia doesn't remember." My stomach dropped straight through the floor. The case opened. Inside, an encrypted drive, a single label on it, Sophia. The room buzzed. People didn't know what it meant, but they knew it was something. Adriano leaned toward me, smile still bright, and whispered, "Come back with me after this, Sophia, or I release it to the city." My throat closed. I felt my skin go cold, then hot. I whispered, barely audible, "You drugged me." Adriano's smile didn't move. "I protected you from yourself." My vision flashed. Behind me, Marco's voice came low, dangerously calm. "Close the case," Marco said. Adriano glanced at him with amused eyes. "Or what?" Marco didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Or you die," Marco said quietly. The crowd laughed uncertainly, thinking it was banter. It wasn't. Adriano's smile tightened for the first time. He looked from Marco to me, then back, measuring. and then he did something that made my stomach flip. He lifted the microphone again, voice loud and bright. "San Celeste," Adriano said. "Should we show her the truth?" The room erupted. Cheers, laughter, hunger. My heart slammed into my ribs. Because this was it. This was the moment my private nightmare became public entertainment. I turned my head slightly toward Marco, panic tightening my throat. Marco's eyes met mine, and in them, beneath the ice, was something that shocked me. Fury. Not for the room, not for Adriano's power play, for what Adriano was about to do to me. Marco's voice was low, only for me. "Breathe," he murmured. "I'm here." I swallowed hard. Adriano smiled at the crowd like a king, then looked at me again. "Decide," he whispered. "Come back to my bed, or I let them watch you break." I thought I could survive humiliation. I didn't realize the city would beg for it like dessert. Adriano Vescovi stood under chandeliers like a man who'd never been told no in his life. The crowd ate it up. They didn't know what was in the little black case. They didn't need to. The case itself was the promise. Something private, something humiliating, something they could consume and call it entertainment. "San Celeste," Adriano purred into the microphone, smiling like a saint. "Should we show her the truth?" They cheered. They actually cheered. Women in diamond earrings laughed behind their hands. Men in tailored suits leaned forward like they were about to watch a boxing match. Phones came up. Screens glowed. The room turned into a mouth. My stomach dropped so hard I tasted bile. I stood there in my black dress, chin lifted, nails digging into my palms, and I realized something that felt like an insult and a revelation at the same time. The city never loved me. It loved the version of me that made it feel superior, and tonight it wanted me broken. Adriano tilted his head toward me, still smiling for cameras, and whispered like we were sharing a joke. "Decide," he said softly. "Come back to my bed, or I let them watch you break." My throat closed. My body wanted to run. My pride wanted to slap him. My brain wanted to calculate. And behind me, Marco Greco's hand was still at my back, firm, anchoring, not tender. His presence didn't comfort me. It steadied me, like a wall you could press your spine against when the world tried to shove you down. Marco's voice came low, only for me. "Breathe." I did, shaking. Adriano lifted the black case higher, letting the lights catch it like it was jewelry. The crowd roared again. "Come on!" someone shouted. "Show it!" Another voice laughed. "Let's see what she did," a woman sang out, delighted. My ears rang. I turned my head slightly toward Marco, desperate to say something without giving the room the satisfaction of seeing fear. "What do we do?" I whispered. Marco's eyes met mine. Under the ice, the fury was there, contained, sharpened, terrifyingly calm. He didn't answer with a plan. He answered with a truth. "We end this," he murmured. That should have scared me more than anything. Instead, it made my spine straighten. Because ending things was what Greco men did. They didn't negotiate with threats. They removed them. Adriano leaned toward the microphone again, voice velvet. "Sophia," he said warmly, "tell them. Do you want to remember?" The crowd quieted. Hungry silence. Every camera swung toward my face. They wanted a confession. They wanted tears. They wanted me to beg. I smiled. Not sweet. Not soft. A blade of a smile. "Of course I want to remember," I said, voice carrying. A ripple of laughter. Adriano's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Marco's hand tightened at my back, warning. I ignored it, because if I didn't play this right, my life would be content. I turned my head slightly, just enough to let Adriano hear me without the crowd catching the private words. "Give me the drive?" I whispered, smiling for cameras, "and I'll come back with you." Marco went very still behind me. Adriano's gaze sharpened, surprised, delighted, possessive all at once. He leaned closer, whispering, "Good girl." My stomach turned, but I kept the smile. "Hand it to me," I murmured. "In front of everyone, make it look like a gift." Adriano loved spectacle too much to resist. He lifted the drive out of the case, small, black, labeled Sophia, and held it up like a crown jewel. "San Celeste," he announced, laughing. "Our girl wants her truth." The crowd cheered again. Then Adriano stepped toward me, arm extended, offering the drive like a ring. Marco's hand at my back turned into iron. His voice, low enough only I could hear, "Sophia." Not a command, a warning. I didn't look at him. I reached for the drive with fingers that refused to stop trembling. Adriano's smile was bright. "Take it." My fingertips brushed the plastic. And in that instant, when the entire room leaned in to watch my humiliation become official, Marco moved. Not violently, not loudly, efficiently. His hand slid from my back to my wrist, firm and precise, halting my reach midair like he'd just caught a blade before it cut me. Adriano's smile faltered. Marco. Marco's voice carried just enough to reach the closest cameras without sounding like a scene. This is over, Marco said. Adriano's eyes narrowed, irritation cracking his polish. You can't, Marco didn't argue. He simply released my wrist long enough to reach into his own jacket pocket. Then he held something up, a second drive. Same size, same black casing, same label. Sophia. The room stuttered, people blinked, cameras zoomed, Adriano froze, just for half a heartbeat. And in that half heartbeat, I understood exactly what Marco had done. He'd come prepared. He'd brought a mirror, a decoy, a way to turn Adriano's spectacle into a trap. Marco's gaze pinned Adriano, calm as death. You wanted to show the city truth, Marco said softly, so we will. Adriano's smile tightened. That's not Marco didn't let him finish. He lifted his other hand slightly, and Marco's men, because of course they were here, blending into the crowd like shadows, shifted positions, not drawing weapons, just making exits disappear. The air changed. Society wives stopped laughing. Men in suits stopped sipping drinks. Everyone suddenly remembered whose city this really was. Adriano recovered quickly, his smile returning like a mask snapping back into place. Consigliere, he said lightly, don't make a scene in my house. Marco's eyes didn't blink. This isn't your house. A murmur rippled. Adriano's jaw ticked. He leaned closer, voice still smooth, still smiling for cameras. You can't accuse me of drugging her without proof. Marco's smile was the thinnest thing I'd ever seen. Proof, Marco repeated softly. You mean like a lab report? Adriano's smile froze. My stomach dropped. Marco reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded paper, clean, official, stamped. He held it up like a priest holding scripture. Dr. Santoro's report, Marco said calmly. Benzodiazepines detected. The crowd went silent. Not hungry silent, afraid silent. Because drugging a woman wasn't scandal, it was a predator's confession. And predators didn't survive long in rooms full of men who made rules with bullets. Adriano's smile tightened until it was barely there. That could mean anything. Marco's gaze slid to me for half a heartbeat, then back to Adriano. It means you compromised her, Marco said. Adriano's voice remained velvet, but something colder lived under it now. Or she drank too much, or she took something herself. Marco's eyes didn't change. She doesn't need to remember, Marco murmured. The blood remembers for her. My throat tightened, because he wasn't saying it to defend me. He was saying it to destroy Adriano's mask, and it was working. Adriano's gaze flicked around the room, measuring allies, scanning for anyone willing to stand beside him. No one moved. No one wanted to be photographed supporting a man accused of sedation. I felt my pulse hammer, my mind racing. This was supposed to be my humiliation, and Marco had turned it into Adriano's. But Adriano wasn't done. He never would be. His smile returned, brittle. Even if she was sedated, he said smoothly, you still can't prove what happened after. The room leaned in again, not hungry now. Curious. Adriano lifted his chin. Because that's what you want, isn't it, to know what she did in my bed? My skin went cold. He'd turned the knife back toward me. The crowd's attention shifted to my face again. I felt the walls close in. Marco's voice cut through, calm, lethal. You want them to watch her break, Marco said, so you can own her fear. Adriano's smile sharpened. Fear is persuasive. Marco nodded slightly, as if agreeing with a fact. Then let's persuade, Marco said. He turned slightly toward the crowd, still not raising his voice. San Celeste, Marco said. If you're here for entertainment, you chose the wrong woman. My throat tightened. His gaze flicked to me, brief, heavy. Then he continued, voice calm as a blade. You want to watch Sophia DeSantis humiliated, Marco said. You want to watch her punished. A ripple moved through the crowd. Marco's mouth barely moved. But you should be watching him. He turned back to Adriano. And if you want proof, Marco murmured, I'll give it to you. Adriano's eyes narrowed. What proof? Marco lifted the second drive, the one in his hand. This, Marco said, is the drive you wanted to show. Adriano's smile returned, dangerous. That's mine. Marco's gaze didn't blink. No. He held it up so every camera could see the label. Then he said softly, This is your trap. Adriano's smile faltered again. What are you talking about? Marco tilted his head slightly. Do you think a man like you can stage a night like that without leaving fingerprints? Adriano's eyes hardened. Marco continued, voice calm. We traced the sedative source. We traced the courier. We traced the edits. The room went still, because even the society people understood what those words meant. It meant Greco had been watching Vescovi the entire time. Adriano's jaw tightened. You're lying. Marco's expression didn't change. I don't lie for convenience. A cruel echo of Luciano's words in Lena's book. Except coming from Marco, it sounded like a death sentence. Adriano's smile snapped into place one last time. Even if you trace something, it doesn't matter. The city only cares about what it sees. Marco's eyes narrowed by a fraction. And it will see, Marco said softly, exactly what I want. He nodded once. Marco's men moved, not with guns, with devices. A technician near the DJ booth made a subtle adjustment. The music died. The lights shifted slightly. A screen behind the bar, used for branding, for Vescovi glamour reels, flickered. Adriano's face tightened. No, he hissed, too low for the crowd to hear, but I heard it. Anyway, the screen lit up. Not with my humiliation. With a chain of custody overlay. Timestamps. A courier's face captured on camera. A bag exchange. A close-up of a vial. Then a message thread. Blurred names, but clear enough to read the words, dose her lightly. I want her smiling, not unconscious. Make it look like her choice. The city will do the rest. A gasp tore through the room like someone had ripped fabric. Women covered their mouths. Men's faces tightened into quiet rage. Phones shot up faster. Not for gossip, this time for evidence. Adriano's mask cracked. Just a hairline fracture. But I saw it. And so did Marco. Marco's voice carried, calm and deadly. This is what he wanted, Marco said. A woman compromised, a story controlled. Adriano's eyes went wild, scanning his men, searching for a way out. But the exits weren't his anymore. He lunged, not at me, at the screen, at the technician, at control. Marco didn't move fast. He moved certain. He stepped in, blocking Adriano with his body. Adriano's breath came sharp. You can't do this to me in my own place. Marco's gaze was ice. You did it to her. Adriano's voice turned poisonous, low. You think you've won? The city will still talk about her. She still woke up in my bed. My stomach dropped. Because he was right. Even if I was sedated, even if Marco proved it, my name had still been in his sheets. The stain still existed. Marco's gaze slid to me, and for the first time in front of everyone, his voice softened by a fraction, still controlled but different. She didn't wake up in your bed, Marco said. Adriano blinked. What? Marco turned slightly toward the cameras, toward the room. And then he did something I didn't expect. He stepped closer to me. His hand came to my waist, not low, not improper, but possessive enough to rearrange the entire room's understanding. The contact sent a shock through my body, not desire, a jolt of realization. Marco wasn't just protecting me, he was reclaiming me. Publicly, he looked at the crowd, voice calm. She woke up in your trap, Marco said, and you're going to pay for it. Adriano's lips curled. Is that your way of claiming her? Making her your problem? Marco's hand tightened once at my waist. His gaze didn't waver. Yes, he said simply. The single word detonated. The crowd murmured. Fear, shock, excitement. I stood frozen. Because Marco Greco had just done what Luciano did for Lena. Except Marco wasn't a Don. He was a blade, and blades didn't make declarations unless they meant to cut something in half. Adriano's eyes flashed. You can't claim what you don't want. Marco leaned in slightly, voice low enough to be heard only by the closest cameras. Watch me, he murmured. Adriano's face twisted with rage. Then, quietly, he smiled again. Ugly this time. You think you've taken my leverage, Adriano whispered, but you haven't. My stomach dropped. Adriano's eyes cut to me, cruel. The drive in my hand isn't the only copy. Cold flooded my veins. Marco's jaw tightened. Adriano's smile sharpened. You didn't really think I'd keep my future in one box, did you? The threat hung in the air like smoke. Marco's voice stayed calm. You're leaving. Adriano laughed softly. Am I? Marco didn't answer. He simply nodded once, and two of Marco's men stepped in beside Adriano, close, polite, unyielding. Not grabbing him, guiding him, forcing him to move while still letting him pretend he wasn't being dragged. Adriano's eyes stayed on me as he was escorted backward through the crowd. You'll come back, he said, smiling like a promise. You'll want to know the rest. My throat tightened. Marco's hand at my waist turned into iron. He leaned toward my ear, voice low and lethal. You don't look at him, Marco murmured. I didn't. Because I couldn't stand the satisfaction in Adriano's eyes. Marco guided me away from the center of the lounge toward the private exit. The crowd parted. This time not for glamour, but for fear. People whispered my name differently now. Not as a joke, as a warning. Outside, in the private corridor, the air was cooler, quieter, real. The moment the door shut behind us, my knees nearly buckled. I inhaled sharply, trying not to show weakness. Marco didn't let me fall. He caught my elbow, firm, steady, and his voice dropped into something only I could hear. "Breathe," he murmured. My voice came out ragged. "He said there are other copies." Marco's jaw flexed. "I know." My stomach rolled. So this didn't end anything. Marco's gaze cut to me, dark. It ended his illusion. He guided me faster down the corridor toward the waiting car. My pulse hammered. "And my reputation?" Marco's eyes didn't soften. "We rebuild it." I let out a broken laugh. "We? Since when is my reputation a Greco project?" Marco opened the car door and leaned in, voice low enough to feel like a vow. "Since Vescovi made you a weapon," he said. "And since I said yes." I stared at him. Breath caught. "That wasn't." My throat tightened. "You didn't have to say that." Marco's gaze held mine. "I did," he said. Then he added, quieter, rougher, "because I won't let him keep you." My chest tightened painfully. Not romance, not softness, something harder, something that felt like safety and possession braided together. I climbed into the car on shaking legs. Marco slid in after me immediately. The door shut, and as the car pulled away from the lounge, my phone, still in Marco's possession, buzzed. Marco checked it. Then his expression went colder than I'd seen all night. "What?" I whispered. Marco held the screen toward me. A new post. A clip. Flirt. Blurred. Cruel. Me laughing in Adriano's hallway. His hand at my throat. And the caption, "She came back willingly." My blood turned to ice. I whispered. He released it. Marco's gaze went flat. "Yes," he said. My throat closed. "So nothing matters. They'll still think." Marco leaned in, voice low and absolute. "Let them think," he murmured. "We don't fight gossip with their begging." My eyes burned. "Then how do we fight it?" Marco's gaze locked on mine. "We fight it with power," he said. "And with truth." A pause, then quieter. "Dangerously so. And if the city wants a story," Marco murmured, "we give it one it can't survive." Adriano wanted the city to watch me break. Marco turned the lights on him, and now the city was watching him bleed. Marco didn't take me back to the safe house. He took me somewhere colder. Somewhere quieter. Somewhere that didn't pretend to be a home. The car cut through San Celeste like a shadow with tinted windows, and the city outside looked unchanged. People walking, lights glowing, music spilling from open doors. Like the world hadn't just watched me become a headline twice in one day. I sat rigid beside him, the black dress still tight across my ribs, the gold chain at my throat feeling less like jewelry and more like a warning. Marco held his phone in his hand, thumb scrolling. Not nervous. Not frantic. Clinical. Like my humiliation was a file he needed to organize before he executed the solution. He didn't look at me when he spoke. "Vescovi released the clip," he said. I stared at the blur on his screen again, me laughing, his hand at my throat, the caption, "She came back willingly." My throat tightened until I could barely swallow. They'll believe him. Marco's voice was flat. Some will. The calm in him made me want to scream. "You're not listening," I hissed. "He's rewriting me. He's making me look like I wanted it." Marco's gaze flicked to mine for half a heartbeat, sharp enough to cut. "Did you want it?" he asked. The question was brutal, not because it was unfair, because it was the exact wound Adriano was using. I swallowed hard, jaw clenched. "No." Marco nodded once, as if he'd filed the answer. "Then it's a lie." "A lie people will repeat," I snapped. Marco's voice dropped. "Then we change what they repeat." The car turned, the road narrowed, the buildings thinned into dark industrial edges and quiet warehouses, the kind of place where the city's pretty face didn't bother to reach. My stomach sank. I recognized this part of town, not the exact street, but the feeling. The emptiness. The way the air smelled like salt and steel and things that happened at night. I looked at Marco. "Where are we going?" He didn't hesitate. "Port District." My skin went cold. "Luciano's territory." Marco's gaze stayed forward. "Greco territory." The distinction landed heavy. Greco wasn't Luciano. Greco was a machine, and Marco was one of its sharpest gears. The car slowed in front of a nondescript building behind a high fence. No sign, no lights, just cameras and a gate that opened the moment our headlights hit it. Inside, men moved with quiet discipline, guards positioned at corners, eyes scanning, hands near jackets. The car rolled into a covered bay and stopped. Marco opened his door and stepped out. He came around to my side and opened mine. Cold air rushed in. He offered his hand again. I stared at it for half a second, pride screaming, fear louder. Then I took it. His grip wasn't gentle. It wasn't rough either. It was certain, anchoring me as I stepped down in heels that suddenly felt like a mistake. We walked inside, flanked by 2 guards, not close enough to touch. Close enough to remind me I wasn't free. A long corridor. Concrete walls painted clean. Warm lighting that didn't soften the cold underneath it. This wasn't a safe house. This was a containment facility dressed in expensive restraint. I stopped walking. Marco stopped too, turning his head slightly. "What is this?" I demanded. Marco's eyes were calm, "Where you won't be reached." "By him," I said, voice shaking. "By anyone," Marco corrected. The correction was a slap. I yanked my hand out of his. "So this is my punishment." Marco didn't flinch. "But this is your protection." "Stop calling it that," I snapped. "Say what it is." Marco's gaze didn't move. "Custody." The word cracked something in me. Custody was what people fought for in courtrooms. Custody was what you took when someone wasn't safe with themselves. I laughed. Short, ugly. "Greco custody. How romantic." Marco's mouth barely moved. "It's not romance." The bluntness didn't hurt. It should have, but it didn't. Because it was the first honest thing anyone had given me in days. A door opened at the end of the corridor. Teresa Bellini stepped out, dressed in black like the building was her body. Her eyes moved over me once, clean, assessing, and then to Marco. "Consigliere," she said. Marco nodded. "Suite is ready?" Teresa inclined her head. "Yes, additional security in place." My stomach tightened. "Additional?" Teresa looked at me, and for the first time her voice softened by a fraction, still not kind but not cruel. "The city is hungry, Signorina," she said. "Hungry crowds do dangerous things." I swallowed hard. Marco gestured down the hall. "Come." I followed because the alternative was standing in a corridor arguing with a man who didn't lose arguments. He ended them. Teresa opened a door. Inside was a suite that looked like luxury. Bed, sitting area, bathroom with stone and gold fixtures. But the details were wrong. Keypad lock, windows sealed, no balcony, no soft corners. Everything designed for containment, not comfort. The moment I stepped in, the door shut behind me with a heavy click. Marco didn't sit. He stood near the door like a man guarding a prize he didn't want anyone else to touch. Teresa remained in the doorway, watching us like she was the chaperone to something dangerous. Marco spoke first. "Rules," he said. My jaw clenched. "Of course." Marco's gaze held mine. "You will not use a phone without my approval," he said. "You will not contact Vescovi. You will not contact DeSantis. You will not post, comment, respond, or read anything about yourself." I laughed, sharp. "So you want me blind?" Marco's voice stayed flat. "I want you alive." Teresa's eyes flicked to me as if to say, "He means it," Marco continued, unhurried. "You will eat. You will sleep. You will remain in this suite unless escorted." I stepped closer, anger vibrating under my skin. "And if I refuse?" Marco's gaze didn't blink. "Then you'll still do it." My chest tightened. "You can't force me to sleep." Marco's mouth barely moved. "I can sedate you if necessary." The air went cold. Teresa didn't react. That was the worst part. I stared at Marco, pulse hammering. "Are you serious?" Marco's eyes were dark. "Do you think I'm joking?" My throat tightened. "You wouldn't drug me." Marco's voice didn't soften. "I wouldn't. A doctor would. For your safety." Rage flared hot and bright, immediate. "You sound like him." Marco's jaw flexed once. Tiny tell. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Vescovi drugged you to control you," Marco murmured. "I would sedate you to keep you from walking back into his trap." My breath hitched. The logic was brutal, and worse, part of me believed him. I hated that. Teresa cleared her throat softly. "Consigliere, the perimeter team confirms Vescovi's men are scanning social channels for her location." Marco nodded once. "Good," I snapped. "Good?" Marco's gaze stayed on Teresa. "It means he's frantic. Frantic men make mistakes." Teresa nodded and left quietly, closing the door behind her, and suddenly it was just me and Marco. The suite felt smaller. The air felt heavier. I crossed my arms, forcing steel into my voice. "You're enjoying this." Marco's gaze slid to mine. "No." "Yes," I pressed, stepping closer. "You like telling me what to do. You like seeing me caged." Marco's expression didn't change, but the silence between us sharpened. "Say it," I challenged. Marco's voice came low. "Say what?" "That you've been waiting for an excuse," I hissed. "That you wanted to contain me." Marco took one step closer, not touching. but close enough to make my breath catch anyway. His voice dropped into something that didn't sound like command anymore. It sounded like truth. I didn't want you contained, he said quietly. I wanted you not reachable. My throat tightened. That's the same thing, I whispered. Marco's eyes held mine. No. He leaned in slightly, and the calm in him turned into something sharper, almost angry. Containment is punishment, he murmured. This is triage. The word triage hit me in the ribs, because it meant he was treating me like someone bleeding, someone at risk of dying. I swallowed hard. So what am I to you, Marco? A patient? A liability? A weapon? Marco's jaw flexed. His gaze dropped briefly again to my mouth, like my softness annoyed him. Then back up. A problem, he said. The insult should have burned. It didn't, because the next sentence landed different. A problem I'm responsible for, he added. My breath stuttered. Responsibility, not love, not romance. But in this world, responsibility was devotion in its most dangerous form. I stared at him, voice trembling despite my effort. You didn't choose this. Marco's eyes narrowed. Neither did you. The room went still. My throat tightened painfully because I hadn't expected him to say that, to validate that I hadn't chosen the sedative, the footage, the trap. He'd said it like a fact, not comfort. And it cracked me anyway. A noise escaped my throat, half laugh, half sob, ugly, humiliating. I turned away fast, walking to the window even though I already knew it wouldn't open. Marco didn't stop me. He let me pretend I had space. I pressed my palm to the cold glass and stared at the blurred night outside. My voice came out small, and I hated it. They're going to keep saying I wanted it. Marco's voice came behind me, low. Let them. I spun. Why are you so calm? Marco's gaze held mine, because panic is contagious. My chest tightened. I'm not panicking. Marco's mouth barely moved. You're breaking. The bluntness punched the breath out of me. I snapped, no. Marco didn't raise his voice. He simply walked closer, and his presence crowded the room the way gravity crowded air. You were sedated, he said quietly. You were displayed. You were threatened. You were blackmailed. He stopped in front of me. And you're still standing, he added, voice low. That is not breaking. My breath caught. For one heartbeat, the words landed like praise, not the soft kind, the kind you earned by not dying. I hated that my eyes burned. I hated that I wanted to believe him. I swallowed hard. Where's Luciano? Marco's expression tightened, almost imperceptible. He's handling the port, Marco said. He's handling Lena. The mention of Lena scraped raw across my ribs. I forced my voice steady. So I'm your assignment. Marco's gaze didn't blink. Yes. I laughed bitterly. At least you're honest. Marco's phone buzzed. He checked it. His posture changed. Tight focus. What now? I demanded. He didn't answer right away. Then he held the screen toward me just long enough for me to see. A new post. Not a clip. A still frame from the video on the lounge screen, those messages about sedating me, cropped, blurred, weaponized. Caption. Greco forged proof to smear Vescovi. Sophia still went willingly. My stomach dropped. They were turning it back on us. They were turning it back on me. My throat closed. He's calling it fake. Marco's gaze was ice. Of course he is. And people will believe him. I whispered. Marco's voice went low. Some will. My hands shook. So what do we do? You said we give the city a story it can't survive. Marco's eyes held mine. Then he said, calm as a gun on a table, we remove your silence. I blinked. What? Marco stepped closer, voice dropping. You have been quiet long enough for other people to write you, he murmured. That ends. My pulse spiked. You want me to speak? Publicly? Yes, he said. I laughed, sharp and panicked. You're insane! Marco's gaze didn't soften. You can either be the victim they consume, or the woman they fear. Fear. That word slid under my skin like a hook. I swallowed. How? Marco's voice turned precise. You will record a statement. My chest tightened. No. Marco's gaze sharpened. Yes. I'm not putting my voice on the internet, I snapped. They'll twist it. Marco cut in. We control the channel. I stared at him. What channel? Marco's mouth barely moved. Greco. Nan, the word landed like a door slamming. Of course, Luciano had already made Lena a declaration. Marco would make me one too, on Greco terms. I whispered, you're going to use me as a weapon again. Marco's gaze didn't blink. You already are. My stomach turned. And if I refuse? Marco's voice stayed flat. Then Vescovi keeps writing you. Silence stretched. I felt something in my chest tighten, rage, shame, fear, then harden, because I was tired of being written. I was tired of being the punchline. I lifted my chin. Fine. Marco watched me carefully. Fine what? I'll do it, I said, voice shaking but clear. But I'm not begging, I'm not crying, and I'm not apologizing. Marco's eyes darkened and something like approval flickered. Good, he murmured. I snapped. Don't. Marco's mouth barely moved. Don't what? Don't look at me like you're proud, I hissed. That's not your role. Marco stepped closer until there was barely air between us. His voice dropped low, rougher now. You don't know my role, he murmured. My breath caught. His gaze flicked to my mouth again. Brief, dangerous. Then he pulled back like he touched fire and remembered he wasn't allowed to burn. Marco turned toward the door, speaking into his phone. Teresa, he said, bring a camera. Bring Dr. Santoro's documentation. We record within the hour. My pulse hammered. Within the hour. Everything moved fast with Greco. Everything became real before you were ready. I sat down hard on the couch, suddenly dizzy. Marco looked at me, eyes narrowing. Breathe, I glared. Stop saying that. Marco's voice stayed calm. Then stop holding your breath like you're waiting to die. The words struck too true. I inhaled, exhaled. The room steadied. Marco's phone buzzed again. He checked it, jaw tightening. What? I demanded, dread rising. Marco hesitated, just a fraction, then turned the screen toward me. A private message. From A. You think Greco can protect you? I'll send you the rest, so you can remember how you begged. A second later, a file attached. My blood turned ice cold. I stared at the throat closing. Don't open it. Marco's eyes sharpened. I have to. No, I whispered, panic rising fast. If you open it, you'll see. Marco cut in, voice low and absolute. I need to know what he has. My hands clenched into fists. Marco, please. The word please tasted like poison in my mouth. Marco went still. His eyes lifted to mine, and for one heartbeat he looked surprised. Not by the plea, by the fact that it came from me. Then the Don mask returned. He looked back at the phone. I'm opening it, he said. My chest tightened to pain. Don't. Marco's thumb hovered, then he did something I didn't expect. He handed me the phone. My breath caught. I won't open it without you, Marco said quietly. The words hit like a shock. Not softness, respect, agency, offered, not demanded. My hands shook as I held the phone. The file icon glowed like a landmine. I stared at it, heart racing. Marco's voice was low. Sophia, I swallowed. What? If it shows you compromised, he murmured, it changes nothing about what you deserve. My throat tightened. What do I deserve? I whispered. Marco's gaze held mine, unblinking. To be protected, he said. A beat, then quieter. Dangerously so. And to be believed. The second sentence cracked something in me, because no one had ever offered me belief. They offered me admiration, attention, fear. Belief was different. Belief meant someone saw you as human enough to be truthful. My eyes burned. I looked down at the file again, and I realized the truth. Vescovi didn't just want to humiliate me. He wanted to make me doubt myself, to make me afraid of my own memory. He wanted me to feel dirty, so I'd crawl back to him for answers. I clenched my jaw and tossed the phone back to Marco like it was poison. Delete it, I whispered. Marco's gaze sharpened. You don't want to see it. I shook my head. Not like that. Not from him. Marco studied me for a beat. Then he nodded once, slow, decisive. Good, he murmured. I snapped. Stop saying that word. Marco's mouth barely moved. Stop doing things that make it true. He turned away and handed the phone to a guard at the door who had entered silently at Teresa's signal. Send it to Santoro for analysis, Marco ordered. Do not play it. The guard nodded and disappeared. I stared at Marco, throat tight. You're not going to watch it. Marco's gaze met mine. Not without you. My pulse stuttered. I hated how much that mattered. A knock sounded softly. Teresa entered with a small camera kit and a folder. Consigliere, she said. Documentation. Marco nodded and took the folder. Set the camera. Teresa moved with brisk efficiency, positioning the camera on the table, checking angle, light, audio. She looked at me briefly. Stand here, Signorina. I rose on unsteady legs and stepped where she indicated, near the couch, warm light behind me, nothing in the background that could place location. Clean, controlled, untraceable. Marco stood just out of frame, close enough I could feel him. Teresa adjusted focus. When you're ready. I swallowed hard. My mouth went dry, my heartbeat thundered. I looked toward Marco, not fully turning, just a glance. Tell me what to say, I whispered. Marco's voice came low. Tell the truth. That I was drugged. Yes. That I don't remember. Yes. That he's lying. Marco paused, then said quieter. And that you're not going back. My throat tightened. If I say that, he'll come harder. Marco's voice stayed calm. Let him. I swallowed. Why? Marco's answer was immediate. Because now he'll be chasing Greco, he said. Not you. I stared at him. He meant it. He was putting his name in front of mine like a shield, like a dare. Teresa lifted her hand. Recording in 3, 2, 1. A small red light blinked. The camera watched. I drew in a breath, and I spoke into the lens with a voice that didn't tremble. Not because I wasn't afraid. Because I was done giving my fear to strangers. My name is Sofia DeSantis, I said, chin lifted, and I was sedated in Adriano Vescovi's penthouse without my consent. My stomach rolled as I said it, but I didn't stop. You've seen clips, I continued. You've seen edits. You've seen what he wants you to see. I held my gaze steady, eyes burning. You haven't seen my blood work, I said. You haven't seen the truth, but Greco has, and so do I. A beat. And here is the only thing you need to know, I finished, voice sharpening. I am not his. I am not a prize, and I am not going back. The words landed in the room like a match. Teresa's eyes flicked to Marco, approval hidden under professionalism. Marco didn't react, but I felt him behind me, still, intense, like he was absorbing the sound of my spine straightening. Teresa reached forward and stopped the recording. Silence returned. My lungs released a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Marco stepped into my peripheral vision, gaze heavy. That, he said quietly, was correct. I swallowed hard. Correct. Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes. Not praise. Assessment. But something in his eyes flickered anyway, brief, dangerous. Possession mixed with respect. Teresa packed the camera. Uploading to the Greco channel. She paused at the door. Signorina, you did well. Then she left. The door shut, and the air changed again. Just me and Marco. My voice came out small. Will it work? Marco stepped closer, stopping inches away. It will change the field. My throat tightened. And what happens to me now? Marco's gaze dropped to the gold chain at my throat, then returned to my eyes. Now, he said, voice low, you learn how to live without performing. I laughed, bitter. That's rich coming from you. Marco's eyes narrowed. I don't perform, I whispered. You do. You just call it control. Marco went still. For a heartbeat, the room was too quiet. Then Marco leaned in slightly, voice low enough to feel like a confession and a warning. If you keep pushing, he murmured, you'll find out what's under the control. My breath caught, heat crawled up my throat, fear, anger, and something sharper. I didn't step back. I lifted my chin. Maybe I want to. Marco's gaze flicked to my mouth again, quick, dangerous. Then he pulled away like restraint was a religion. His voice turned cold. Rest. I stared. You just watched me. Rest, he repeated. Tomorrow gets worse. My stomach dropped. Worse how? Marco's eyes held mine. Vescovi won't accept being exposed, he said. And he won't accept being denied. A beat. So he'll escalate, Marco finished, and you'll be ready. I thought I'd spent my life learning how to be seen. Tonight, Marco Greco taught me the first rule of survival. Being seen is only safe when someone powerful is willing to bleed for it. I didn't realize how loud silence could be until I was locked inside it with my own name. After Teresa uploaded my statement to the Greco channel, the safe house changed. Not the walls. Not the guards. Not the locks. The air. It got tighter, like every camera in San Celeste had turned its face toward this building and leaned in close enough to fog the glass. I sat on the edge of the couch in my suite, still in the black dress, still wearing the thin gold chain-like armor, and I waited for the city to respond. Marco stood near the door, phone in hand, posture calm. That calm should have comforted me. It didn't, because Greco calm meant something had already started moving, and you didn't get a vote once it did. My fingers tapped my thigh without permission. I hated that my body kept trying to betray me with nervous habits. Marco noticed, of course. Stop, he said. I looked up, sharp. Stop what? Counting, Marco replied. I froze. I'm not counting. Marco's gaze stayed flat. Yes, you are. I swallowed hard and forced my hand to still. The problem wasn't that he was right. The problem was that he could see me. Not like the city saw me, pretty, cruel, dramatic. Marco saw the seam under the fabric, the crack beneath the performance. His phone buzzed again. He checked it, thumb moving once, then his gaze lifted to mine. It's up, he said. My throat tightened. And? Marco didn't answer immediately. He walked to the table and set his phone down, screen facing me. A flood of comments and reposts, screenshots of my face mid-statement, captions shifting in real time. Sofia speaks out, drugged by Vescovi. Greco confirms sedation report. Vescovi denies, calls it a setup. DeSantis princess finally breaks silence. My stomach churned. I leaned closer, reading like it was a crime scene. Some people believed me, some mocked me, some demanded proof, like my blood work was a public commodity. And then I saw the one comment that made my throat close. If she was sedated, why did she end up in his bed? Because the city didn't care about consent. It cared about spectacle. It cared about blame. I looked up at Marco, voice rough. They're still asking questions. Marco's gaze didn't soften. Let them. I laughed once, broken, bitter. That's your solution to everything. Let them. Marco's voice was calm. Yes, because we don't answer the city. We answer threats. The word threats made my stomach twist. Adriano, I whispered. Marco's eyes narrowed. Yes. My pulse quickened. What did he do? Marco didn't answer with words. He answered with his phone, sliding it across the table. A new clip. Short, sharp. Adriano Vescovi on his lounge stage, immaculate suit, microphone in hand, smiling like a man who'd never been touched by consequence. I would never harm Sofia DeSantis, Adriano said smoothly. Sofia came to me because she wanted protection, because she wanted to be seen. He laughed softly like it was charming. And now, Adriano continued, Greco wants to rewrite her choices for her. They want to own her story, but Sofia is a grown woman. His gaze sharpened into the camera. If Sofia says she was sedated, Adriano said, voice velvet, let's see her proof. Then, his smile turned cruel. And if she can't prove it, perhaps she should admit she's embarrassed by what she chose. The clip ended. My skin went cold. I whispered, he's turning it back on me. Marco's voice stayed flat. He's trying. My throat tightened slightly. He's demanding proof. Marco didn't blink. Yes. I swallowed hard. So what happens now? Marco's gaze held mine. Then he said, quiet and lethal. He escalates. I felt my stomach drop. How? Marco's phone buzzed again. He checked it, then his jaw tightened. He didn't show me right away. That hesitation, so small, made my blood run colder than any video. Marco, I snapped, standing. What is it? Marco's eyes lifted to mine. You're gonna sit down, he said. I didn't. Marco? His voice sharpened a fraction. Sophia, sit. The way he said my name, tight, controlled, made my spine go rigid with anger. I sat anyway. Hate it. Hate him. Hate that he could move me with 2 syllables. Marco placed his phone on the table again and turned it toward me. A DM. From A. You spoke. Cute. Now I speak. Check your email. My throat closed. I don't have. I started, then stopped. Because of course he didn't mean a literal email. He meant my life. My digital life. My reputation. My private files. I looked up at Marco. Don't tell me he... Marco's gaze didn't blink. He did. My stomach lurched. What did he send? Marco's voice went quiet. The rest. I went cold from scalp to toes. The file, the memory I refused to watch, the footage he claimed proved I begged. I whispered, delete it. Marco's jaw flexed. We already sent it to Santoro. I don't care, I snapped, voice breaking. Burn it. Marco's eyes narrowed. No. The denial was immediate. Final. I stared at him, shaking. Why? Marco's voice stayed calm. Because if he has copies, we need to know what he's holding. My throat tightened. So you're going to watch me get destroyed? Marco leaned forward slightly, voice lowering. No, his gaze locked on mine. I'm going to watch him try, Marco said, and then I'm going to end him. The certainty should have steadied me. Instead, it made something inside me crack. Because ending him meant war, and war meant more attention, more exposure, more things I couldn't control. I laughed once, sharp and panicked. You can't end him without ending me with him. Marco's gaze went colder. You're wrong. I'm not, I whispered. I'm the headline. I'm the scandal. Marco cut in, voice low and absolute. You're alive. The words hit like a slap. He stood, crossing the room, stopping in front of me. He didn't touch me, but his presence crowded the air until my breath hitched. You want to survive this? Marco asked quietly. Then you stop speaking like a victim. My eyes burned. I am a victim. Marco's jaw flexed. Then, so quietly it felt like confession, he said, yes. The admission stunned me, not because it was kind, because Marco didn't hand out validation. He weaponized truth. And you're still going to win, Marco added, voice turning cold again, if you let me do my job. I swallowed hard. My hands were shaking again. I hated it. I forced my voice steady. What is your job, Marco? His gaze stayed on mine, unblinking. To take your story away from him, he said, completely. My throat tightened. How? Marco's eyes narrowed a fraction. By cutting the oxygen, he said. I stared. What oxygen? Marco turned and picked up his phone, scrolling quickly. The city's appetite, his platform, his allies. He looked back at me. Vescovi survives because people believe he's untouchable. My stomach churned. He is. Marco's mouth barely moved. No. He stepped closer again. Vescovi is a hospitality king, Marco said. He needs donors, sponsors, board members, clean friends who like his clubs and pretend they don't know what happens upstairs. A beat. So we make them stop pretending, Marco finished. My breath caught. You're going to expose him. Marco's gaze hardened. We already started. I stared at him, stunned. When? Marco's voice was calm. When you spoke, my chest tightened. You used my statement. Marco didn't deny it. Yes, anger flared. So I am a weapon. Marco's gaze held mine. Yes, the honesty was brutal. Then he added, quieter, dangerously so, but weapons can choose their target. I went still. Because that was the first time he'd offered me control without dressing it up as permission. I swallowed hard. I want him to stop. Marco's mouth barely moved. He will. My voice trembled. I want him to never touch another woman. Marco's eyes went flat. He won't. The way Marco said it made my stomach twist with both relief and fear, because I believed him. And believing Marco Greco was like stepping onto ice, safe until it wasn't. A knock came at the door. Teresa entered, expression sharp. Consigliere, she said. Dr. Santoro confirms the file Vescovi sent is edited. My pulse jumped. Edited how? Teresa glanced at me, measured, not unkind. Spliced. Time gaps, audio overlays. My stomach dropped. So it's fake. Teresa's eyes narrowed slightly. It's manipulated. Not fake, manipulated. Like my body, like my memory, like my life. Marco nodded once. Good, Teresa continued. He released a teaser clip to private accounts. Not public yet. He's waiting. Waiting. To see if I'd panic. To see if I'd crawl back. Marco's gaze stayed cold. Let him wait. Teresa inclined her head. There's more. Marco's eyes sharpened. Speak. Teresa's voice stayed level. Vescovi's security chief has been contacting Romano remnants. My blood went cold. Romano. The name had haunted Lena's story like a shadow. Marco's jaw tightened. So Vescovi is desperate. Teresa nodded once. Yes. Marco exhaled slowly. Good. I stared at him. Why do you keep saying good when everything is getting worse? Marco's gaze slid to me. Because desperation makes men sloppy, he said. And sloppy men bleed. Teresa looked at Marco. Do you want Lucia? Marco cut her off. No. Luciano stays with Lena. My throat tightened at Lena's name, but I didn't bite it. Not now. Marco continued. This is my mess. Teresa hesitated, then nodded. As you wish. She turned to leave. I snapped. Wait. Teresa paused, gaze on me. My voice came out raw. If Romano remnants are involved, does that mean I'm in danger again? Teresa's expression didn't soften, but her tone did, fractionally. You were never out of danger, Signorina. The truth landed hard. Teresa left. The door shut, and suddenly the room was too quiet again. I looked at Marco, voice shaking. So Vescovi is going to use Romano. Marco's gaze stayed on me. Yes, my stomach rolled. And you're going to let him. Marco's mouth barely moved. No. He stepped closer, finally close enough that I could feel his heat. If Vescovi moves violent, Marco said quietly, he loses his mask forever. My throat tightened. And me? Marco's eyes held mine. You won't be touched, he said. The words should have comforted me. Instead, they made me furious, because it meant I wasn't in control of my own safety. I whispered, You keep saying that like it's guaranteed. Marco's voice dropped. It is. I snapped. Nothing is guaranteed. Marco stared at me like I'd finally said something he respected. Then he said, quietly, You're right. I blinked, thrown. Marco's jaw flexed. That's why we prepare. He turned away, dialing his phone. Marco, I said, sharp. What are you doing? His voice was clipped, calling a meeting. With who? Marco didn't look at me. With the people who keep Vescovi alive. My pulse jumped. His donors. Marco's mouth barely moved. His bankers, his sponsors, his clean friends. I swallowed hard. You're going to threaten society. Marco's voice stayed calm. Society already watched you get hunted like entertainment. I'm just reminding them who really owns this city. The words made my spine go rigid, because that was the core truth I hated. I'd lived my whole life believing society was power. But Greco power didn't need velvet ropes. It made the ropes. Marco ended the call, then looked at me again. You're coming, he said. My stomach dropped. Excuse me? Marco's gaze sharpened. You will be present when we cut the oxygen. My throat tightened. No. Marco didn't blink. Yes, I stood. I'm not going into another room full of people staring at me. Marco stepped toward me, his voice low. You don't get to hide after you declared war. I didn't declare. You did, Marco cut in, when you looked into a camera and said you're not going back. I swallowed hard, because he was right. I'd spoken, and speaking meant stepping onto the battlefield. My voice trembled. I'm not ready. Marco's gaze held mine. Then, quietly, he said, you don't have to be ready. You just have to be present. My chest tightened. Why? Marco's eyes flicked to my throat, the gold chain, then back to my eyes. Because Vescovi wants you small, he said. And I want you undeniable. Undeniable. The word hit like a brand. I whispered, you're doing this to provoke him. Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes. My stomach twisted. And if he strikes back, Marco interrupted, voice low and lethal, then he dies. There it was again, that casual sentence that made my blood run cold and my spine go straighter. I stared at him, breathing shallow. You keep talking about killing like it's a solution. Marco's gaze didn't soften. It's not my first solution. What is? Marco paused, just a fraction. Then he said, making him powerless. The answer was worse, because death was an end, powerlessness was a lesson, and Marco liked lessons. An hour later, Teresa returned with a coat the color of night. Put this on, she said briskly. I did, because refusing would only make Marco do it for me, and I refused to give him that satisfaction. Marco remained calm as he checked his phone and adjusted his cuff like we were going to dinner, not war. We left the suite, guards shifting around us like a moving wall. The building's corridors swallowed sound. When we reached the garage, a different car waited, unmarked but expensive. 2 cars followed behind, another ahead. A convoy without flashing lights. Marco opened the car door and gestured for me to enter. I got in without a word. The car moved. We drove toward Midtown, not to a club, not to a gala, to a building that looked like old money and glass, a private bank. My stomach clenched. We're going to a bank. Marco's voice stayed flat. Yes. To do what? Marco looked at me for half a heartbeat to remind them who can end them. The car pulled into an underground entrance. No cameras, no press. Just men with earpieces and eyes that flicked once to Marco and then away quickly. We were led to a private conference room. Mahogany table, leather chairs, a wall of windows that didn't open. And inside, 3 men waited, clean men. Men in suits that looked too expensive to be honest. A banker, a sponsor, a charity board, executive. They stood when Marco entered, not out of respect, out of fear. Consigliere Greco, the banker said quickly. What is this about? Marco didn't sit. He stood at the head of the table like the room belonged to him. It's about Vescovi, Marco said. The men exchanged quick looks. The sponsor forced a laugh. Don Adriano is a valued. Marco cut him off with a single glance. Don Adriano drugged a woman. Silence slammed down. The charity executive cleared his throat. There's rumors. Marco placed a folder on the table. Not rumors. He slid it forward. The banker's hands trembled as he opened it. He scanned the first page, then went pale. What is this? He whispered. Marco's voice was calm. Proof. The sponsor swallowed. Consigliere, you understand. These are serious allegations. Marco's gaze turned to him like ice. They're not allegations. They're facts. The charity executive looked toward me for the first time as if suddenly remembering there was a woman here. His eyes flicked away quickly when he saw my expression. I didn't look like a victim. I looked like a warning. Marco spoke again. You will freeze Vescovi's liquidity channels. The banker blinked. That's... Marco didn't raise his voice. You will. The banker swallowed. We can't, without cause. Marco's gaze didn't blink. The cause is your survival. The sponsor's voice shook. This will create public questions. Marco nodded slightly. Good. The charity executive stammered. Donations, our boards. Marco leaned forward just enough to make the men flinch. Your board will survive, Marco said softly, if you do exactly what I say. The banker's hands shook as he closed the folder. Consigliere, if we do this, Vescovi will know. Marco's mouth barely moved. I want him to. Silence. Then Marco did, something that stole the breath from my lungs. He stepped slightly to the side, opening the angle, presenting me. Not like a trophy. Like evidence. These men, Marco said, voice calm, will decide if Sofia DeSantis remains a scandal or becomes protected truth. My chest tightened, because I understood what he was doing. He was forcing clean men to choose a side in a dirty war, and my face was the knife. The banker swallowed hard. We'll comply. The sponsor nodded quickly. Yes. The charity executive nodded too, pale, of course. Marco's gaze stayed flat. Good. He turned toward the door. As we left, I whispered, You just threatened them. Marco didn't look at me. I reminded them. Of what? Marco's voice was quiet. Of who owns consequences. My stomach churned, because a part of me, deep, ugly, felt satisfaction. Not at their fear, at the fact that for the first time in my life, powerful men were moving because of me. Not my beauty, not my smile. My truth. That was intoxicating in a way I didn't trust. Back in the car, my phone buzzed in Marco's pocket. He checked it. His posture tightened. I didn't wait this time. What? Marco hesitated one beat, then held the screen toward me. A new post. Adriano Vescovi recorded in his lounge, laughing as he holds a drink. Funny thing, Adriano said smoothly. Banks get nervous, sponsors get nervous, even charity men get nervous. He leaned closer to the camera, smile sharpening. But I don't. The clip cut. A second clip played, a dark hallway. My white gown, my laughter. Adriano's voice, close, intimate, overlaid on the footage. Say you want this, Sophia. My blood froze. My stomach turned violently. I slammed a hand to my mouth as nausea surged. Marco's hand shot out, not gentle, just steady, pressing my shoulder down, grounding me as the car swayed. Breathe, he ordered. I couldn't. My ears rang, my eyes burned. Because even if it was edited, even if it was manipulated, the sound of my own voice laughing felt like betrayal. Marco's gaze was lethal. He's releasing it in pieces, I whispered, voice cracking. He's feeding them like meat, Marco finished. I swallowed hard, shaking. He turned his head slightly and spoke to the driver in Italian, short, sharp instructions. Then he looked back at me. Listen, Marco said. My voice broke. I can't. Yes, you can, Marco cut in, calm and absolute. You are not going to dissolve because a man edited your night into a story. Tears stung my eyes. I laughed once, broken. You don't understand what it feels like to be watched. Marco's gaze held mine. Then quietly he said, Yes, I do. I blinked, thrown. Marco's jaw flexed. I've been watched my whole life. I just wasn't allowed to be human while it happened. The admission hit like a crack in the ice. He didn't say more. He didn't have to. Because suddenly I saw it. Marco wasn't unfeeling. He was disciplined into silence. He continued, voice low. If you want this to stop, you have to stop reacting. I swallowed hard. How? Marco's gaze sharpened. By choosing your own truth. My throat tightened. I don't know my truth. Marco's eyes locked onto mine. Yes, he said. You do. A beat. You were sedated, Marco continued. Your memory was taken. Your consent was taken. Your story was taken. His voice dropped lower, rougher. So now you take something back, he murmured. I whispered, barely. What? Marco leaned closer. His voice was quiet enough to be intimate, but it wasn't soft. Vescovi is going to invite you to come back, Marco said. He'll offer you answers in exchange for obedience. My stomach turned. And if I go back? Marco cut in. You don't. I swallowed hard. Then what? Marco's gaze went colder. Then we bait him with something else, he said. My pulse spiked. What? Marco paused. One beat. Then he said it. Me. The word hit like a slap. I stared at him. What? Marco's expression didn't change. Vescovi is using you to reach Greco, he said. So we give him the illusion he can reach Greco through me. My throat tightened. He'll try to kill you. Marco's gaze was ice. Let him try. Fear punched through me. No. Marco's eyes narrowed. You don't get to say no to this. I snapped, voice breaking. I don't want you dead. Silence. The car hummed. Rain tapped the window like nervous fingers. Marco didn't look away from me. For one heartbeat, something dangerous flickered behind his control. Then he spoke, low and ruthless. You don't want me dead, Marco said, because then you'd be alone again. My breath caught. He wasn't wrong, and I hated him for saying it, because it made me feel exposed in a way I didn't have words for. My voice trembled. This isn't about you. Marco's mouth barely moved. Everything is about you right now. The car slowed. We were back at the facility. The door opened. Guards moved. We were led inside again. Back to the suite. Back to sealed windows and controlled air. Marco stopped in the doorway looking at me like he was about to deliver another rule. Tomorrow, he said, you'll get a call. My stomach clenched. From who? Marco's gaze didn't blink. Vescovi. My throat tightened. How can you be sure? Marco's voice stayed calm because we just cut his oxygen. A pause. And now he'll come for the only thing he thinks he can still control. Marco added. My stomach dropped. Me. Marco's gaze held mine. Yes, he said. And you won't give him what he wants. I swallowed hard. What do you want me to do? Marco's voice dropped. You'll agree to meet him. My blood went cold. No. Marco stepped closer, eyes sharpening. You'll agree, he repeated. And you'll wear a wire. My pulse hammered. You want me to go back? Marco's voice went quiet and deadly. I want you to walk into the trap, he said, and watch it collapse around him. My throat tightened, because this was the turning point. This was where my story stopped being reaction and became decision. I whispered, voice shaking, and if I can't do it. Marco's gaze didn't soften. Then I do it without you, he said, and you live forever as the woman he almost owned. The insult sliced deep, because that was my worst fear, to be remembered as almost a bride, almost powerful, almost safe, almost mine. I lifted my chin, forcing steel into my spine. Fine, I said. Marco studied me. Fine what? He asked. I met his gaze. I'll meet him, I said. But I'm not begging, I'm not flirting, and I'm not giving him a performance. Marco's mouth barely moved. Good, he murmured. I snapped. Stop saying that word. Marco's eyes flickered, brief, dangerous. Then he turned away like he was restraining something. Sleep, he ordered. I stared at him. You're leaving? Marco paused at the door. His voice came low. 2 guards outside. Teresa on this wing. You're secure. My throat tightened. That's not what I asked. Marco looked back at me. For a heartbeat, his face was unreadable. Then he said, quietly, I'm not leaving the building. The confession landed strangely in my chest. Not romance. Presence. A man who wouldn't go far enough for my fear to echo. Marco shut the door behind him. The keypad beeped. The lock sealed. And I stood alone in the suite with a truth that slapped harder than any headline. Tomorrow, I would walk back toward the man who tried to own me. Not because I wanted him, because I wanted to end him. And because Marco Greco was standing behind me like consequence, with a plan sharp enough to draw blood from a king. I used to think power was being adored. Now I knew power was being willing to walk into hell and let it burn. Marco didn't say it again. He didn't repeat, I am like a dramatic promise. He said it once, and the way the words sat in the car, heavy, final, told me he'd already moved the pieces in his head, and I was just now catching up. The city outside the tinted windows was glossy and ignorant. Wet streetlights, people in cafes, couples holding hands like safety was a choice they got to make. Inside this car, safety was an operation. You're going to his penthouse, I said. Marco's gaze stayed forward. Yes, my stomach clenched. Alone? No, he replied, voice flat. With my team. That's not what I mean, I snapped. Marco finally looked at me, one clean, sharp glance. You mean without you, he said. I forced my jaw to unclench. Yes. Marco's mouth barely moved. Correct. Heat climbed my throat, anger and fear braided together. I should come. Marco's eyes went colder. No. I'm the reason he has leverage, I hissed. I'm the one he's using. Marco leaned in slightly, voice low enough to cut. Which is why you're not going. My pulse hammered. You don't get to decide. I do, Marco interrupted, because I'm the one who will bleed if this goes wrong. The bluntness stole my breath. I stared at him, shock turning into something uglier, something that felt like guilt and didn't belong in my body. You're not supposed to bleed for me, I whispered. Marco's gaze didn't soften. Then stop making it necessary. The car turned through another gate, another camera, another layer of invisibility. The facility swallowed us again, concrete and warm lights and locks that clicked like teeth. The moment we stepped out, the guards moved around us with the same quiet discipline. Teresa appeared in the corridor like she'd been waiting for this exact second. Consigliere, she said. Then her eyes flicked to me. Signorina. Marco handed Teresa a phone. No outside contact, no feeds, no social. I stiffened. No feeds? Marco's gaze snapped to me. You don't need to see what Vescovi posts tonight. My stomach turned. You don't get to blindfold me. Marco's voice went low. I do if it keeps you steady. Steady. Like I was a bomb he needed to transport without shaking. I stepped closer, chin lifted. I'm not fragile. Marco's gaze dipped briefly to my mouth, then rose again, colder. Not fragile. Reactive. The word landed like a slap. I opened my mouth. Teresa cut in softly professional. Consigliere, the team is in position. Marco nodded once. Good. My throat tightened. So you're leaving now? Marco didn't answer with comfort. He answered with rules. You stay in your suite, he said. You don't open the door for anyone except Teresa. You don't touch a phone. You don't go to windows. I barked a humorless laugh. As if the windows open. Marco's eyes narrowed. Sophia. My name again. Tight, controlled like he was pulling a leash. I held his gaze anyway. If you die tonight, I will never forgive you. Silence. Teresa's expression flickered, just a fraction, as if she hadn't expected that from my mouth. Marco didn't flinch. He stepped closer until there was barely air between us. Not touching, not soft, but close enough that my breath hitched anyway. If I die, he said quietly, you will survive, that's the point. My chest tightened painfully. That's not the point. Marco's eyes darkened. Yes, he said, it is. I hated the calm. I hated the certainty. I hated that his version of devotion sounded like strategy. I whispered, you don't get to be a martyr. Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm not. He turned away, like he couldn't stand being this close to something human for too long, and motioned. Teresa, he said, move her. Move her. Like a package, like a liability, like a thing that could break if left in the wrong place. Rage flared in my ribs, but my legs moved anyway, because I was tired of fighting gravity. Teresa escorted me down the hall and into my suite. The door shut behind us with that same heavy finality. The keypad beeped, the lock clicked, and I stood in the middle of the room, breathing too fast, while Teresa watched me with the calm of someone who'd seen women like me dissolve under pressure. You care, Teresa said quietly. I snapped my eyes to her. About what? She didn't blink. About whether he comes back. My throat tightened. He will. Teresa's mouth tightened, almost sympathetic. He usually does. Usually. The word was a knife. I swallowed hard. Where is he going exactly? Teresa paused, then said, Vescovi's penthouse, private elevator, service access, minimal witnesses. My stomach churned. To steal the drive. To retrieve evidence, Teresa corrected. I laughed, bitter. Same thing. Teresa's gaze sharpened. No, one is crime, one is correction. I stared at her. You talk like this is normal. Teresa's eyes didn't soften. For us, it is. She stepped toward the door. Eat something, rest. I barked a laugh. Rest? While Marco walks into a rival king's den? Teresa paused at the threshold, eyes cutting to mine. Then be useful, she said. I stiffened. How? Teresa's voice stayed calm. Stay alive, stay quiet, don't give Vescovi anything else to use. Then she left. The door shut, and I was alone with my own helplessness. Time slowed into cruelty. I paced the suite once, then twice, then forced myself to sit because if I paced any longer, I would start to feel like I was trapped inside my own skin. The urge to reach for a phone was physical, like an itch under bone. But Marco had taken every device out of reach. No screens, no news, no noise, just silence. And in silence, my mind did what it always did when it wanted to punish me. It replayed the gala. Luciano's calm mouth, Lena's black dress, the way the room had turned toward her like I'd never existed. I clenched my fists. I told myself I didn't care about Luciano. I told myself I didn't care about Lena. I told myself the only thing that mattered was Adriano's leverage. And yet, the truth pressed through anyway, ugly and sharp. I didn't go to Adriano because I wanted him. I went because I couldn't stand being the woman no one chose. Now Marco was choosing to risk himself for me, and I didn't know what to do with that. I hated it, because it made me feel owned in a different way. Because if he didn't come back, part of the blame would live in my throat forever. A soft click. The keypad beeped. My body went rigid. The door opened. Teresa stepped in, alone, eyes sharp. Signorina, she said. Come. My pulse spiked. What happened? Teresa didn't answer directly. Move. I followed because her tone wasn't urgent. It was controlled. That meant something had shifted but hadn't exploded yet. She led me down a corridor I hadn't seen before and into a small room with monitors, security feeds, camera angles, audio channels muted. A command center. My stomach tightened. Teresa pointed to a single screen, black, then flickering to life. A grainy camera view inside an elevator. Marco stood there with two men, dark suits, earpieces, blank faces. Marco's profile was still as stone, my breath caught. Teresa's voice was quiet. You wanted to be useful. I swallowed. You said no feeds. Teresa's gaze didn't leave the screen. Consigliere said no feeds for gossip, not for operations. I stared at Marco's face on the screen as the elevator descended. He looked calm. He didn't look like a man walking into a trap. He looked like a man who was the trap. My throat tightened. The elevator doors opened. The camera switched to a hallway view, Vescovi's private service corridor, dim, quiet. Marco's team moved like shadows. No shouting, no guns, just precision. A guard appeared at the far end of the hall, Vescovi's security. Marco's men didn't rush him. Marco spoke to him quietly, too far for the mic to catch, but I saw the guard's posture change. A small stiffening. Fear. Then the guard stepped aside, letting them pass. I exhaled slowly. Teresa watched me. You see? I couldn't look away from the screen. I see how easy this is for him, I whispered. Teresa's voice stayed flat. It isn't easy. He's just disciplined. The feed switched again. Marco and his team entering an interior door. Then the screen went black. My heart slammed. What? Teresa didn't flinch. Signal dead. That is normal. Normal. I hated that word. I gripped the edge of the monitor table. How long? Teresa's gaze slid to me. As long as it takes. My throat tightened. And if it goes wrong? Teresa's eyes were steady. Then we move you again. The casualness made nausea rise. You mean run, I whispered. Teresa's mouth barely moved. Survive. I swallowed hard. And then? Because I couldn't stop it, my voice broke through the steel I'd built. Does he do this for everyone? I asked. Teresa looked at me, expression unreadable. No, she said. The single word hit my chest like a punch. I stared at her. Why? Teresa's gaze returned to the dark screen like she didn't want to say it out loud. Because, as she said quietly, he doesn't tolerate being used. My throat tightened. So I'm his principal? Teresa's eyes flicked to mine. Sharp. No. A beat. You're his responsibility, she said. And in this house, responsibility is the closest thing to devotion. My breath caught. I looked back at the blank screen and realized my hands were shaking again. I hated it. I forced them still. Minutes passed. 10, 15, silence. Then a soft beep. A new feed came online. Penthouse interior, dim lighting, sleek decor. Vescovi's living room. Marco stood near the bar, and Adriano Vescovi stepped into frame. My stomach dropped. Adriano looked perfect, calm, smiling, like he'd expected Marco. Like Marco walking into his den was part of his plan. Even through a grainy camera, I could see Adriano's eyes glitter with amusement. He spoke. Audio still muted, but I didn't need sound to read his lips. You came. Marco's posture didn't change. He spoke back, calm, controlled. Adriano laughed. He gestured toward the bedroom hallway. Marco didn't move. Adriano's smile sharpened. Then Adriano reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A drive. My breath caught. He held it up like a prize. Marco's head tilted slightly. Calculation. Adriano moved closer, offering it. Marco didn't reach for it. He said something. Short, clipped. Adriano's smile faltered for half a heartbeat. Then Adriano stepped back and snapped his fingers. Two men appeared from the shadows. Vescovi security. My pulse jumped. Teresa's hand lifted bust, steadying the monitor stand like she was ready for impact. Marco didn't flinch. He didn't move fast. He moved right. One of his men shifted position. The camera angle caught a glint, something in Marco's hand. Not a gun, a small device. Adriano's eyes widened slightly. Marco pressed it. The screen flickered. For a second the feed stuttered, then stabilized, now showing a different angle, closer, more intimate. A camera Marco's team had placed. Adriano's smile returned, brittle. He said something, lips shaping words I could read. You think you can take it? Marco answered, lips barely moving. Yes. Adriano's jaw tightened. He raised the drive again. Then, like a snake, he moved his other hand and grabbed Marco's wrist. Not violent. Possessive. Controlling. Marco's body went still. The room froze. Even through the screen I felt it. The air changing. Adriano leaned in, smiling, speaking close to Marco's face. I couldn't hear it, but I saw it in the curl of his mouth. You want her. Marco's jaw flexed. Then Marco did something that made my breath stop. He didn't yank away. He didn't punch. He simply looked at Adriano with dead calm and said something slow, deliberate. Adriano's smile faltered. Marco's eyes didn't change. Adriano released him. A beat. Then Adriano tossed the drive lightly into the air and caught it again like he was playing. Marco's hand moved. Quick, precise. He didn't grab Adriano. He grabbed the drive. Snatched it midair like he'd been born for theft. Adriano's face went cold. The room exploded into motion. Vescovi's men surged forward. Marco's team moved as one, no gunfire. Just bodies, angles, pressure points. Efficient violence, quiet. The feed shook as the camera jolted. Teresa leaned closer. Stay calm. I couldn't. My heart slammed so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. Marco shoved a man into the wall. Another grabbed his arm. Marco twisted free. Then Adriano appeared again in frame, pulling a gun. My blood turned to ice. Teresa swore softly under her breath. Marco moved. Fast. He closed the distance and knocked the gun upward before it could aim. The gun discharged into the ceiling. Sparks, plaster. The feed went wild for a second, then steadied. Adriano's eyes were murderous now. Marco held the drive in his fist like a prize ripped from a king. He said something. Sharp. Final. Adriano laughed, breathless, furious, and then Adriano mouthed two words that made my stomach turn to water. She's mine. Marco's face didn't change, but something in him did. Even through a grainy camera, I saw the shift, the cold discipline tightening into something more personal. Marco leaned in close enough that Adriano's smile faltered, and Marco spoke, slow, lethal. I couldn't hear it, but I read his lips clearly. No. Then Marco turned and walked out of frame, drive in hand. Adriano stood frozen for half a beat. Then he threw something. A glass shattered. The feed cut. Black. I grabbed the edge of the table, breath shaking. Did he get it? Teresa's voice was calm. Yes. My throat tightened. Is Marco? Teresa's gaze didn't move. Alive. Relief hit so hard my knees went weak. I forced myself to stand anyway, because relief was dangerous. It made you soft, and softness got you killed. A soft beep sounded again. A different feed. The elevator camera. Marco stepped inside, suit slightly rumpled, jaw tight, one small cut at his knuckle. But the drive was in his hand. He looked at it like it was poison. Then he closed his fist around it as if crushing it would. Crush the whole problem. The elevator doors shut. The feed ended. Teresa exhaled slowly. He's returning. My throat tightened. He did it. Teresa glanced at me. Yes, I whispered, barely audible. He did it for me. Teresa's eyes sharpened. He did it because Vescovi tried to own what Greco protects. I swallowed hard, but the truth still lived in my chest like heat. Marco risked himself, and my body remembered it like a brand. The keypad beeped. The door to the monitor room opened. Marco stepped in. His eyes found mine immediately, not soft, not warm, but present, alive. He held the drive up. Got it, he said. My throat tightened. Are you okay? Marco's gaze flicked to my face like he wasn't used to the question. I'm fine, he said. I barked a humorless laugh. You're bleeding. Marco glanced down at his knuckle like it was nothing. It's a cut. I stepped closer without thinking, then stopped, catching myself, because stepping toward Marco felt like giving him something, and I didn't know how to give without losing. Marco watched the hesitation. His voice lowered. Don't start performing now. I swallowed hard. I'm not. Marco's mouth barely moved. Good. He turned to Teresa. Take her back to the suite. Double the guards. Teresa nodded. I stared at Marco. Wait. Marco's gaze slid to me. What? The drive, I said, voice tight. Does it have the truth? Marco's jaw flexed. Yes, he said. My stomach clenched. The unedited truth? Marco hesitated a fraction. Then, honestly, he said, not all of it. Cold slid down my spine. What do you mean? Marco's voice stayed calm. He has more copies. My chest tightened. So this wasn't enough. Marco's gaze hardened. It was a step. I swallowed hard. And what's on it? Marco's eyes locked on mine. Enough to prove he engineered your night, he said. Enough to ruin him. My throat tightened. And enough to ruin me. Marco's voice went quiet. No. I stared. Don't lie. Marco didn't blink. I'm not. He stepped closer, lowering his voice so only I could hear. If there's anything on that drive that humiliates you, he murmured, it will never leave this room. My breath caught, because that wasn't strategy. That was something else. Possessive protection, the kind that made me feel safe and furious at the same time. I whispered, why? Marco's eyes didn't soften. Because you're not his trophy, he said, and you're not the city's entertainment. A beat. And you're not disposable, he added, so quietly it almost sounded like it hurt to say. My throat tightened painfully. Teresa cleared her throat softly. Signorina. I didn't move. Marco's gaze held mine. Go, he said, voice low. I should have gone, but the words slipped out of me like I couldn't stop them. Did he say my name? I whispered. Marco's jaw flexed once. Yes, he said. My pulse jumped. And? Marco's eyes darkened. He said you're his, Marco replied. Again. My stomach turned. And what did you say? I asked, voice shaking. Marco stepped closer, just one step, enough to crowd the air. I said no, he murmured. My breath caught. Because the way he said it didn't sound like a businessman denying a claim. It sounded like a man who meant it. Teresa touched my elbow gently, firm, guiding. Come, Signorina. I let her lead me back toward my suite. But as we walked, Marco's voice followed, quiet, lethal, a promise meant for my spine. Vescovi will come for this, he said. And when he does, we finish him. Marco stole the truth from a rival king's hands, and now the war wasn't about my reputation anymore. It was about ownership. The drive sat on the table like a heart ripped out of a body. Small. Black. Labeled Sophia in clean, cruel letters. Marco didn't touch it again after he brought it back. He held it in his fist like it was poison, then set it down like it could still bite. Even now, in the safe house monitor room, with Teresa hovering by the door and the building wrapped in security, Marco's shoulders stayed tight, like he expected the truth to lunge. Teresa closed the door behind us and keyed the lock. "Audio routed to this room only," she said, brisk. "No external storage, no cloud." Marco nodded once. I stared at the drive until my eyes stung. "If I watch this," I said, voice rough, "I don't want you to pretend it doesn't matter." Marco's gaze slid to me, flat. "I don't pretend. That's not an answer." Marco didn't move. "It matters." The simplicity of it hit harder than comfort ever would have. My throat tightened. "Is it explicit?" Marco's jaw flexed once. "No?" I blinked. "No?" His eyes stayed on mine. "Vescovi isn't stupid. He doesn't keep that kind of liability." Teresa added quietly, "He keeps what he can weaponize publicly." I swallowed. Marco's voice was calm. "This drive is engineering, not intimacy. Engineering. A word that should have belonged to bridges and buildings, not my body." I pressed my fingertips to the table edge to keep them from shaking. "Play it." Marco didn't move. He looked at me for a long beat, then said low, "You can stop at any time." I laughed once, sharp and ugly. "You think I'm going to stop?" Marco didn't blink. "I think you're going to react, and I'd rather you react with a choice than without one." That, right there, was Marco. No softness, no reassurance. Just control offered like a knife you could grip by the handle instead of the blade. I nodded once. "Play it." Marco finally reached for the drive, plugged it into the secure console, and entered a passcode I didn't recognize. The screen in front of us flickered to life. Teresa stood behind me, arms crossed. Marco stood beside me, close but not touching, a presence at my shoulder like the edge of a doorframe you could brace against if you started to fall. The file list loaded. Not one video, many. Time-stamped clips, angles, security feeds. A clean folder labeled Selected, Vescovi's Curation, Vescovi's little museum of my ruin. Marco's jaw tightened as he scrolled. "Start earlier," I said. Marco glanced at me. "Why?" "Because I want to see the moment I stopped belonging to myself," I whispered. "I want to know where it began." Teresa's breath caught softly behind me. Marco nodded once. "Fine." He selected a clip. The screen filled with Belladonna Gala footage, service corridor, side exit, the world behind the velvet rope. I saw myself in my white dress, shoulders high, chin lifted, laughing too loudly at nothing. God, I looked furious. Not weak, not broken, angry enough to burn. A man stepped into frame. Tall, suit, face half-turned. Not Adriano. Someone else. A courier. He offered me a glass. I took it without hesitation. My stomach rolled. The clip cut to another angle, closer. The man's fingers brushed the rim of the glass. Quick, invisible to anyone not looking for it. My throat tightened. He put something in it. Marco's voice was low. "Yes." The footage jumped again, me walking unsteadily toward a car, my hand at my temple like my head hurt. A shadow at my back guiding me, not forcing, just directing. My chest tightened so hard I couldn't breathe. Teresa spoke quietly, clinical. "Light sedation. Enough to make you pliable." Pliable, like clay, like a thing to be shaped. I stared at the screen and felt my nails dig into my palms. The clips moved to Vescovi's private elevator. I watched myself sway slightly, laugh, smile at something someone said. I watched myself look happy. That was the sickest part, because it meant my face had been used as a mask, too. Marco's voice cut through my spiraling. "Look at the timestamps." I forced my eyes to the corner of the screen. 1:12 a.m., entering elevator, arriving penthouse. 1:24 a.m., hallway. Adriano appears, and there he was, Adriano Vescovi, polished and calm, stepping toward me like this was romantic. He took my hand. My stomach lurched. My throat burned. He leaned in close and said something into my ear. Audio was muted on this clip, but my body reacted. My head tilted, my mouth parted in a laugh. My face betrayed me. I inhaled sharply and tasted bile. Marco didn't touch me, but he shifted slightly closer, his presence firming like a wall. The footage continued. Adriano guided me down the hallway, not dragging, not forcing, directing, like a man guiding a woman who'd had too much to drink, like a man who knew exactly what the camera needed to show. Then the clip cut. Marco's finger hovered over the next file. "Wait," I whispered. He stopped instantly. "What?" he said. I swallowed hard. "That's why it worked." Marco didn't answer. "So I did. It worked because it looks like I chose it," I whispered. Teresa's voice was quiet, almost pitying. "That's what predators sell. Marco's jaw tightened. He selected another clip. The screen showed the bedroom doorway. My body went rigid. Adriano leaned close to me, his hand at my waist. He said something. This clip had audio, low and intimate. "Come inside, Sophia," Adriano's voice murmured. "You're safe with me." I flinched. The sound of his voice against my memory made my skin crawl. I heard my own voice, soft, slurred with sedation, but still unmistakably mine. I don't want to disappear." The words hit me like a punch. My throat closed. Marco went still beside me. Adriano's voice replied, warm and cruel in hindsight. "You won't. Not with me." Then, my voice again, small and broken and humiliating, "Choose me." My whole body froze. The room tilted. It wasn't explicit, it was worse. Because it was my wound on display, recorded like a trophy. My vision blurred. I didn't cry. Not yet. I couldn't. I could only stare at the screen while my chest tightened like someone had wrapped wire around my ribs. Marco's voice came low. "Sophia?" I didn't answer. I watched myself take a step into the room like I'd been pulled by gravity. The clip ended there, clean cut, nothing graphic, no nudity, no sex, just the setup. The bait. My humiliation preserved in words. Marco paused the screen. The silence was violent. Teresa didn't speak. Even she looked like she didn't know what to do with a wound that raw. My voice came out hoarse. He recorded me begging to be chosen. Marco's jaw flexed. "Yes," he said. I laughed once, thin and broken. So he didn't need explicit footage. He got something better. Marco's eyes stayed on the screen. "He got your core," Marco said quietly. My throat tightened, "and the city will eat it." Marco's gaze slid to me. Then, very carefully, he said, "No." The single word landed like a hand on my spine. I swallowed hard. "Don't lie to me." Marco didn't blink. "I'm not. That clip won't leave this room." My stomach turned. "He has other copies." Marco's voice dropped. "We're taking them." Teresa stepped forward. "Consigliere, there's more in the drive." Marco nodded. "Play the engineering, not her." I blinked. "Not her?" Marco's gaze flicked to me. "Not you." That made my chest ache in a way I didn't trust. Teresa reached for the mouse, but Marco stopped her with a look. He scrolled again. A folder labeled Ledger. He clicked. The screen filled with documents, transfers, receipts, shell names, dates. Teresa leaned in, eyes narrowing. "That's not social warfare." Marco's mouth barely moved. "No." He clicked a video file tied to one of the transactions, a security camera inside a back hallway of Vescovi's lounge, dim, hidden angle. A man entered frame, Vescovi's security chief. He met another man, face partially obscured, posture familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. Romano remnants, a handoff. An envelope, a small case, then audio low but clear enough. "Romano wants Greco bleeding," the second man said. "And I want Sophia obedient," the security chief replied. "Then keep her scared," the Romano man murmured. "Fear makes women run into the wrong arms." My skin turned to ice. Marco's jaw tightened so hard I saw the muscle jump. Teresa whispered, "That's a direct tie." Marco paused the video and stared at the screen like he wanted to crush it. My voice came out small despite me. "So Adriano isn't just a predator." Marco's gaze slid to me. "He's an accomplice," Marco said. "He outsourced the dirt to Romano." My stomach rolled. "They plan to what? Use me to destabilize Greco?" Marco's voice stayed flat. "Yes. And if I broke hard enough," I whispered, "I'd crawl to him for safety." Marco's eyes didn't soften, but something in them sharpened. "Yes," he said. I stared at the screen and felt anger rise, hot, clean, furious. Not shame, not humiliation, anger. Because this wasn't about my reputation anymore. This was about being treated like a lever. A tool, a thing. I swallowed hard. "What do you do with that proof?" Marco didn't hesitate. "We bury him." Teresa nodded once. "Bankers, sponsors, boards." Marco's gaze stayed on the ledger. "And authorities." My pulse jumped. "You're going to give him to the police?" Marco's eyes flicked to mine. "Yes." I blinked, stunned. "I thought killing him makes him a legend," Marco cut in, calm. "Ruining him makes him a warning." So Teresa's mouth tightened. "And it keeps our hands clean." Marco's mouth barely moved. "Clean enough." I stared at Marco. There it was again, Greco strategy. No public massacre, no messy headline about a rival Don disappearing, just an elegant collapse. And it should have made me feel safe. Instead, it made me feel something else. Power. Cold, precise power. I looked back at the paused frame, Romano man, Vescovi chief, the handshake that sealed a plan built on my fear. My voice came out steady. "Use it." Marco's gaze slid to me. "You're sure?" "Yes," I said. "I want him stripped. I want him powerless. I want him to feel what it's like to be watched." Teresa's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed. Marco studied me for a beat. Then he nodded once. Good, I snapped. Don't. Marco's mouth barely moved. Don't what? Don't say it like I'm finally behaving, I hissed. I'm not your project. Marco stepped closer, just one step, and lowered his voice. You're not my project, he murmured. You're my responsibility. The sentence should have made me recoil. Instead, it sat heavy in my chest, like a vow he wasn't supposed to be allowed to make. I swallowed hard, forcing my gaze away. What happens next? Marco turned back to the console. We package this into something that survives court and public opinion. Teresa nodded. Chain of custody. Marco's voice stayed flat. Yes. My throat tightened, and the clip of me begging. Marco didn't look at me. It never leaves, I whispered. You can't promise that. Marco's gaze finally met mine. His voice was quiet and absolute. I can. The certainty in him made my chest ache, and anger flared because I didn't want to need that certainty. Why do you care? I asked, raw. Why does it matter if the city sees me begging? Marco didn't answer immediately. He looked at the screen again, jaw tight like the words cost him. Then he said, low and controlled, because Vescovi doesn't get to keep any part of you. My breath caught. It was too close to tenderness to be safe. I forced a laugh. That sounds like ownership. Marco's eyes darkened. It is. The bluntness punched the breath out of me. Before I could respond, Teresa's phone buzzed. She checked it, expression sharpening. Consigliere, she said. Perimeter team reports movement. Marco's posture changed instantly, focus snapping into place. Where? He asked. Teresa's eyes lifted. 2 cars. No plates. Slow pass. They're not trying to breach yet. They're mapping. My stomach went cold. Romano? Vescovi. Desperate men making sloppy moves. Marco exhaled. Slowly. Good. I stared. Stop saying that word. Marco didn't look away from Teresa. If they're mapping, they're about to try something. Teresa nodded. Yes. My pulse hammered. Try something like what? Marco's gaze finally slid to me, cold and steady. Like taking you, he said. My throat closed. Teresa left the room quickly, already speaking into her radio. Marco reached for his phone, typing once. Then he looked at me. Go back to your suite, he ordered. I didn't move. No. Marco's eyes narrowed. Sophia? I'm not walking away while you fight, I snapped. Marco's jaw flexed. This isn't a fight. It's a procedure. My voice shook. Same thing. Marco stepped closer, close enough that I felt his heat. His voice dropped. You stay alive. That is your job. I stared at him, breath shallow. And yours? Marco's eyes didn't soften. Mine is to make sure you live, he said. A beat. Then he added, lower, dangerously so, even if I have to be the monster for both of us. My chest tightened painfully, because I believed him, and because a part of me, deep, ugly, honest, wanted him to be. A siren-like alarm didn't blare. Greco didn't do blaring. A soft tone sounded through the facility, controlled, unmistakable. Perimeter breach attempt. My blood turned ice. Marco's entire body shifted. He grabbed my wrist, not gentle, not rough, certain. Move, he said. I didn't argue. We ran. Down the corridor, past guards who moved like a single organism, toward my suite. I heard a distant crack, maybe a shot, maybe a door forced, maybe a warning. It echoed through concrete like a heartbeat. Marco shoved me into my suite and slammed the door. The keypad beeped. Locked. He didn't leave. He stayed inside with me. My breath caught. Marco. Quiet, he ordered. I swallowed hard, staring at him. You're staying. Marco's gaze was flat. Yes. My pulse thundered. Why? Marco didn't look away from the door. Because they're here for you. A second crack sounded, closer, muffled shout. Boots. My stomach dropped. I whispered, this is because of me. Marco's voice was low, lethal. This is because they think you're a weakness. He turned his head slightly and looked at me. Eyes dark, unyielding. And they're going to learn, Marco murmured, how wrong they are. Adriano tried to own my future with a drive and a lie. Now the enemy was outside our door, trying to collect me like a prize, and Marco Greco was about to turn my weakness into a massacre. The first thing I learned about a Greco breach is that it doesn't sound like chaos. It sounds like order, tightening. A soft tone pulsed through the facility again, controlled, calm, like the building itself was clearing its throat. Marco stood between me and the door, body angled, head slightly turned as if he could hear through concrete. His hand was still on my wrist, not gentle, not romantic, anchoring me to the only rule that mattered. Live. A muffled shout echoed down the corridor, then the sharp crack of something breaking. Wood or bone, I couldn't tell. My stomach clenched hard enough to hurt. "Marco," I started. "Quiet," he ordered again, and his voice didn't rise. It just sharpened. I shut my mouth. My lungs kept trying to panic anyway. Marco's eyes stayed on the door keypad like he could will it into obedience. The lock beeped softly. Still engaged. Still holding. Outside, boots pounded. Fast. Heavy. Practiced. Not staff. Not guards. Men who didn't belong in this building. Men who wanted to prove they did. I whispered, barely audible. "They're here for me." Marco's jaw flexed. "Yes. And you're staying in here with me." His gaze didn't flicker. "Yes." My throat tightened. "Why?" Marco's eyes cut to mine for half a heartbeat, and there it was, under the ice, under the control, a flash of something brutal. Fear. Not fear of dying. Fear of losing. "I'm not letting them take you," he said. The sentence should have warmed me. It didn't. It made my blood run colder, because I believed him, and believing Marco meant understanding what he would do to keep that promise. He reached into the inside of his jacket and pulled out a small pistol, compact, matte black, the kind of thing you didn't notice until it ended your life. I stared at it. "You brought a gun into my suite." Marco's eyes stayed on the door. "You live in a war." My mouth went dry. He moved quickly then, not panicked, efficient, guiding me away from the door toward the far wall behind the couch. "Down," he ordered. I hesitated. Marco's voice turned into steel. "Down, Sophia." I dropped behind the couch, knees hitting the carpet. My dress tightened around my thighs like it wanted to betray me. Marco crouched beside the couch, but he didn't hide fully. He positioned himself so he could see the door while still blocking me from the line of sight. A shield with a heartbeat. A sudden thud rattled the door. My stomach lurched. The keypad beeped again. Rapid, angry. Someone was trying to override it. Marco's eyes went flat. He muttered into his earpiece in Italian, short, clipped, lethal. Then the facility's soft tone pulsed again. Second perimeter breach attempt. 2 attempts. That meant they were testing, not storming. Or, no. It meant they had time. It meant they had enough men to try twice. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep myself quiet. Marco glanced at me, and his gaze sharpened like he could hear the panic in my teeth. "Breathe," he mouthed. I did. Shallow. Controlled. Like I was trying to disappear inside my own body. The door shook again. Harder. Then a different sound, metal scraping. A tool. They weren't trying to hack the keypad anymore. They were going through the lock. My pulse slammed so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. Marco's voice dropped, only for me. "There's a secondary exit," he murmured. My breath caught. "Where?" He didn't answer with words. He pointed, subtle, toward the far wall near the bathroom. A panel I hadn't noticed, seamless in the architecture. Of course Greco had hidden doors. Of course they built their lives around escape routes. Marco's eyes returned to the suite door. "We move on my count," he whispered, "not yours." I nodded once, biting down on the urge to argue. Because arguing didn't stop bullets. The door thudded again. A crack appeared near the hinge. Splinters. A sharp inhale tore out of my chest before I could stop it. Marco's hand shot back and covered my mouth, firm, warm, silencing me without cruelty. His eyes cut to mine, not angry, commanding. "Live." I nodded again, and he removed his hand. The moment he did, the lock finally gave a groan. The door shifted, a sliver of corridor appeared, and a shadow fell into it. Marco's body went still, gun raised, not wildly, precisely. Then, before the door could fully open, Marco spoke into his earpiece again. One word. Now. The lights in the suite flickered, briefly. Not blackout, not full darkness, just enough, a controlled blink. In that blink, Marco moved. He grabbed my wrist and hauled me up, dragging me toward the bathroom wall panel like I weighed nothing. The door behind us blew inward with a violent crack, slamming into the wall. I heard boots. I heard a voice. "There!" Then a gunshot. Not at me. At the ceiling, maybe, to intimidate. It worked anyway. My whole body flinched. Marco shoved me against the wall panel and pressed something, hidden latch. The panel clicked. A narrow passage opened. Cold air rushed from inside it like the building exhaled a secret. "Go," Marco ordered. I stared into the dark corridor. "What about you?" Marco's eyes didn't soften. "Go." "I'm not leaving you." Marco's gaze went lethal. "Sophia." My name snapped like a whip. I moved, because his voice didn't allow anything else. I stepped into the hidden passage, hands finding cold concrete. Marco pushed in behind me, and the panel shut with a soft, final click. The gunfire muffled instantly. The corridor was narrow and steep, lit only by small emergency strips along the floor. It smelled like dust and metal and old escape. Marco kept one hand at my back, firm, steering me forward. "Keep moving," he whispered. I did. My heels clicked too loudly. I wanted to rip them off, but I didn't have time. We descended a tight stairwell. Above us, noise echoed faintly, shouts, boots, distant gunfire. My stomach rolled. "Are they in the facility?" I whispered. Marco's voice was flat. "Yes." "And your men, handling it," he cut in. Another shout echoed above. A sharp crack. A dull thud. I flinched. Marco's hand tightened on my back. "Eyes forward," he ordered. We reached a small service door at the bottom. Marco pushed it open. A different corridor. Industrial, colder. Pipes overhead. A faint hum of generators. Teresa appeared at the far end, moving fast with 2 guards. Her face was still calm, but her eyes were sharp. "Consigliere," she said. "They breached the west wing, 2 teams. Marco's jaw flexed. "How many?" 6 confirmed, Teresa replied. "Possibly more outside." My blood went cold. "Outside?" Teresa's gaze flicked to me. "Yes, Signorina." Marco didn't hesitate. "Car." Teresa nodded. "Rear tunnel." Now, we moved, fast. The corridor opened into a garage I hadn't seen. Deeper, uglier, built for emergencies. 2 cars waited with engines running, headlights off. Marco shoved me toward the nearest back seat. "Get in." I did, fumbling with the door handle like my hands didn't belong to me. Marco slid in after me immediately. Teresa shut the door and spoke to the driver. The car rolled forward, smooth and fast, into a tunnel that swallowed light. Behind us, the facility alarms never screamed. Greco didn't do screaming. Greco did silent war. I turned to Marco, breath shaking. "They tried to take me." Marco's eyes stayed on the tunnel ahead. "Yes." My throat tightened. "How did they find this place?" Marco's jaw tightened once. "They didn't." I blinked. "What?" Marco's gaze slid to me, cold and sharp. "They followed." My blood went ice. "From where?" Marco didn't answer immediately, because he didn't have to. My mind did it for him. "The restaurant, the wire, the drive." "Adriano," I whispered. "Vescovi." Marco's eyes went flat. "Yes." My stomach lurched. "He sent them." "Not directly," Marco said. "He's too careful." I clenched my jaw. "Then who?" Marco's voice went colder. "Romano remnants." My throat closed, because Lena's story had already taught me what Romano meant. Men who didn't care about image, only blood. I whispered, "So Vescovi is using Romano to do what he can't do cleanly." Marco didn't blink. "Yes." My hands shook in my lap. I hated that I was shaking. I forced them still. "So what now?" Marco's voice was low, lethal. "Now we stop running." The car sped through the tunnel and emerged into night air behind another secured gate. Different compound, different safe house. Greco had layers like an onion. Peel one, there was always another. We pulled into a covered bay. Guards moved instantly. Doors opened. Marco got out first and pulled me out by the hand. Steadying, guiding, controlling. I stood on unsteady legs scanning the darkness. No cameras, no press, just men and walls and the smell of rain. Teresa stepped closer to Marco. "We lost 2 guards." My stomach dropped. "Lost?" Teresa's face stayed controlled. "Injured? Alive?" Marco nodded once, accepting the report like it was weather. Then he turned to me, and the look in his eyes wasn't cold anymore. It was furious, not at me. At the fact that they'd come close. He stepped closer, palms coming up, hesitating like he didn't know what to do with the urge to touch me. Then his hands landed on my shoulders, firm, not gentle, not romantic, real. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. The question shocked me more than the gunshots. I blinked. "No." Marco's gaze searched my face like he didn't trust my answer. "Any pain?" he pressed. "No," I repeated, voice cracking. "I'm fine." Marco's jaw clenched hard. "Stop saying that word." I stared at him. "What word?" "Fine," he snapped. "You weren't fine when they broke the door." My throat tightened. Marco, his eyes flashed. "They fired inside the facility." "I know." "They were looking for you," he said, voice dropping. "For your body." My stomach turned violently. "And you?" I started, then my voice broke. "You stayed." Marco's hands tightened once on my shoulders, like he was fighting himself. "I told you," he said, low and rough. "They don't touch you." The sentence hit differently now, not as a threat, but as a vow carved into bone. I swallowed hard. "So what do we do to Vescovi?" Marco's gaze went flat again, Don mask sliding back into place. "We don't chase him," he said. "We suffocate him." He turned to Teresa. "Get Santoro. Get Marco's package ready." Teresa nodded quickly and moved away. I frowned. "Marco's package?" Marco's eyes flicked to mine. "The evidence bundle, the ledger, the Romano tie, the sedation proof." My pulse jumped. You're going to the authorities. Yes, he said. And that will stop Romano, I demanded. They don't care about courts. Marco's gaze went cold. No. He stepped closer to me again. This isn't just about stopping Romano, he said. It's about cutting Vescovi loose from the clean world. My throat tightened. And when Vescovi is cornered, Marco finished calmly, he panics, he makes mistakes, he bleeds. I stared at him, and for the first time the full truth landed in my chest. This was bigger than my reputation. This was bigger than humiliation. This was a war for who gets to own the story of women in this city, and tonight men had tried to collect me like prize. I felt something rise in me, hot, clean, dangerous. Not fear, fury. I stepped closer to Marco, voice steady. Put me on camera again. Marco's eyes narrowed. No. Yes, I pressed. If Vescovi is using Romano to scare me into silence, then I make noise. Marco's jaw tightened. Sophia, I'm not asking, I snapped. I'm telling you. You want to suffocate him? Let me close the room. Silence. Marco stared at me like he was weighing the risk. Then he said, flat and deadly, You're not bait. I'm not bait, I agreed. I'm a blade. I'm a blade. Marco went still, because he'd used that language on me, and now I was speaking it back like I meant it. Teresa returned with a tablet. Consigliere, she said. Upload channel is ready. Marco didn't take it right away. He looked at me, really looked at me, and his voice dropped low. If you do this, he murmured, they will come harder. I swallowed, eyes burning. Then let them. Marco's gaze darkened, a beat. Then he nodded once. Fine, he said. One take. No emotion. Only facts. I smiled, small, sharp. You'd hate me crying. Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes. Teresa lifted the tablet camera, framing me against a plain wall, no location markers. Marco stood just out of frame again, close enough to feel like gravity. Teresa's voice, recording. A red light blinked. I looked into the lens and let my voice turn into steel. My name is Sophia DeSantis, I said, calm. Last night I was sedated and blackmailed. Tonight, men attempted to breach a secure facility to take me. I paused just long enough for the words to land. This is no longer gossip, I continued. This is organized violence. My throat tightened, but I didn't let it show. And the man who started this, I said, voice sharpening, is Adriano Vescovi. I heard a soft inhale from Teresa. Marco's presence behind me turned heavier. I kept going. He can deny it, I said. He can post edited clips. He can buy voices. I leaned slightly toward the camera. But he can't erase blood work, I finished. And he can't erase the men he's paying to do his dirty work. I lifted my chin. So listen closely, I said, quiet and lethal. I'm not going back, and I'm not disappearing. Then I added the line I knew would sting the most, because it would turn the city's appetite into fear. If you support him, I said, you're supporting a predator. Teresa stopped recording. The room went still. Marco stepped into my peripheral vision, gaze heavy. That was, Teresa started. Enough, Marco cut in, calm. He looked at me, and for one heartbeat the Don mask cracked again, just slightly. Not softness, pride, the kind he didn't want to admit. You did well, he said. I exhaled shakily. Don't. Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm not praising you. His gaze dipped to my face, then lifted again. I'm acknowledging reality, he murmured. You're not breakable. My chest tightened painfully. Before I could respond, a guard approached Marco with a phone. Marco listened for a beat, eyes narrowing. Then he ended the call and looked at me. Vescovi just posted again, he said. My stomach clenched. What now? Marco's eyes went flat. He's claiming the breach wasn't his. I scoffed. Of course. Marco held the phone up so I could see the headline. Vescovi denies involvement, blames Greco false flag to control Sofia. My blood turned ice. He was trying to make Greco look like the abuser, trying to turn Marco's protection into captivity, trying to make my statement look rehearsed. I whispered, he's calling you the villain. Marco's gaze didn't change. Good, he said. I blinked. Good? Marco's mouth barely moved. Because now he's desperate enough to overreach. A beat. And desperate men, Marco added, make the one mistake that ends them. My throat tightened. What mistake? Marco leaned closer, voice dropping. They get greedy, he murmured. They try to take too much. My phone, returned briefly now under Teresa's supervision, buzzed in my hand. A message from A. Just 3 words. Come. Alone. Now. My stomach dropped. Marco saw it instantly. His eyes went lethal. He wants you back, Marco said. I swallowed hard. He's baiting. Yes, Marco replied. Because he's panicking. I stared at the message, breath shallow. Then I looked up at Marco and said the thing that surprised even me. Let me answer. Marco's eyes narrowed. No. Yes, I pressed, voice steady. If he wants me alone, then he's planning something reckless. Marco's jaw flexed. And reckless, I added quietly, is where you win. Silence. Marco stared at me like he was measuring whether I'd finally become dangerous enough to survive. Then he said, cold and final, You don't go, Marco murmured, but we make him think you might. He took my phone from my hand and typed one line, short, poisonous, perfect. Where? Then he hit send. My pulse hammered. A second later, the reply came, My penthouse. I'll give you the rest. No, Greco. Marco's mouth barely moved. There it is, I swallowed. He wants to separate me from you. Marco's eyes darkened. Yes, and you're going anyway, I whispered, because I could see it in him. Marco didn't deny it. No, he said, you're staying. I'm going to send him a gift. What gift? Marco's gaze turned to ice. Handcuffs, he said. The breach was his warning. My statement was my answer. And now Marco Greco was about to walk into Adriano Vescovi's penthouse again, not to steal the truth, but to end the lie. The handcuffs weren't for me. That was the first thing I understood when Marco said it. Calm, lethal, inevitable, like he was naming the weather. They were for Adriano Vescovi. Because men like him didn't stop when you exposed them. They only stopped when you took away the one thing they needed more than oxygen. Control. Marco stood in the middle of the safe house suite with my phone in his hand, eyes flat, already writing the next 10 moves in his head. Teresa hovered near the doorway, silent as a lock. Guards shifted in the hall like the building itself was holding its breath. And I, Sophia DeSantis, the city's favorite villain, was suddenly forced to watch a man decide how to end a king. Where are you going? I asked. Marco didn't look at me. Vescovi's penthouse. My stomach tightened. No. Marco's gaze snapped to mine, sharp enough to pin my spine to the wall. This isn't a discussion, he said. I stepped closer anyway, refusing to shrink. You said he's desperate. He's baiting. Yes, Marco replied. So don't walk into it, I snapped. Marco's mouth barely moved. I'm walking into it because he's desperate. The logic made me want to scream. You're insane, I hissed. Marco finally looked at me fully. No. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping into something quieter, heavier. I'm ending this, he murmured. My throat tightened. And what do I do while you end this? Sit in a sealed room and wait for another breach? Marco's jaw flexed. Teresa's eyes flicked between us, sharp. Marco said low and final, You stay. I laughed, bright, ugly. Like a good girl? The words tasted like acid. Marco's eyes went darker. Don't, he said. I lifted my chin. Don't what? Don't use his language, Marco murmured, and something sharp lived under his control. It doesn't belong on you. My breath caught, not because it was sweet, because it was possessive in a way I didn't want to admit I craved. I swallowed hard. I'm going with you. Marco's gaze turned lethal. No. Yes, I pressed, stepping closer. You keep saying I'm not bait. Fine, then let me be the blade. Marco's mouth barely moved. You're not trained, I snapped. Neither was I trained to be drugged, blackmailed, and hunted. Silence. That one landed. Marco's eyes held mine for a long beat. Then he said quietly, You want to help? Yes, I said. Marco's jaw tightened. Then you do exactly what I say. I didn't like the tone. Command, ownership, certainty. I liked it even less that my body responded to it like a familiar structure. Fine, I said. Tell me. Marco looked to Teresa. Bring the kit. Teresa didn't question. She left and returned within seconds carrying a slim black case. Inside, a second wire, a small earbud, a tiny transmitter. My stomach tightened. Marco opened the case and looked at me. You're not going to his penthouse, he said. You're going to be close enough to be real, far enough to be safe. I narrowed my eyes. Safe. Marco's gaze didn't soften. As safe as this gets. Teresa stepped forward and handed me the earbud. Marco's voice was low. You will not improvise. You will not act brave. You will not step out of position. I laughed once. You hate bravery. Marco's eyes narrowed. I hate stupid. He held up the wire and motioned to Teresa. Attach it. I stiffened. No. Marco's gaze cut through me. Sophia. I shut my mouth. Teresa attached the device beneath the collar of my gray silk, hands efficient, impersonal. The cold press of the clip against my skin made my stomach roll. It felt like stepping into a role I couldn't quit. When she finished, Marco lifted my chin with 2 fingers, brief, firm, inspecting the placement like he was checking armor. You'll stay on comms, he said. And you? I whispered. Marco's gaze went flat. I'm going in. My throat tightened. To do what? Marco's voice didn't change. To take him. A shiver ran through me. I whispered, You're going to arrest him. Marco's mouth barely moved. Handcuff him. The difference mattered. Arrest implied law. Handcuff implied consequence. Teresa spoke quietly. Consigliere, the authorities are ready once we have him on record confirming the Romano tie. Marco nodded once. So that was the play, not a messy killing, a clean fall. Make him confess, make him confirm, package it, deliver it, and then watch him rot while the city pretends it never supported him. My stomach tightened, I forced my voice steady. And what if he doesn't confess? Marco's gaze held mine. He will. How do you know? Marco's voice dipped lower, because he thinks he's getting you. My blood ran cold. Before I could respond, Marco slid my phone across the table toward me, screen unlocked, one message ready to send. I'll come. Don't post more. My throat closed. You want me to send that, I whispered. Marco's gaze didn't blink. Yes. I stared at the text. It was bait. It was a lie. It was my humiliation weaponized into strategy. I looked up at Marco. This makes me look weak. Marco's voice was flat. Good. I flinched. He leaned in slightly, voice low enough to be private. Weak gets him careless, he murmured, and careless gets him caught. I swallowed hard. Then I hit send. The message left my phone like a piece of my pride breaking off. A second later, a reply came. Good. Alone now. Private elevator. Marco's eyes went colder. He took the phone from my hand and showed Teresa. We have location confirmation. Teresa nodded once. Car's ready. Marco looked at me. This is where you become disciplined. My jaw clenched. I'm listening. Marco's gaze held mine like a lock. If anything feels wrong, he said, you speak one word into the mic. What word? Marco didn't hesitate. Black. My pulse stuttered. And then what? I whispered. Marco's voice went quiet. Then you run. The word run hit my ribs. Because I was tired of running, but I nodded anyway, because this wasn't the kind of plan you insulted with pride. This was the kind of plan you survived. We moved fast. Greco didn't do long goodbyes. No speeches. No tenderness. They did motion. I was placed in the back of a second car, close enough to the operation route, far enough to keep me out of Vescovi's reach. Teresa sat beside me like a gate. Marco rode in the lead vehicle with his team. My earbud crackled once, Marco's voice cutting through. Confirm audio. I swallowed, voice low. I hear you. Good, Marco replied. Stay quiet. The city slid past, wet streets, glowing storefronts, normal lives. I stared out the window and tried to keep my breathing steady. Teresa watched me like she could read the tremor in my pulse. You want him punished, Teresa said softly. I didn't look at her. I want him ended. Teresa's mouth tightened. Good. I snapped my eyes to her. Don't say that word. Teresa's gaze sharpened. Then stop speaking like a woman who needs permission to be angry. The bluntness hit. I looked away. My earbud crackled again. Marco, approaching private entrance. My stomach clenched. Even without being there, I could picture it. The service corridor, the quiet elevator, the security men with polite eyes and hidden guns. My pulse hammered. Marco again, we go in clean. A pause. Then, Sophia, breathe. I hated that my throat tightened at my name in his voice. I am, I whispered. Good, he replied, and I could hear the faint edge, control stretched tight. My car stopped in an underground parking structure 2 blocks away. Teresa opened my door. Stay inside. I stared at her. You said I'm close enough to be real. Teresa's eyes were flat. Close enough is not visible. She closed the door again. I sat in darkness, listening through the earbud while the city kept breathing outside like nothing mattered. Marco's voice returned, low, clipped. I'm in. My stomach dropped. Silence for a beat. Then Adriano's voice came through the mic, faint, filtered, but unmistakable. Where is she? My nails dug into my palm. Marco's voice stayed calm. On her way. Adriano laughed. Of course she is. The sound made my skin crawl. She's scared, Adriano continued. Scared women crawl. Marco didn't answer. Adriano's voice sharpened. Tell me you brought the drive. Marco, we can talk. No, we can't. You took my property. Now I take yours. My stomach turned. I whispered into my mic. Marco. His voice came back immediately, low. Stay quiet. Adriano moved closer. His voice filled the feed now. Do you want her? Adriano murmured. Or do you want to pretend you're a loyal dog forever? Marco's voice stayed flat. You're talking too much. Adriano laughed softly. Because you're nervous. Then Adriano's tone shifted, silk to knife. I have Romano men outside your little facility, he said. You thought you could hide her behind walls? I can breach walls all night. My blood went ice cold. Teresa stiffened beside me. I could feel it through the car's silence. Marco didn't react the way a normal man would. He reacted like a machine. Say their names, Marco said calmly. Adriano paused. What? Say the Romano contact name, Marco repeated, voice low. Say it out loud. A beat. Adriano laughed. Why would I do that? Marco's voice was ice. Because you're proud. Silence. Adriano's breathing changed. Subtle, amused. You're recording, Adriano said. Marco didn't deny it. Adriano chuckled. Good, record this. My stomach dropped. He was about to overreach. He was about to get greedy. Adriano's voice sharpened. Romano gave me the muscle. I gave him the access. My pulse slammed. Teresa's eyes narrowed, satisfied. Marco's voice stayed calm. Access to what? Adriano laughed. To Greco weakness. A pause. And she was the weakness, Adriano added, because she's hungry. My stomach rolled with rage. Marco's voice didn't change, but I heard the edge. She's not hungry for you, Marco said. Adriano's laugh turned ugly. No? Then why did she come to my bed? The words hit like a slap, even though I knew the truth. Sedation, engineering. But humiliation doesn't care about facts. It cares about pain. Marco's voice dropped lower. Because you drugged her. Adriano sighed theatrically. Allegedly. Then he leaned in closer, his voice a whisper now, intimate and cruel. She begged to be chosen, Adriano murmured, and you watched her beg. My throat closed. My hand trembled in my lap. Marco didn't respond. Adriano pressed. Tell me what you are, Marco. Silence. Adriano's smile was audible. Say it. My stomach twisted. Because I felt the question like a hook in my own chest. What was Marco? Luciano's shadow? Greco's blade? Or a man with something personal in his hands? Marco answered, calm and deadly. I'm your ending. The words hit like a gun cocking. Adriano laughed, then stopped. Because something shifted. I didn't hear it at first, just a faint rustle, a change in pressure. Then Adriano's voice tightened. You brought men. Marco? Yes. I told you. Marco cut in. You don't tell me anything. A scuffle, muted, quick. Adriano's breath hitched. Then, steel in his tone. Touch me and I'll... Marco's voice interrupted low. Handcuff him. My heart stopped. The sound of metal. Click. Then another click. A sharp exhale from Adriano. You think this ends me? He hissed. Marco's voice stayed calm. No. You ended yourself. Adriano laughed, bitter. You still don't have all my copies. Marco, we don't need them. Adriano's voice sharpened. The city will still remember her in my bed. Marco's answer came quiet, lethal. Then the city will remember what happened after, Marco said. A beat. Then Adriano's voice went low, poisonous. She won't forgive you when she learns what you did to get her. My stomach dropped. What you did to get her. I didn't understand the sentence fully, but it hit my bones like a warning. Teresa's hand touched my arm, steadying. Marco's voice stayed flat. She doesn't need to forgive me. She needs to live. Silence snapped, then Marco's voice colder. Move him. Footsteps, doors. The feed shifted, wind, tunnel echo, like they were leaving the penthouse. My breath came in shallow bursts. I whispered into the mic, Marco, are you hurt? A pause. Then his voice came back, quiet, clipped. No. I hated the answer because it sounded like a lie men told to avoid being human. Teresa leaned close to me and murmured, He's alive. That's all that matters. But it wasn't. Not to me. Because I was starting to realize something dangerous. Marco wasn't just protecting me out of duty. He was willing to ruin himself for the outcome. And I didn't know if I could live with being the reason a man like him broke his own rules. We moved. My car followed the lead vehicle through a different underground route toward a secured legal intake facility. Clean, discreet, controlled. Not a police station with flashing lights. A place where evidence went to die or to win. When Marco's car stopped, I finally got out. Teresa at my side. The air smelled like rain and concrete. Then the lead door opened. Marco stepped out first, calm, unmarked. Then Adriano Vescovi emerged, hands cuffed in front of him, suit still perfect, expression still arrogant. Even in cuffs, he looked like a man who believed the world was his. His eyes found me instantly, and the smile he gave me was pure poison. There she is, Adriano murmured. My famous girl. My stomach twisted. Marco stepped between us immediately, blocking the look like it was a bullet. Don't speak to her, Marco said. Adriano laughed softly. Oh, Marco, you really think you can keep her untouched? Marco's jaw flexed. Adriano leaned slightly to the side, trying to see me around Marco's shoulder. You'll want the rest. Adriano whispered to me. You'll want the truth of what you did. My throat closed. Rage surged hot. I stepped slightly to the side, not away from Marco, but enough to meet Adriano's eyes. And I smiled. Not sweet. Not broken, dangerous. The truth, I said, voice calm, is that you're in handcuffs. Adriano's smile twitched. I continued, leaning in just enough for him to hear the knife under my words. And you're going to spend the rest of your life watching women you can't touch, I murmured. Adriano's eyes flashed. Then his smile returned. Ugly now. You think this is over? He hissed. Romano doesn't let go, and neither do I. Marco's voice cut in, low and lethal. He doesn't get to threaten you. Adriano laughed. He already did, didn't he? His eyes glittered as he looked at Marco. Tell her what you promised me, consigliere. My stomach dropped. I turned toward Marco slowly. What is he talking about? I whispered. Marco's gaze didn't move. Nothing, he said. Adriano's smile widened. Liar. I felt the air tighten. Teresa's posture sharpened. Marco's jaw flexed. Adriano leaned toward me as far as the cuffs allowed, eyes bright with one last attempt at control. Ask him, Adriano murmured. Ask him what he traded to get me in cuffs. My chest tightened. Marco's voice went quiet, dangerously so. Enough, he said, but Adriano had already planted the seed, and seeds like that grew fast in a woman's mind. I looked at Marco, voice trembling despite my effort. Marco, I whispered, what did you do? Marco held my gaze for a long beat. Then he said, low and controlled, I did what I had to. Not an answer, not a lie, a confession disguised as a sentence. And it hit me like a slap, because it meant there was something he wasn't telling me yet. Something that would hurt. Adriano smiled like he'd won anyway. See you soon, Sophia, he whispered, and then he was dragged inside by men who didn't look at him like a king anymore. They looked at him like a file. The door shut. Silence returned. Marco turned to me immediately. His eyes were dark, steady. You're safe, he said. I stared at him. My throat tightened around too many emotions. Relief, rage, fear, and something worse. Trust. Tell me, I whispered. Marco's jaw tightened. Not here. I stepped closer, voice sharpening. Tell me, now. Marco's gaze held mine like a lock. Then he said, quiet and final, back to the safe house. Adriano Vescovi was in cuffs, but he left me with a hook in my ribs. Because the scariest part of war isn't what the enemy does, it's what the man protecting you is willing to become. The ride back to the safe house felt like a courtroom with no judge. Marco sat beside me in the dark car, face carved into calm, hands steady, suit still immaculate except for that cut on his knuckle, thin red line like a signature he'd left on violence. The city slid past outside the tinted glass, and I couldn't stop hearing Adriano's last words in my head. Ask him what he traded to get me in cuffs. Marco didn't speak. He didn't offer reassurance. He didn't say it's over because Greco men didn't believe in over. They believed in handled. But I wasn't handled. I was hooked. I stared at him, trying to read the truth in the angle of his jaw, the set of his shoulders, the way his eyes stayed forward like looking at me would make something spill. Marco, I said finally. He didn't look at me. Not in the car. My throat tightened. You don't get to put this off. His voice was calm, almost bored. I just kept you alive. You can wait 10 minutes. The coldness hit like a slap. I turned my face to the window before my expression betrayed me, swallowing the rage that rose because rage was easier than fear. Fear was what Adriano wanted from me. Fear was what Marco was trying to control. And I was tired of both men deciding what I felt allowed. The safehouse gate opened. The car rolled into the covered bay. Men moved, guards, radios, quiet urgency. The air smelled like rain and concrete and the sharp edge of aftermath. Marco opened his door and stepped out. He came around, opened mine, and offered his hand. I ignored it and got out on my own. His gaze flicked down briefly. Approval or irritation, I couldn't tell. Then he gestured. Inside, he ordered. Teresa met us in the corridor, face controlled, eyes sharp. Consigliere, she said. We have confirmation. Vescovi is being held under provisional detention pending evidence transfer. My stomach dropped. So he's not free. Teresa's mouth barely moved. Not tonight. Marco nodded once. And Romano? Teresa's voice stayed level. No further movement detected. But they'll retaliate in another way. In another way. Because violence wasn't the only weapon. My throat tightened. Marco didn't hesitate. Lock the building down. No staff rotations without my approval. Teresa nodded and disappeared like a shadow. Marco turned to me. Sweet. I stopped walking. No, I said. Marco's head turned slightly. What? I'm not going back to a locked room while you hide behind not here. My voice shook, but I didn't soften it. You're going to tell me what you did. Marco studied me for a long beat, not irritated, evaluating. Then he nodded once, like he'd decided. Fine, he said. Monitor room. He led me there without touching me, and that somehow felt worse, like he didn't want contact when truth was about to hit. The monitor room smelled like warm electronics and controlled air. Screens glowed softly. The drive console sat on the table. Adriano's file, my file, everything organized like a cage with labels. Marco closed the door behind us and keyed the lock. Just us. My pulse hammered. Talk, I said. Marco didn't sit. He leaned his palm on the table, shoulders slightly forward, eyes heavy. What did you trade? I demanded. What did you promise him? What did you give up? Marco's voice was flat. I didn't give up anything that belonged to Greco. My stomach twisted. Then what belonged to you? Silence. Marco's jaw flexed. Then he said it, calm as a sentence being read in court. I gave him you. The room went cold. My lungs forgot what they were supposed to do. What? I whispered. Marco's gaze locked on mine. I gave him the illusion of you. My chest tightened into pain. You promised him I'd go back. Yes, Marco said. Rage erupted so fast it blurred my vision. You. Marco cut in, voice still calm, which made it worse. I promised him you were breaking. That you wanted answers, that you'd come alone if he gave you the rest. My throat closed. I stepped closer, shaking. You used me. Marco didn't deny it. Yes. The honesty hit like a punch. I laughed, sharp, disbelieving. You did the exact thing he did. Marco's eyes narrowed. No, I snapped. How is it different? Marco's voice dropped, colder. He sedated you to control you. I staged you to catch him. Staged me, I repeated, voice cracking. Like I'm a performance. Marco's jaw flexed. Like you're a tactic, he corrected. The room tilted. I pressed my hand to the table to keep myself upright, breathing too fast. So that's what he meant, I whispered. That's what he traded. Marco watched me, expression unreadable. You got him in cuffs, I said, voice trembling with rage. By promising him me. Marco's voice stayed flat. I got him in cuffs by making him confess on record. And you got him to confess because he couldn't resist thinking he was about to win, Marco finished. My stomach rolled, and you didn't tell me. Marco's gaze held mine. You would have fought it. Yes, I hissed, because it's my life. Marco leaned in slightly, voice low, brutal. That's why I didn't tell you, he said, because your life was on the table. I stared at him, shaking. So your solution is always the same. Control me, contain me, move me like property. Marco's mouth barely moved. Until you're safe. My eyes burned. And when does safe start looking like freedom? Marco went still. Then he said quietly, It doesn't. The sentence landed like a coffin lid. My breath caught. What? Marco's gaze didn't waver. Not in this, he said. Not now. Not while Vescovi and Romano are still breathing. Not while your name is an open wound in the city. My throat tightened. So I never get to be free. Marco's jaw flexed. You get to be alive. The coldness of it shattered something in me. I stepped back, hands trembling, anger and grief tangling together. That's not enough, I whispered. Marco's eyes darkened. It has to be, he said. I laughed once, ugly. You sound like Luciano. Marco's mouth tightened. Luciano keeps what he loves alive. My stomach dropped. What did you just say? I whispered. Marco didn't blink. I said what I said, he replied. My chest tightened painfully, because Marco didn't throw words like love around. If he said it, it meant something. And that scared me more than the drive ever did. I forced my voice steady. So you love me now? Is that your excuse for using me? Marco's gaze sharpened. I didn't say love, he said. I said what he loves. My stomach flipped. And what am I to you, Marco? Silence stretched. Then Marco exhaled slowly, like he'd reached the edge of his own restraint. You're my responsibility, he said. I scoffed. That's not an answer. Marco stepped closer. His voice dropped, rougher now. It is the only answer I trust. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw something. I wanted to tear down every wall in this building and run until the city couldn't find me. Instead, I asked the one question that actually mattered. What else? I whispered. Marco didn't move. What else did you trade? I pressed. Because Adriano looked too pleased for it to just be an illusion. Marco's jaw flexed once. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded document. He placed it on the table. My stomach dropped. What is that? Marco's voice was calm. A protection order. My throat tightened. From who? Marco's gaze stayed on me. From DeSantis. The room went silent. My blood turned to ice. You went to my father, I whispered. Marco's eyes didn't blink. Yes. You did that behind my back. Yes. Rage slammed through me. How dare you? Marco cut in, cold. Your father signed it because he knows what you are now. My chest tightened. What am I? Marco's voice dropped. A target, he said. A liability, a bargaining chip, a scandal that invites enemies. He signed because he wants to stay alive. My throat burned. I snatched the paper and read it, hands shaking. Legal language. Cold. Language, the kind that dressed ownership in ink. Temporary protective custody under Greco authority. Pending investigation and threat resolution. No unauthorized contact. No independent relocation. Movement subject to security protocol. I stared at the document until the words blurred. He handed me over, I whispered. Marco's gaze held mine. He handed you over months ago, Marco said quietly. He just put it in writing this time. The truth hit like a punch. Because deep down, I knew it. My father loved outcomes. He loved survival. He loved his name. He didn't love me enough to shield me from the underworld's appetite. He loved me enough to sell me carefully. I laughed, broken. So I'm legally yours. Marco's jaw flexed. You're legally protected, he corrected. I snapped. Same thing. Marco didn't argue this time. He let the silence stretch until my breathing steadied. Then he spoke again, low, controlled. This order is why Adriano can't legally claim you. He said it blocks him from touching your assets, your movement, your image. It gives us authority to move you, to shield you, to prosecute. My throat tightened. Authority. Marco's gaze was ice. Yes. I stared at him, fury rising again. You turned my life into paperwork, I hissed. You made me a file. Marco stepped closer. You already were, he said. Vescovi made you one first. The logic was brutal, unfair, true. I swallowed hard, voice shaking. So what do I do now? Sit in Greco custody forever. Marco's gaze held mine. No, he said. The word startled me. He continued, slower. You do what you should have done a long time ago. And what is that? Marco's voice dropped. You choose who you are without an audience. The words hit like a knife, because I didn't know who that woman was yet. I'd been performing since I was 16, performing for my mother, my father, society, men, cameras, rooms full of whispers. Who was Sophia DeSantis when no one was watching? A villain? A survivor? A woman who wanted to be chosen so badly she walked into a rival king's trap? My chest tightened. And if I choose wrong, I whispered. Marco's gaze didn't soften. Then I correct it, he said. I laughed once, bitter. You really can't stop. Marco's mouth barely moved. No. There it was again, that terrifying honesty. He leaned slightly closer, voice lowering into something that felt like confession, even though it wasn't gentle. Because I'm the one they'll come through, he murmured. If you break, if you run, if you disappear. My throat tightened. So you're controlling me because you're afraid. Marco went still. The word landed. Afraid. I expected denial. Marco didn't deny. He said quietly, yes. The admission hit me harder than any threat. Because it wasn't fear of death, it was fear of losing the one thing he'd decided mattered. Me. I stared at him, breathing shallow. So what do you want from me, Marco? Marco's gaze held mine for a long beat. Then he said something that sounded like the closest thing to mercy he'd ever offer. I want you to stop pretending you can do this alone. My throat tightened. That's not asking. Marco's voice was low. No, it's reality. I swallowed hard. And what do I get? I asked, voice trembling with the last of my pride. Marco's eyes didn't blink. You get a choice, he said. I laughed, sharp. You? Yes, he said. Me. He stepped back just enough to give the room air. You can disappear, Marco said, calm and precise. New name, new city, Greco money, Greco protection at a distance. My breath caught. Or you can stay, Marco continued, eyes dark, and rebuild, not as DeSantis princess, not as Vescovi, something real, as Greco aligned. My throat tightened. And with you. Marco's jaw flexed once. Yes, he said, with me. Silence stretched, my heart pounded, because that was the real offer, wasn't it? Not protection, not custody, belonging, partnership, something that wasn't performance. But taking it meant stepping into Marco's shadow and refusing to disappear. It meant living in a world where love looked like control and control looked like vows. I swallowed hard. If I stay, I'm not your decoration. Marco's gaze sharpened. No, I'm not your weakness. Marco's mouth barely moved. No, I'm your partner, I said, voice shaking but clear, or I walk. Silence. Then Marco nodded once. Partner, he said. The single word hit like a vow he'd been holding back for too long. My eyes burned, but I didn't let tears fall, not yet, because I wasn't done. And Adriano? I asked, cold. Marco's gaze turned flat again. He falls. How? Marco's voice was calm. Bank freezes, sponsor with charity boards resigning, evidence delivered to authorities, Romano ties exposed, his security chief flips. My pulse jumped. You're sure? Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes, I stared at him. And the rest of the copies? I whispered. Marco's eyes darkened. We take them. I swallowed hard. And if one leaks? Marco stepped closer, voice dropping. Then we bury the leak, he said. And we bury the man who made it. I shivered. Not from fear, from the certainty. Marco moved like that, like a storm with paperwork in one hand and a knife in the other. I looked down at the protection order again, then back up at him. You didn't just trade an illusion, I whispered. You rewrote my life. Marco's gaze held mine. Yes, he said, and you didn't ask. No, Marco replied, soft. The honesty hit like a slap. Then he added, quieter, dangerously so, because if I asked, you would have said no. My throat tightened. He was right. I would have said no, and Adriano would have kept pulling, and Romano would have kept hunting, and my name would have kept bleeding. Marco had chosen the only kind of mercy he knew, removing my ability to self-destruct. I stared at him, shaking. I hate you. Marco's mouth barely moved. I know. I blinked, thrown. Marco leaned in slightly. And you're going to live anyway, he murmured. Something in my chest cracked. Not into softness, into truth. I whispered, you didn't do this for me. Marco's eyes narrowed. Yes. I shook my head. You did it because you couldn't stand the idea of him owning any part of me. Silence. Marco didn't deny it. He only said low, yes. My breath caught, because that was the line between strategy and obsession, and we'd crossed it. Marco's phone buzzed. He checked it quickly, then his jaw tightened. Vescovi's sponsors are pulling. Yeah, he said. He's calling it a Greco conspiracy. I laughed, bitter. Of course. Marco's gaze lifted to mine. Good, he said. I almost smiled despite myself. Stop saying that word. Marco's mouth twitched, barely. Stop making it true, he murmured. Then he stepped back toward the door. You're staying in this building tonight, he said. 2 guards, Teresa on this wing. My throat tightened. And you. Marco's gaze held mine. I'll be here, he said. Not I'll protect you. Not I'll handle it. Just presence. My chest tightened painfully. I whispered, Marco, I don't know how to be the woman you want. Marco's eyes darkened. Good, he said quietly, because I don't want a woman who performs. A beat. I want the one who stops apologizing, he finished. Then he turned and left, and the lock clicked behind him like a final punctuation. I stood alone in the monitor room with the protection order in my hand, the drive on the table, and the heaviest truth of all sitting under my ribs. Marco didn't trade a secret. He traded my freedom. To save my life. And now the question wasn't whether I forgave him. The question was whether I could survive what I felt when I realized part of me was relieved. He didn't ask for my trust. He took my survival and dared me to choose him anyway. I didn't sleep again. Not because of fear this time, because of the ringless space on my finger and the weight of Marco's word in my chest. Partner. He'd said it like a vow and a warning in the same breath, and now I had to decide if I was going to live like a woman who survived, or like a woman who disappeared quietly and let everyone else write her ending. Morning arrived with movement, not soft footsteps, purpose. Teresa knocked once and entered with a tablet tucked under her arm like she was carrying a verdict. Signorina, she said, he's falling. I sat up slowly in the bed, sheets sliding off my shoulders like I was shedding the last of the old Sophia. Adriano? Teresa nodded. Sponsors withdrawing, banks freezing, charity boards resigning. His security chief has agreed to cooperate. My stomach tightened. Cooperate with who? Teresa's mouth barely moved. Authorities and Greco council. So Marco had done exactly what he promised. Not blood. A dismantling. A man peeled down to nothing while the city watched and pretended it wasn't watching. I swallowed. And Romano? Teresa's eyes sharpened. Quiet. For now. For now, I echoed. Teresa handed me the tablet. On screen, a clean headline from a society outlet that pretended it didn't know the underworld. Vescovi under investigation, financial misconduct, security violations. Below it, a clip of my statement, reposted by accounts that mattered. Not gossip pages, business pages, political pages. and the comments had changed. Not softer. Just different. Less hunger. More caution. Because the city had learned something last night. If you touch a woman under Greco protection, you don't get a scandal. You get a collapse. Teresa's voice cut in quietly. Consigliere requests you downstairs in 1 hour. My chest tightened. For what? Teresa's gaze held mine. To finish it. The finish wasn't a gunshot. It was a room. A conference room in the safe house with warm lighting, clean wood, and the kind of calm that meant violence had already been handled somewhere else. Marco stood at the head of the table. Black suit flawless again, expression carved into discipline. His cut knuckle was bandaged, clean white strip like a line drawn under the night. He looked up when I entered. His gaze landed on me, steady, heavy. Teresa took her place near the door. 2 guards stood outside. A lawyer sat at one side of the table. A man from internal security sat at the other, folder open. I held myself upright through pure will and walked to the chair opposite Marco. I didn't sit until he did. He noticed a faint flicker, approval or irritation moved behind his eyes. Then Marco spoke, voice calm and absolute. Vescovi's security chief flipped at 4:17 a.m. The lawyer slid a document across the table. Signed cooperation agreement, statements recorded, evidence transferred. The internal security man tapped the folder. Romano intermediary identified 3 shell companies, 2 properties used for storage. We can move. Marco nodded once, then looked at me. You're here, he said, because you're the narrative. I felt my spine go rigid. I'm not your narrative. Marco's mouth barely moved. Yes, you are. A beat. And you're going to own it, he added. The words were not gentle. They were a command dressed as respect. The lawyer cleared his throat. Signorina, if you're willing, we recommend a final statement. Short, direct. It establishes consent violation, confirms investigation, and warns against retaliation. I stared at the lawyer like he was insane. Then I looked at Marco. This is your plan, I said softly. Marco's gaze didn't blink. Yes. And if I refuse? Marco's voice stayed calm. Then we do it without you. The sentence should have made me angry. Instead, it made me tired, because Marco would always do it without me if he thought it kept me alive. I exhaled slowly. Fine. Marco's jaw flexed. Fine what? I'll speak, I said, voice steady, but not as your victim. Marco's gaze sharpened. Good. I shot him a look. Don't. Marco didn't apologize. He only said, say it your way. So I did. In 10 minutes, Teresa set up a camera. This time there was no trembling in my hands, no borrowed bravery, no performance, just steel. I looked into the lens and spoke like the city belonged to me again. My name is Sofia DeSantis, I said. Adriano Vescovi drugged me. He recorded me. He tried to blackmail me, and he used violent men to hunt me when I refused to submit. I paused, let it land. An investigation is underway, I continued. If you supported him, you were supporting a predator. If you still support him, you're complicit. My voice didn't shake. I'm not hiding, I finished, and I'm not returning to anyone's bed for answers. The only answer predators understand is consequences. Teresa stopped recording. The room felt different afterward, not because I'd healed, because I'd chosen to stop shrinking. Marco looked at me for a long beat. Then he said quietly, that was correct. Not praise, but the way his eyes held mine made my chest tighten anyway. The lawyer stood. We'll push this through the appropriate channels. The internal security man nodded. We move on Romano next. Marco dismissed them with a small gesture. Go. They left. Teresa lingered by the door, then glanced at Marco and gave a tiny nod. Permission without words. She stepped out and shut the door behind her. Lock clicked. Just us. My pulse quickened, not from fear this time, from the kind of tension that had been simmering since the moment Marco said partner like it cost him. Marco didn't sit. He walked to the window and stood with his back to me like he needed the glass between us to keep himself controlled. I watched him for a beat. Then I said what had been lodged in my throat since last night. My father signed me over. Marco's shoulders tightened a fraction. Yes, you didn't warn me. Marco's voice was calm. I told you I wouldn't ask. I stood up slowly. I hate you for that. Marco didn't turn. I know. I walked closer until I was behind him, close enough that I could feel his heat without touching. And yet, I whispered, I'm relieved. Silence. Marco's hand flexed against the window frame. I continued anyway because I was tired of hiding the ugliest truths. I've spent my whole life performing safety, I murmured, smiling, negotiating, pretending I had control. And you, My throat tightened. You took control like it was nothing. Marco finally turned. His eyes were dark, steady, not soft, but present. Control isn't nothing, he said quietly. It costs. I swallowed hard. What did it cost you? Marco's jaw flexed once. Sleep. That's a lie. Marco's gaze held mine. He didn't deny it. He said low, I promised him you'd come back. My throat tightened. And I did it, Marco continued, voice flat, because I needed him to confess, because I needed him to reach for you, because I needed him greedy. I exhaled slowly. And now he's in cuffs. Marco nodded once. And you, I whispered, are still here. Marco's eyes narrowed a fraction. Yes, I stepped closer, stopping inches away. You offered me a choice, I said, disappear or stay. Marco's voice was quiet. Yes. And if I stay, I added, it's on my terms. Marco's gaze sharpened. Speak. I lifted my chin. No cages disguised as love. Marco didn't flinch. This world is cages. No, I snapped. This world is choices, and I'm choosing to stay. If you stop treating me like a weapon, you can lock away when it suits you. Marco's jaw tightened. Partner, I said again, slower. Not puppet. Silence stretched. Then Marco nodded once, decisive. Partner. I didn't relax. Not yet. And I want one more thing, I said. Marco's eyes held mine. What? I swallowed hard. I want to see Lena. Marco went still. That name changed the room the way a match changes air. You want to see your sister, Marco said carefully. Yes, I replied. Not for forgiveness, not for a performance. My throat tightened. For the truth. Marco studied me for a long beat. Then he nodded once. We can arrange it. Lena met me in a private sitting room at Greco estate. Warm light, cream upholstery, guards far enough away to pretend we were alone. She looked different than she had at the gala. Not softer, not fragile, stronger. A woman who'd been claimed and had decided to live inside it without disappearing. Her belly was faintly visible now, just a hint of future. Enough to tighten something sharp in my chest. Luciano wasn't in the room. Marco stood outside the door. Of course he did. Lena's eyes met mine, steady. Sophia? My name in her mouth sounded like childhood and knives. Lena, I said. Silence stretched. There were 1,000 ways to perform this moment. Tears, hugs, dramatic apologies. I didn't do any of them. I sat across from her and spoke like a woman who didn't have time for lies anymore. I tried to ruin you, I said. Lena didn't blink. Yes. I fed information that got people hurt, I continued, voice steady. And I did it because I was humiliated and I wanted you to pay for being chosen. My throat tightened, but I didn't let it crack. I don't expect you to forgive me, I said. Lena's gaze held mine. Good. The bluntness should have stung. It didn't, because it was honest. I nodded once. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I leaned in slightly. I'm telling you I'm done being that person. Lena's eyes narrowed. People don't change because they decide to. They change because consequences teach them, I replied. Lena glanced toward the door, where Marco stood unseen but felt. Then back at me. And Marco, Lena said quietly, he's teaching you. Yes, I said. Lena studied me for a long beat. Then she spoke softer, not kind, but real. I don't hate you, she said, but I don't trust you. I nodded. You shouldn't, not yet. Silence. Then Lena's hand drifted to her belly. Protective. And something in me loosened. Just a fraction, not jealousy. Understanding. You're going to be a mother, I said quietly. Lena's gaze sharpened. Yes, I exhaled slowly. He'll protect you. Lena's mouth barely moved. He already is. I stood, not reaching for her, not asking for a hug, just leaving the moment clean. I'll earn it, I said, or I won't, but I won't touch you again. Lena's eyes held mine. Then she nodded once, and it wasn't forgiveness, but it was something like an open door, cracked, not welcoming, but not locked. That was more than I deserved. I walked out. Marco was waiting. His eyes searched my face like he was reading the aftermath. How did it go? He asked. I swallowed. She doesn't trust me. Marco nodded once. Correct. I snapped. Stop. Marco's mouth barely moved. Stop what? Stop being right, I muttered. And for the first time, Marco's mouth twitched into something almost like a smile. Almost. Come, he said. That night, back at the safe house, the city finally broke Adriano Vescovi the way Marco promised. Not with bullets, with absence. Sponsors withdrew publicly. Banks froze accounts. Partners resigned. A statement from authorities confirmed investigation. Another confirmed links to organized criminal networks. His lounge, his kingdom, closed its doors like a mouth that had finally been punched shut. And Romano? Marco's team made quiet moves that stripped the remnants without setting the city on fire. Seizures. Arrests. Evidence drops. Allies bought. No spectacle. Just suffocation. Marco stood at the window again, phone in hand, watching the city's lights like he could see the entire chessboard. I stepped up beside him, not behind, beside. Is it done? I asked. Marco's voice was low. Vescovi is finished. And me, I whispered. Am I finished being a headline? Marco turned his head slightly, gaze heavy. No, you're finished being prey. My throat tightened. I leaned my shoulder lightly against his arm. He didn't move away. His body stayed still, like contact with me, was something he was learning to allow. I'm staying, I said. Marco's gaze didn't soften. I know, I looked up at him. And you're choosing me. A beat. Marco's jaw flexed. Then he said, quiet and absolute, yes. The word landed in my chest like a stamp. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet pouch. My stomach tightened. What is that? Marco opened it. Inside was a ring, not flashy, not delicate, a heavy gold band with a clean dark stone. Greco style. Brutal elegance. My pulse stuttered. This isn't a performance, Marco said. No gala, no cameras. He held it out. A choice, he added. I stared at it, breath shallow. If I wear that, I whispered, the city will never stop watching. Marco's gaze held mine. Let it watch, he said. It will learn. I swallowed hard. And if I take it, I said, voice shaking, I don't become smaller in your shadow. Marco's mouth barely moved. You won't. How do you know? Marco stepped closer, close enough that the air changed. Because I didn't choose you for silence, he said. The sentence hit like a knife and a kiss at once. I lifted my hand slowly, not because I was surrendering, because I was deciding. Marco slid the ring onto my finger with steady hands. No trembling, no hesitation. Then he lifted my hand and pressed his lips to the ring. Not for an audience. For a vow he didn't know how to say out loud. My breath caught. I whispered, so what are we? Marco's gaze held mine. Greco, he said. I arched a brow. That's not an answer. Marco leaned in, forehead nearly touching mine. His voice dropped, rougher now, still controlled, but real. We're partners, he murmured, and you're mine. I exhaled shakily. I'm still me. Marco's mouth twitched again, barely. Good, he said. I prefer you sharp. He kissed me then, controlled, warm, possessive, and careful in the way only dangerous men can be careful. It wasn't about hunger, but it was about claim, about future. When he pulled back, his thumb brushed the ring, once like he was anchoring himself to reality. No more performances, he said. I swallowed hard. No more cages. Marco's gaze stayed steady. No more lies. A beat. Then he added, softer, not gentle, but honest, and no more being chosen by my men who don't deserve you. My throat tightened, and for the first time, I didn't hide it. I let my eyes burn. I let myself be seen, not by the city, by him. I whispered, promise me something. Marco's gaze sharpened. What? Choose me, I said, voice low. Not because you're responsible, not because I'm a risk, because you want me. Silence stretched, then Marco's hand slid to my cheek, firm and warm. His voice came quiet, absolute. I want you, he said. The words landed like a gunshot in my chest. Because Marco didn't waste language. If he said it, it was true. I exhaled slowly. Outside, the city lights glittered. Inside, the world finally felt steady. Not safe, steady. And steady was enough to build on. Marco's voice came low, near my ear. We're going to make your name mean something else, he murmured. Not scandal. My fingers tightened around his hand. What will it mean? I whispered. Marco's gaze held mine. Power, he said, and loyalty. A beat. And love, he added, like it cost him something to admit the word. I smiled, small, sharp, real. Careful, consigliere, I murmured. That word makes you human. Marco's mouth barely moved. Then you make me human, he said, and for the first time in my life, being chosen didn't feel like a crown I had to beg for. It felt like a vow I'd earned. I lost the dawn and woke up in a rival's bed. But I didn't lose myself. I found the man who would burn the world down before he let anyone write my ending again. I didn't realize peace could feel suspicious until I finally had it. Not the fake peace of marble hallways and careful smiles, not the kind my mother used to spray over a room like perfume to hide rot. Real peace. The kind that comes with locked gates that aren't meant to trap you, only to keep the wolves outside. The kind that comes with a man who doesn't ask you to be smaller to be safe. The kind that comes when your name stops tasting like scandal and starts tasting like choice. The Greco estate was bright this morning, sunlight pouring through tall windows, turning the marble floors into gold. The air smelled like espresso and citrus and something warm baking in the kitchen. Teresa's voice carried down the hall, sharp as ever, issuing orders like the world depended on timing. It did. It always did. But now the timing wasn't about war. It was about lunch. I stood in front of a mirror in a silk blouse, the color of champagne, and a skirt that fit like confidence. My hair was pinned back clean and elegant, the way the old Sophia would have done for a gala, except the old Sophia would have done it to be admired. I did it because I liked the way I looked when I wasn't afraid. Behind me, Marco's reflection appeared in the mirror before I heard him. That was his curse, silent as consequence. He wore a dark shirt today. No jacket, sleeves rolled up at his forearms. The ring I didn't use to believe I'd ever wear, heavy Greco gold, dark stone, caught the light on my finger as I adjusted my earring. His gaze dropped to it. Always, like he was confirming it's still there, like he was confirming I'm still here. "You're early," he said. "You're late," I countered without looking away from myself. His mouth twitched, almost a smile, still rare, still mine when it happened. "I was handling the port reports," he said. I turned slightly, letting my eyes find his in the mirror. "It's Sunday." Marco's gaze stayed steady. "The port doesn't believe in Sundays." "And neither do you," I murmured. He crossed the room and stopped behind me. His hands settled at my waist, not possessive in a performative way, not a public claim. This was private, familiar. A touch that said, "I'm here without needing words." "You're thinking too much," he said. I laughed softly. "I used to think constantly. It's how I survived." Marco's voice lowered near my ear. "You don't have to survive today." The sentence should have felt like a lullaby. It felt like a miracle. I turned into him, my ring brushing his shirt as my hand settled against his chest. The steady beat underneath reminded me of the night I learned he could be frightened, just not in the way weak men were. Marco's fear was a locked jaw, a tightening grip, a refusal to lose. "You sure about this?" I asked quietly. Marco didn't blink. "Yes." That wasn't the question, I teased, though my throat tightened around it. "Are you sure I'm ready?" Marco's gaze softened by a fraction, so small most people would miss it. "You're ready," he said. "You're just not used to being met with something that isn't punishment." My chest ached. "Is that what today is?" I whispered. "A test? A ceremony? A Greco performance?" Marco's mouth barely moved. "It's lunch," I stared at him. He continued, calm, "with Lena." There it was, the reason my pulse kept tripping over itself all morning. My sister, Lena DeSantis, now Lena Greco, whether she liked the weight of the name or not. Lena, who had been chosen in public. Lena, whose pregnancy had become the city's favorite obsession. Lena, who had looked at me in that private sitting room with the kind of honesty that sliced, "I don't trust you." She didn't hate me. That had been the gift. But she didn't trust me. And trust was the one thing I couldn't steal, couldn't flirt into existence, couldn't win by being beautiful. Trust had to be built, brick by brick. And I'd spent most of my life setting fires. Marco's hand tightened once at my waist. "If you want to cancel, we cancel." I blinked up at him. "You'd bark cancel for me." His gaze didn't shift. "Yes." There was no pride in the word, no performance, just fact. I hated how much it affected me. "I'm not canceling," I said, forcing steel into my voice. "I'm done running from consequences." Marco's thumb brushed the back of my waist, one small touch that felt like approval. "Good." I rolled my eyes. "Stop saying that word." His mouth twitched again. "Stop being right." God, he was learning humor. This might be the most dangerous development yet. The dining room was set like a magazine spread, bright, glossy, posh without being cold. Teresa's influence. White flowers, gold flatware, plates arranged with a precision that felt like discipline. But there were small cracks of warmth now, too. Fresh bread still steaming, bowls of fruit, espresso cups ready. Luciano was already there, seated at the end of the table like a king who didn't need a throne to be obeyed. He looked up when Marco and I entered and gave Marco a slight nod. Then his gaze moved to me. Luciano Greco didn't smile often. When he did, it was usually lethal. Today it was faintly amused. "Sophia," he said. I returned his stare without flinching. "Don Luciano." Luciano's brow arched. "Still calling me Don?" "I respect titles," I replied, "even when I hate the man who wears them." Marco's hand at my back tightened. Luciano's mouth curved slightly. "Good. Hate keeps you honest." He leaned back in his chair, relaxed in a way only dangerous men could be. Then the doors opened and Lena walked in. And for a second, the room stopped breathing. She was glowing in a way that made me angry at the universe for giving her softness I'd never been allowed to have. But it wasn't the fragile kind. It was strength, quiet, centered, the kind that comes when your life stops being negotiable. Her belly was visible now, round enough to change the silhouette of her dress. One hand rested there automatically, protective. Luciano stood immediately, moving to her side like gravity. He pressed a kiss to her temple, a touch that was both worship and possession, and guided her to her chair. Lena's eyes found mine across the table. She didn't smile. She didn't look away either. "Sophia," she said. "Lena," I answered. My throat tightened. Old wounds, old jealousy, old guilt. And under it, something I didn't want to admit, relief that she was here. Relief that she was alive, relief that she'd shown up at all. We sat. Luciano watched us like a man enjoying chess. Marco watched me like a man ready to stop me from setting the board on fire. Teresa poured espresso and disappeared, as if she understood this table didn't need witnesses. The food arrived, simple, elegant. Not a gala feast, not an exhibition, a family meal. The idea should have felt absurd. Instead, it felt like the most radical thing any of us could do. Lena broke the silence first, because of course, she did. She'd always been the brave one, even when she didn't realize it. "I saw your statement," Lena said, eyes on me, both of them. I swallowed. "And?" Lena's gaze didn't soften. "I believe you were drugged." My breath caught. I didn't let it show. "That's not forgiveness." "No," Lena said, "it's not." Luciano's hand moved to Lena's back. Protective. Marco's hand brushed my knee under the table, steadying. Lena's eyes narrowed. "But believing you doesn't erase what you did before." I nodded once. "I know." Luciano's mouth twitched slightly, as if impressed I didn't argue. Lena continued, voice calm and sharp. "You fed him information. You tried to ruin me." The words hit like a slap, even though I deserved them. I held her gaze. "Yes." The simplicity of my answer surprised even me. Lena blinked once. "You're not going to deny it." "No," I said. "I'm not going to dress it up as fear or jealousy or I didn't mean it. I meant it, and it was ugly." Marco's knee pressed lightly against mine under the table. Approval disguised as contact. He didn't interrupt. He let me stand in my own truth. Lena's eyes stayed sharp. Why? There it was. The question that mattered. Not to punish me, to understand whether I was still dangerous. I inhaled slowly. Because I wanted to be chosen. The words tasted bitter. Luciano's gaze flicked to Marco briefly, then back to me, like he'd been expecting that answer. I looked at Lena directly. I didn't want Luciano. Not really. I wanted what he represented. A crown, a guarantee that I mattered. My throat tightened, and when he chose you, I felt like I stopped existing. Lena's expression didn't soften, but it changed, just a fraction. Understanding didn't mean forgiveness, but it meant the door might not stay locked forever. "And what now?" Lena asked quietly. "What do you want now?" I glanced down at my ring, then back at her. "Now," I said, "I want to be real." Luciano let out a low hum like amusement. Marco's hand tightened on my knee. I continued, voice steady. "I want my name to mean something other than a scandal, and I want a relationship with you that doesn't poison everything." Lena stared at me for a long beat. Then she said, "That's not something you ask for." "I know," I said. "It's something I earn." Silence stretched. Then Lena did something that almost broke me. She lifted her coffee cup. Not in a toast. Not in forgiveness. In acknowledgement. "One brick," she said. My throat tightened. "One brick," I repeated. Luciano smiled faintly now, like a man watching an empire stabilize. Marco's hand slid from my knee to my thigh under the table. One slow, grounding touch that said, "You did it." I exhaled shakily. And for the first time in years, the air between me and my sister didn't feel like knives. It felt like space. Space you could build in. After lunch, Luciano was called away, some port matter that refused to respect family time. He kissed Lena's forehead again and left, 2 guards moving like shadows behind him. Marco lingered at the doorway, watching me carefully. Lena glanced at him. "We're fine." Marco's gaze stayed on me. "If you need me." "I know," I said, and my voice was softer than I intended. Marco's jaw flexed, then he nodded once and stepped out, leaving the door open just enough to remind the world that protection was always near. Lena and I were alone, really alone. No Teresa, no Luciano, no Marco, just sisters. Lena rested her hand on her belly and stared at the window, sunlight turning her hair into a soft halo. "I never wanted to be chosen like that." Lena said quietly. I blinked. What? She looked at me, eyes steady, in public, in front of everyone. I never wanted a war. My throat tightened. But you got one. Lena's mouth barely moved. Yes, I swallowed, and you still chose him. Lena's gaze softened, just a fraction. He chose me first. There was no bragging in it, just truth. And that truth stabbed me in a way that wasn't jealousy anymore, it was grief. Because I realized what I'm chasing wasn't a man. It was the feeling of being held without having to perform. Lena watched my expression shift and said quietly, What happened to you? It was wrong. My throat closed. I stared down at my hands. I know. No, Lena said, voice sharpening slightly. You need to hear me say it. I looked up. Lena's eyes held mine. It was wrong, she repeated, and you didn't deserve it. My throat burned. I laughed once, shaky. I deserved a lot. Lena shook her head. Not that. Tears stung my eyes. I didn't let them fall. Not because I was performing, because I didn't want the moment to become dramatic. I wanted it clean. I'm sorry, I said finally. Not for being drugged. Not for the scandal. For you. For what I did to you. Lena studied me. Then she exhaled and said, I'm not ready to forgive you. I nodded. I know. But, Lena continued, and my heart stopped. I'm willing to let you earn it. My breath caught. I whispered, That's more than I deserve. Lena's mouth twitched faintly. Probably. I laughed, real small. Lena's hand rested on her belly again. My child will have an aunt. The word aunt hit me like a punch of joy and responsibility. I swallowed hard. If you want that. Lena's gaze stayed steady. If you earn it. I nodded once, fierce. I will. Lena held my gaze for a long beat, then said softly, Sophia would have used this moment for a performance. I blinked. And me? Lena's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was something like respect underneath. You're finally not performing, Lena said. The words should have been a compliment. They felt like a homecoming. Later, when Marco and I walked through the estate grounds, the sky was pink gold and the air smelled like citrus trees and wealth and quiet victory. His hand found mine without asking. Not in public for cameras, in private for us. I glanced at our joined hands and whispered, She gave me a brick. Marco's gaze stayed forward. Good. I squeezed his hand. Stop. Marco's mouth twitched. No. I laughed softly. We stopped near the fountain, the water catching the light like diamonds. Marco turned to face me, eyes dark. Are you okay? He asked. It was such a simple question, and it wasn't a command. It wasn't strategy. It was him. I looked at him, really looked, and saw the man behind the discipline. The man who had chosen responsibility so hard it became devotion. The man who had turned my humiliation into a battlefield and refused to let me die in it. I'm not okay, I admitted. Marco's gaze didn't flinch. Good. I glared. Marco. He exhaled slowly, then corrected himself like it cost him. You're not okay, he said, but you're here. My throat tightened. And you're mine, he added, voice low, rough. I lifted my chin. Partner. Marco's eyes darkened. Yes. Then he leaned in, not rushing, not taking, waiting for the moment my body stopped bracing for impact. I didn't brace. I met him halfway. His kiss was controlled and warm and dangerous in the way only restrained men could be dangerous. When he pulled back, his thumb brushed my ring. San Celeste will keep watching, he murmured. I smiled, sharp. Let it. Marco's mouth barely moved. It will learn. I leaned in, my voice low. And if the city tries again? Marco's eyes went flat and lethal. Then it loses. I should have been scared. Instead, I felt safe in the most forbidden way. Not because the world was gentle, because Marco Greco wasn't. I laced my fingers with his again and whispered, I used to think I wanted a crown. Marco's gaze held mine. And now? I looked back toward the house where my sister sat with her hand on her belly, where a future heir grew, where a family I didn't think I'd ever belong to was impossibly making room for me. Now, I said, I want a life that doesn't require me to beg. Marco's hand tightened around mine. You won't beg again, he promised. I smiled. Real, bright, dangerous. Good, I said. Marco arched a brow. Stop. I laughed and kissed him again, because sometimes the only way to win is to turn your old poison into something sweet. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't being chosen by someone who wanted my performance. I was being chosen by a man who wanted my truth. And my sister had cracked the door open. One brick, one day, one real step forward. That was enough, because I was done being the woman the city tried to bury. I was the woman who built herself back, with a ring, a vow, and a future that finally belonged to me. If you made it to the end, thank you for being here with me. If this story pulled you in, please hit like. It's the fastest way to tell YouTube to recommend this audiobook to more romance listeners. And drop a comment with your favorite moment, 1-5, or your favorite line. Your comments don't just make my day, they also help this channel grow because YouTube sees the engagement and pushes it to more people who love Mafia romance. Finally, subscribe if you want more full-length romance audiobooks like this. Subscribing is how you tell YouTube, yes, I want more of this channel. This is Bayless Dambra, and this story is original content created for this channel. I'll see you in the next audiobook.